Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Fulbeck. We're in Lincolnshire for the final round of the 2022 NAVOS NKC. That stands for the National Kart Cup. If you've been with us all season, you'll know, as well as I do, that it's getting towards that very intense time where it's all going to come down to today's racing for championship honours in literally all of our classes. Fulbeck is a track that's been around since 1959, so it's got a lot of history, it's got a lot of heritage, and it's a very fitting venue to end the 22 season for the NKC. I remember I've raced here in, late 80s, early 90s, and the place has changed slightly. It's certainly been modernised. We've got a beautiful racetrack, and it's a very challenging racetrack. We're very soon going to have an on-board where I'll describe what Fulbeck is all about. What today is all about is where are we? Where are we with our race strategies, our tyre strategies? Remember, the NKC is all about stretching those two sets of tyres across 6 rounds. So I would imagine everyone is going to be very, very wary of where they are on tyre life. And that's going to be a factor, and it's going to be a factor for all of our championships. Literally every single class that we have in NKC has come down to the final race, the final races of the day. Points awarded throughout the heats and double points awarded for the final coming up later this afternoon. It's mixed grids for the NKC. What are mixed grids? Well, basically, no timed qualifying in this style of karting. You basically, as a competitor, get a chance to start in 3 heats. One of the heats you'll start near the front, one of the heats you'll start in the middle, and one of the heats you'll start at the back. That brings very exciting and close and lots of action, far too much action for us to keep a tab on. In fact, I have a neck that swivels like an owl to keep an eye on what is happening. What you do find is you've got fast drivers starting near the back, and you'll see them moving up the order, and then eventually when we get to the finals this afternoon, we have a run to the flag. First out for the first of our heats are our senior road acts 162. 162 stands for the weight category. We've got 2 senior road acts classes. The first out, the 162s, basically a minimum weight of 162 kilograms. You'll later see the 177 senior road acts class out, slightly heavier, and their minimum weight 177 kilograms. All very technical, but that's motorsport, isn't it? It comes down to the technicalities of how you go well, not just in the driving, but the setup of the kart, and we'll be no doubt waxing lyrical about that later on. Looking at the first heat, we've got a championship coming down to just 12 points between Lewis Jones and Miles Barthorpe. They're the 2 drivers that are going into this final round literally head-to-head, with 12 points separating Lewis Jones at the front of that championship lead. We've got news also of the 2023 championship. You'll see a little interview in the lunch break that I did with Ollie and Chris, the organisers of the NKC, and they've had a very successful 2022. We want to, of course, carry that momentum into 23, and some exciting news for the tracks. A couple of new venues on the calendar for next year, and we return to some tried and tested tracks next season. So with a full day of racing ahead of us, the weather forecast, the weather forecast was for a little bit of drizzly rain early on. I think we've had that. That caused a bit of consternation in the practice sessions. We've had that, and now, according to my forecast, which could change at any time, remember, but the forecast is for it to remain dry for the rest of the day. I'm sure the competitors are pretty happy about that. There's nothing worse than having to swap from wet to dry tyres, etc. every 2 minutes. We've got the first of our competitors out for their first heat, and it's Senior Road Acts, Heat 1. Let's have a look at the grid for them. On pole, all the way down from the northeast of England, is Andy Powell. Andy Powell on his Hunter Motorsport powered machine, with Ben Ficchetti on the front row alongside. It's Tommy Lee Davis and Paul Moran, first of the Masters runners, on row 2. Then we've got Dan Andrews and Dylan Tatum on row 3. Row 4 is, Scott Lowther, also another driver down from my part of the neck of the woods. He's got Kieran Shanks alongside him. Martin Jackson and Tonino Machichi are on row 5, with James Wood from Cumbria, with Carl Dunford alongside him on row 6. Row 7 is Jake Davis and Elliot Thomas, with Ellis Humphreys and Toby Case on row 8. Row 9 is Tom Radburn and James Costin. And then row 10, George Sanders, Adam Rogers, Then we've got Lewis Jones, Reese Pope, Scott Smith, Gez Owen, Tristan Bernard, Louis Ball, Max Martin, Grace Lee Davis on row 14. Row 15 is Martin Coe and Luke Evans. And then rounding off this massive 32 kart field is Pedro Oliveira and Masters Paul Ozan. Not quite getting underway. And just to let everyone know that at the start we miss out the first chicane. No corner names here at Fulbeck, just numbers, very American in style, isn't it? A little bit easier for me to remember the track. I do remember the track. I remember the track from driving here in the early 90s. And the track configuration has not changed at all. It's a very technical track. It's basically an old airfield circuit, so you've got lots of long straights with chicanes and a very technical arena area. I like to call it the arena. What do you guys call it, Will? The boot, yeah. I used to think it was like driving into an arena because it's got a massive crowd around it. That's where the paddock is. That's where the karts are heading into now. That's the boot section there. So it's a left-right flick into a right-hander that we call turns 8 and 9. It's actually just one sweeping corner that leads to turn 10. And that leads out onto the finishing of the lap. We're still not happy with the way that the grid's lining up and the starter waving them round once again. They are into the hairpin at turn 2, missing the chicane out at turn 1. From the hairpin, down through a kink at turn 3. It's not much of a corner. If you're side by side, you have to really sort yourself out there and give a bit of room. And then into the chicane at turn 4. It's a very, very tight left, followed by almost a hairpin right, and then a fast sweeping exit. Then very short straight into turn 5, the left-hander there, carrying speed through that corner. Just seeing the karts go tails away there. From there, short straight into a hairpin at 6. Then they'll come back into our view, into the arena section, which is probably what I'm going to call it all day, because that's what I used to call it. But it's a sweep into 7. A very fast entry. And the karts... And our poleman, Andy Powell, now needing to gather the pace and just slow things down a bit to give the tail end of the field a chance to gather up behind him. He's got them in nice order here. It looks pretty good. Everybody in the tram lines. And we get the green. Oh, and a kart off already to drivers right there. Bypass the chicane and into what is the first corner, which is the hairpin at turn 2. Out onto the back straight, through the turn 3 kink and into the chicane at 4. It looks like Paul Moran has gotten away the best there. Is that the 77? So into 5. There's the hairpin at 6 now. And the leader pulling out a bit of a gap already into that tight left-right chicane, and then back out to complete the lap. Here comes the field across the line then. And a great start it is for Paul Moran. Started on the second row of the grid, so across the line for the first time and into that turn 1 chicane for the first time now on lap 2. It's Moran, Andy Powell, Kyle Dunford, Dylan Tatum, Ben Ficchetti, George Sanders, Tom Radburn, Tommy Lee Davies, Kieran Shanks is 9th, and then rounding off the top 10 is Tonino Machichi. Moran has gone, though. He's already out of the chicane at turn 4 and already heading down to the technical sequence of bends here at Fulbeck. Out of the hairpin, heading towards the boot. Flicks the kart left and then right, carrying speed through that next right-hander. And then that fast sweep onto the start-finish straight. Just straightens it out there. Comes underneath us now. Moran leads by 1.8 seconds. He's actually increased that lead. Andy Powell drops to 3rd behind Kyle Dunford as they head off on to their 3rd lap. George Sanders up to 5th. Kieran Shanks and Tonino Machichi ahead of Tommy Lee Davis now in 8th, 9th. That's Lee Davis down to 10th. And there in 11th, James Wood just hanging on to that top 10. Already into the final sequence of technical bends there after the run along the runway straights here at Fulbeck. Into the boot now for the 3rd time. Look at Moran there. He's got this pace, absolutely on it here. That kart running very cleanly. He had to miss the Landau round, the previous round of this, round 5. I think Helen probably had him cooking the Sunday dinner for a change rather than letting him go karting. Actually, I think he was on holiday. I'm not sure if he said that. I like the Helen story, making him cook the dinner. Sliding the kart there through turn 4. That's a very tight left-right chicane. It really does slow the karts down there here. And we'll have more description of what it's like from the driver's perspective later on in the show. Out of the hairpin, carrying that speed towards the boot here. It's a left-right. Very easy to get sucked in here. And for the kart to go really wide at that right-hander there. Just underneath the paddock there. Always get a lot of spectators gathering there, and you feel like you're being watched very closely. 4 laps completed. Moran leads. Dunford second. George Sanders up to third. Fourth is Ben Ficchetti. Kieran Shanks fifth now. Andrew Powell down to 6th there. So an absolute disaster for Andy there on lap 3. Machichi 7th. Radburn 8th. 9th is Dylan Tatum. Tommy Lee Davis still 10th. Still James Wood hanging on to 11th. But we've got a little bit of movement there towards the midfield. Adam Rogers up to 17th. Luke Evans up to 18th. Down in 17th and 18th. And Pedro Oliveira, another quick driver there, starting his first heat down the order. Where is Paul Ozan? He started on the back of the grid in 32nd. And Paul Ozan moving up the order to 24th. He's on a points gathering mission, is Paul. 5 laps completed then. The race duration for our heats is 8 minutes and 1 lap. We're already inside the second half, so half of this heat gone. And the gap now has come down to 6:10. So we've got Kyle Dunford moving on to the tail of Paul Moran there. Paul kind of disappeared there in the early laps, but now we've got Dunford right on his tail as they go into the boot then for the 6th time. Kyle Dunford, a guest driver this weekend. What do we mean by that? Well, it means he's an unregistered driver, and this is possibly this will be his first race of the series, which means he's got brand new tyres, or relatively new tyres, on that kart. And there's that tyre advantage coming into play there through turn 2. They're sweeping hairpin. And Moran, Paul, may well not know that it's a guest driver, which means he's not registered for points. So Paul Moran, first points gatherer there, currently second. Kyle Dunford into the lead of this race then. And we should see Kyle, the way that he closed that gap on Paul Moran, we should see Kyle kind of disappear away from Paul Moran. Out of turn 10 then, through that sweeping left and across the line to complete what will be 7 laps. There's 2.5 minutes remaining in this heat. It's Dunford, Moran, Sanders still in 3rd, Kieran Shanks 4th, Ben Ficchetti 5th, 6th is Tom Radburn, Andy Powell now 7th, Dylan Tatum 8th, up into 9th has gone James Wood, Jake Davies 10th, James Wood and Andy Powell teammates there with FP Motorsport. Jake Davis now in 10th. Things beginning to settle down. Championship leader, Masters Championship leader, Paul Ozan moving up another 2 places. They're up to 22nd since we last checked. So the Masters category, it's a class within this Rotax Senior Rotax 162 class, and the Masters is a category within this where they're racing for their separate trophy. Master stands for older driver. Paul Ozan really is an old master, former Super 1 champion in the UK quite a few years ago, and it's great to see Paul still racing. There's the number 51 of Kieran Shanks moving ahead of George Sanders, and that's a move for 3rd there as he go through the turn 4 chicane. Really does stop. You've got to really stop the kart. It's like stopping it and parking it and turn. That's the feeling you get when you have to drive through there after coming off that back straight. Into the boot then. It'll be 9 laps completed. Getting towards the final minute of this first heat for the Senior Rotax 162s. And it's Kyle Dunford who leads across the line, completing 9 laps. Paul Moran still second. Kieran Shanks up to 3rd as we saw there. George Sanders now 4th. Ben Ficchetti 5th. Tom Radburn 6th. James Wood 7th. Dylan Tatum 8th. 9th is Jake Davis. Elliot Thomas, Andy Powell has dropped 6 places to 14th there. From starting from pole, Andy has truly had a nightmare of a first heat, and he will not be enjoying this whatsoever. Massive loss of points for Andy. Paul Lozan up to 21st. He's gone with Lewis Jones, who is our championship leader overall. Lewis Jones just ahead of Paul Lozan. They'll be making their way through from the back of the field. I'm just seeing that this heat not including Miles Barthorpe, who is second in the championship. So it'll be 1 lap to go board next time by for Kyle Dunford, as we are now inside of that. In fact, we're not even inside the final minute. The final minute has ticked by. We've run out of time. Oh, and there's another move from Kieran Shanks. Great move. Paul Moran looking like he was going to come back. The engine just bogged down for Moran, and he didn't pick up at all coming out the hairpin. And Moran, if he's not careful, he's going to come under the attention, or come to the attention of George Sanders across the line then. And the 1 lap board, the final lap board here at Fulbeck, that electronic board, hard to miss for the drivers. Kyle Dunford, he's got a 1.7 second gap lead, and now we've got Kieran Shanks hanging on to second. Paul Moran, he's going to finish 1 position ahead of where he started. So, Paul, you can't be feeling too bad about that. I know you led the early stages, but a 3rd place finish in the first heat, having started 4th. A good effort as they come to the boot for the final time. Here comes Kyle Dunford to take the first checkered flag of the day, the first checkered flag of the final round of the NAVOS NKC 2022 Championship. Still plenty of racing to get through today. Kyle Dunford takes the first heat win, Kieran Shanks second, Paul Moran a fine third, and the first of the Masters finishes George Sanders 4th, Tom Radburn 5th, Ben Focchetti 6th. It was James Wood with a fine 7th place there. James just making his way sedately up the order there, right under my nose there, finishing 7th. 8th is Jake Davis. Scott Smith is 9th. Tanina Machichi rounds off the top 10. And then 11th and down, Elliot Thomas, Luke Evans, Tommy Lee Davies, Pedro Oliveira up to 14th there. That was great. Andy Powell claims a 1 position back and finishes 15th. And then we have Adam Rogers, Martin Jackson 16th, 17th, Dylan Tatum, James Costin, Reese Pope, Max Martin, Dan Andrews. Paul Lozan finishes 23rd, Tristan Bernard 24th, 25th is Ellis Humphreys. Lewis Jones, championship leader, drops a few places there towards the end, and he finishes 26th. Gez Owen, he finished 27th. Then we had Martin Cohen, Scott Lowther rounding off the 29 finishers there. Grizzly Davis, we lost on lap 11, and Lewis Ball, we lost on lap 8. So first heat in the bag, everybody. Next out will be the second of our senior Rotax classes, and this time it's the first look at the 177 class. The championship has come down to a face-off between Phil Howarth and Louis Large. Louis Large, former British champion, MSUK British champion in this class. Philip Howarth, also a British championship protagonist. I think Philip finished high as 6th, I think is what he was telling me. But there's an 11-point gap between these two, and it's been a season-long battle between these two drivers. They're very, very fast indeed, and hence very, very hard to beat. And we'll be getting a look at that grid very shortly. So like I say, we've got, where's my timetable? There it is. A sequence of heats to get through before we go for lunch, and then we round off the heats just after lunch before we go into the finals. All the heats are 8 minutes and 1 lap. The finals extend that to 12 minutes and 1 lap. So right at the end of the day, when your tyres are absolutely worn out, that's when we ask the most of. So Senior Rotax 177 out next. And let's have a look at the grid for them. One driver who's not going to be out is Zach Brown, because he's standing there. He's going to wave the flag. going to wave the flag, is he? He's not qualified to wave the flag. You're not out. Louis Large is not out as well because he's at the door. Right then, I'm surrounded by 177 drivers, Paul. I've got 177 drivers on the grid as well. So hey up. Clearly, Zach Brown and Louis Large on schedule to get out in this first heat for the 177s. Let's have a look at the grid then. Harry Rowett is our pole man with Ben Hitch alongside. Tommy Austin and Colin Campbell are on row 2 with Rhys Llewellyn and Steve Maidman on row 3. Row 4 is Jason Chilton and Adrian Smith with Thomas Childs and Michael Mallett on row 5. Lawrence Hilton, Lee Todd are on row 6 with row 7, Brian McCready and Rowan Mackley. I've got James Yapp and Alex Jones on row 8 with Jake Lewis and George Merrison on row 9. Thomas Hinton and Martin Heath are on row 10 with Steve Gilly and Alex Joyner on row 11. I've got Adam Sadler and championship leader Philip Howarth on the number 101. He's on row 12. Keep an eye on the 101, Paul, for that kart moving steadily through the field. He'll want to maximise. His points haul in all of his heats to keep Louis Large at bay. Alex Thomas and Jai Oliver are on row 13 with row 14 looking like Mark Rowe and Oliver Smith. Cole Edwards is the kart that rounds off this 29 kart field for senior Rotax 177s. Just to remind you, the 177 stands for a minimum weight of 177 kilograms. So that's what you try to get the weight of the kart and driver down to. That's the kart and the driver, by the way. Hence the 177 class made for the bigger driver. Taller driver is how I like to put it. And they are away on their first recce lap, being released by birthday girl Sarah Darlow. It's her 21st birthday today, I'm told. So Sarah, our grid marshal there in the orange and yellow fluorescent bib. She keeps everyone in check and gets everybody in position and keeps things running very, very smoothly. We've had a great season with NKC. Everything organised to perfection, and it keeps the entertainment coming, everybody who's listening in and watching on the stream.
Hello.
Nick's with us as well. I forgot to mention you, Nick.
That's fine.
I know you've been having a lie down in the corner there.
Oh, yes. That's
heavy night, was it?
Yes, lying down. Absolutely not, obviously, running around. The race about to start.
Never mention the technicals.
Absolutely.
Nick. No. Here we go. We get the go-ahead for the first heat for the 177s. We missed the chicane at the start, and it's just an absolute drag race down to the hairpin at turn 2. And the field... That's a 2-foot deep gravel trap on the exit of that. Will, our timekeeper here, whose family look after the track here at Fulbeck, was telling me that that's designed to stop a 250 kart at 100 miles an hour. So it's a very deep gravel trap. We don't need that, as the number 82 of Harry Rowett takes full advantage of his pole position, and he will lead the field through turn 6 and into the boot. Or the arena, I like to call that place, Nick. You get a sense of it being an arena. Here they come then, through turn 10, the left-hander sweeping onto the start-finish straight to complete one lap. Harry Rowett leads, Ben Hitch second, Tommy Austin third, Rhys Llewellyn up to fourth, Colin Campbell fifth, Jason Chilton up 1 to 6th, Steve Maidman down to 7th, got Thomas Childs in 8th, Lawrence Hilton up 2, we've got Brian McCready in 10th, and then up 6 places is Alex Jones in 11th, but look at the kart in 12th place, the 101 up 12 places for Philip Howard, championship leader, absolutely maximising that back of the grid start and moving up the order by 12 positions on that first lap. So a great first lap for Philip Howard. That distinctive gold coloured helmet making the way up the order. Let's see if he's made any more. He came through there in 12th. Here he comes across the line now.
I'm back.
He's up to 9th, Nick. Philip Howard moving from 24th to 9th already by the end of lap 2. And he really is on a mission. We have a great interview between all of our championship protagonists, but Louis and Phil, they've known each other for quite a few years, been competing against one another since they were in juniors. So they know each other Louis not in this heat, though. Philip's got this heat all to himself, and he has to make his way as far up the field as he can. Of course, not everyone in front of him is that slow, though, and as he gets towards the front of the grid, he'll find his progress is stifled somewhat, no doubt. 3 laps completed then. It's still Rowett. We've got a movement there towards the chicane, but everybody settles down. Absolutely nose to tail karting. The first 4 breaking away. That's Rowett, Hitch, Austin and Llewellyn. Philip Howarth up another place to 8th this time, ahead of Steve Maidment. It's Jason Chilton, Thomas Charles, Loris Hilton, Howarth, Maidment and Alex Jones that then round off the top 10.
So Howarth, of course, having a race where he's not got Louis in the same heat. So it's a case of trying to get
started
through.
24th,
Yes.
And he knows he has to maximise his points haul, but that's phenomenal in 3 laps, and he's bound to catch Lawrence Hilton as well.
He's got a little bit stuck. I mean, he's been 8th for over half a lap now.
Great battle at the front, though. These 4 karts beginning to close up as they come across the line now. 4 laps completed. It's still Rowett leading. Hitch, Austin, Llewellyn into the chicane. If anything, Nick, that train of 4, and I love Rhys Llewellyn's all black. He's like the bad guy of 177 karting. He's like the all black cart, the all black bumpers, the fairing, and the black suit and the black helmet. That kart in 4th place. Love the way he's done that. Here they come then. Out of the turn 6 hairpin. And into the boot section. They close up as they go into the technical part of this Fulbeck track. And then out towards us and underneath our noses. There goes the leader. It's Harry Rowett still. Ben Hitch 2nd. Tommy Austin still 3rd. Rhys Llewellyn 4th. Jason Chilton 5th. 6th is Lawrence Hilton. And Philip Howarth following Hilton through. He's now up to 7th. Thomas Charles demoted to 8th. It's Alex Jones and Cole Edwards. Look at Cole Edwards. Now, Cole Edwards is a guest driver, and he's gone from 29th to 10th. And we were told to keep our eye on Cole Edwards. He'll not be scoring any championship points on the number 39. So we'll see how he progresses. We're already towards the turn 6 hairpin. And out of the hairpin, here they come then, into the arena. And these 4 circulating together. The 4 behind them, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. They're doing exactly the same. A train of 4 karts, 1st to 4th. And then we've got a train of 4 karts, 5th down over. But there seems to be a little bit of movement into the turn 1 chicane. And I think that might be Howarth ahead of Hilton. I may be wrong there. It might be both of them. They've been moving through the order together. It's Howarth. He's already up to the 5th place of Jason Chilton, challenging there into the chicane. He's made it stick, Nick. That's a really, really hard chicane. You think you've got to go into it fast. You've got to absolutely get the kart slowed down. Slow in, fast out is the adage.
Yeah, a little attempt up the inside there as well, but that was the one we lost momentum. We came up the inside, got stopped, and he's actually dropped a position as well. So that was the battle in 7th and 8th, which would have been Charles and Hilton, I think, at that point. But got that traditional thing. We've broken into 2 groups. Oh, it looks like we're broken into 3 groups now by the looks of it.
Yeah, we've got Rhys Llewellyn as well, moving ahead of Tommy Austin for that 3rd place in the number 4. Phil Howarth, of course, we mentioned there, moving up to 5th. That's Lawrence Hilton now down to 6th. 7th is Thomas Charles. 8th, Jason Chilton. Adam Sadler up to 9th there, ahead of Alex Jones, who rounds off the top 10. Still there in 11th, though, Cole Edwards. He's come up the order from 29th. He's a guest driver, though, so he's on new tyres. Now then, the thing about the guest drivers on the new tyres, they were obliged yesterday, they were obligated to do at least 5 practice sessions.
Oh, right, on the tyres.
To take the edge off the tyres, to not give them such a massive advantage. Because if you came here, everyone's on a season...
Three meeting old.
3 meeting at least, you're going to have a massive advantage. So the organisers came up with that very, very good idea to take the edge off people coming in and guesting. Hopefully they'll be with us for the full season next year.
Yeah.
Got a lot to talk about 2023, Nick.
Yep, we've filled no end of gaps between races with our conversation about 2023. It's all looking good.
Looking good.
Back here, but also to a couple of new tracks. But this race is Howarth is getting there slowly, but he's only got a minute and 30 in a lap. So they're going to get probably 3 And Howarth is closing down. It was 2.4. He was 1.4 seconds behind fourth place Tommy Austin last time round. It's not 1.4 now, that's for sure.
He's got to be happy with that, though. He started in 24th.
I don't think he'd be happy with that. I think
no, he's not. I want to beat them. I want to beat them. I want to beat. Look, he's putting his head down to get the airflow across him even more, and he has closed the gap.
Half a second, yeah.
Yeah, he has closed the gap.
It'll be annoying. Tommy by the time they come to the end of this race. It's going to be really, really on the edge whether they get 2 more or 3 more.
I know, it really is.
I think it's this and 2 more.
Well, there was about 49 seconds there. They're doing 47-second lap times.
Yeah, this and 2 more. So
yeah.
Howarth's got a chance. I think the 4th place, Tommy Austin is just drifting off the back of the top 3, which might mean, this is a brave thing to say when Phil Howarth is involved, it could be 4th's the best he can do.
You know what? I'd put money on him even sort of snatching it away from Rhys Llewellyn. Rhys Llewellyn is a really, really quick karter, though, as is Tommy Austin. That's why Phil isn't catching him massively hand over fist. Now he's on his tail, though. Now he's in a position to make a challenge at the turn 2 hairpin. Comes out the chicane. Austin knows he's there, and there, dive down the inside there from Philip Howard. That was textbook. Austin comes back at him, does the, dare I say it, the undercut. Phil still...
How much is that worth? How much is that tipping his down for Harbour?
I don't know. Maybe it's worth 0.0001.
I think it's got a massive psychological advantage.
Yeah, maybe.
I've maximised my ducking.
Maybe. It's 0 time on the clock there, so it'll be 1 lap to go aboard this time by for Harry Rowett, who was hung on to the lead of this first heat for the Rotax 177s through that sweeping right-hander. That is actually turns 8 and 9. Through 10. Here they come then. Last lap board, final lap board here at
Wide look over the shoulder from the top 3. They know what's coming. They know they're being hunted down. The bright gold helmet, the light-coloured car amongst a couple of dark ones. But, nice bit of move there. Absolutely, Reese was not... I thought Reese had got him there because he was not going to be overtaken. Now is Phil going to throw it? No, discretion better prevail through the second chicane, which is turn 4, I believe, isn't it? Well,
I said to Philip in the interview, which you'll see in the lunch break, I said to him, so what, is it a conservative way of going about this points gathering exercise? And he said, oh, no, just got to go for it. Go for everything. And he is there, isn't he?
Yeah.
In 4th. He's not settled for 4th. He was having a look at Rhys Llewellyn. And Rhys, of course, on that very sinister-looking liveried cart. Here they come, though. It's the checkered flag for Heat 1 for the Rotax 177s. And Philip Howarth will finish in 4th. Behind Rhys Llewellyn finishing 3rd. Ben Hitch was 2nd. But the first heat for 177s taken very well indeed by Harry Rowett, who started the race on that pole position. Behind the top 4, it was Tommy Austin. That was right on the tail of Philip Howarth there in 5th. Loris Hilton finished 6th. Then we've got Adam Sadler 7th. 8th is Thomas Giles. Jason Chilton finishes 9th. 10th is Cole Edwards, who came up from the back of the grid from 29th. From 11th down over, it's Alex Jones with Oliver Smith, Mark Rowe, James Yapp, George Merrison, Alex Joyner, Alex Thomas finishes 17th. Then we've got Michael Mallet, Steve Maidment. 20th is Adrian Smith. 21st, Lee Todd. Then we've got Brian McCready, Jake Lewis, Rowan Mackley, Martin Heath, and 26th, Jai Oliver, last of the finishers. We lost Steve Gilly on lap 8. Thomas Hinton went out on lap 3, and Colin Campbell we lost on lap number 1. First of the juniors out next, Nick.
Yep.
And the junior Rotax coming down to a very intense battle between Sam Wyatt and Braden Hill. And again, we get a chance to see what sort of mindset these two youngsters are coming into today. You'll see that at lunchtime with our little bit of not so much a paddock walk, but a sort of a grid loiter.
You didn't go anywhere, did you? You just stood where you were.
We
no movement.
Well, my
loiter
thinking
with intent.
There was a series photograph where all of our competitors were brought onto the grid for a massive end-of-season photograph. And I thought it would be a great idea to loiter there, Nick, and grab our championship protagonists, which worked very well.
And much as you did.
Well, great help from Gasberry, who's the media delegate for the NKC, and does a cracking job keeping us up to date with what's happening, and all the gossip as well. A lot of which we can't even broadcast.
Of course we can't.
We can't indeed.
So what should we do? Quick go. Paul, can you play out the lap? Because we keep saying turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. You're thinking, why haven't you given them names, Nick? Well, because Fulbeck doesn't have any names. It just has numbers. So let's have a look at the... No, that's the wrong way of doing it.
We're going to have an onboard.
There you go.
So this is the turn 2 hairpin. Out of there, down a bit of a straight. This is turn 3. Not much of a corner, though. It's more of a kink. you've got to sort yourself out because you can't go through there two abreast. The turn 4 chicane, absolutely top, stop, turn, gather momentum to come out of there, short straight into turn number 5, which is a sweeping left-hander, and then get the kart over to the left to take the turn 6 hairpin into the arena. And you might get a feel of what I'm trying to say here. There it is, the paddock's just on the left there, through that sweeping right of turns 8 and 9, then 10. It's an acceleration zone, is turn 10. That brings you out onto the start-finish straight. That is a lap of Fulbeck. We'll have another look at that.
We'll have another look. We missed the start.
Is it raining?
I don't know, because someone's fallen off the track.
Three have gone.
Yeah, they're off at the end. I think they just got kerfuffled at the start. That's impressive stuff to actually be off nowhere near the start of the race.
Well, they've just come out of the paddock and they've gone into the first turn, which is actually turn 10, because they come onto the track at turn 9.
Yeah.
And
he's going again. He's going again.
I'm hoping that was just cold tyres.
The lightly embarrassed car is kart 21.
Right, we've got Alfie Bushell on the pole position from Levi Goodyear on row 1 alongside Sophie Hadley and Ethan Wyatt, brother of championship leader Sam Wyatt. Let's see if he plays a role in this championship run. Dylan Mitchell and Sam Wyatt, championship leader, are behind him on row 3. Then we've got Jacob McDonald and James Rigby on row 4. Row 5 is Joel Bowden and Lewis Llewellyn. Then we've got Oscar Shrimpton, Archie Hardiman, Aidan Pomeroy, Ollie Morris, Ronnie Shrimpton, Adam Catling, Ashton French, Daniel Whitfield, Stephen Barnes, Frank Bourne on row 10. Row 11 is Archie Buttle. Braden Hill, second in the championship, only 10 points between himself and Sam Wyatt. They're on row 11. And then Ralphie Celentano is rounding off the 24 kart field with Daniela Sutton in that 24 spot.
They go round again.
They went round again, Nick, because they knew I was still reading the grid.
And the 21 kart is still 2.5 hours behind.
Right. That was the spinner.
Because officially now he's leading the race. Because
got a card bogging up there. That's the number 13. Absolutely bogged down there. Number 13 is Joel Bowden, who's come out of the turn 4 chicane, and the card virtually stopping there. That's a clear sign of oiling up there.
And the bouncing in the seat's not going to. This isn't going to get going either. So we're going to go around again, which does give the 21 kart some sort of chance to catch up.
For anybody new to karting, what's he talking about, oiling up? Well, these two-stroke motors have a fuel, basically a petrol-to-oil mixture that lubricates the engine as it basically fuels the engine. And if that oil to
they're going to go.
fuel ratio,
we
have started. Yeah, we've lost a couple of cars. We've got a straggler there, but that kart will catch up. They're into the first corner, which is turn 2 on lap 1. It's a little bit. Should get our heads around that by the end of the day. Into the chicane at turn 4. This will sort out the field out onto that short straight to turn number 5 there through the left-hand sweep. And through the hairpin at 6 for the first time. Into the boot. And the field of junior Rotax drivers making their way through. A little bit of a challenge there. Down the order. Here they come then. Let's see what the order is as they cross the line. It's Levi Goodyear who leads across the line ahead of Alfie Bushell. Sam Wyatt, championship leader, up into 3rd ahead of Sophie Hadley and his brother Ethan. Ethan now 5th. James Rigby 6th. 7th is Dylan Mitchell. Aidan Pomeroy is 8th. 9th is Lewis Llewellyn and Ashton French rounding off the top 10. Up 3 to 11th is Ollie Morris. Keep an eye on him. And Archie Buttle moving up the order, moving up 3 places to 14th.
Yeah, Ethan Wyatt took Sophie Hadley going around the turn 2 hairpin. Swept up the inside and kept the position there in the green kart suit, just at the back of frame.
So into the boot for the second time.
Yellow flag showing for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is, but we have got a yellow flag there.
There's another slow kart right in the middle of the short straight, and he's going to go straight to the pit, so that kart's retired. And the yellow flags go away. 22's got a warning. That's Archie Buttle for robust manoeuvres.
How do you know it's for robust manoeuvres?
That's what the warnings are always for.
All right, okay. That's true. Yeah, I thought you were reading that from
just
somewhere.
on the side. It's obviously
all
robust.
Right, you just made that up then, haven't you? That's not an official tag.
You do realise that what we say. You've destroyed the magic now.
Don't destroy the magic. No. So robust
don't
driving.
Discuss technicals. Don't destroy the magic.
Okay. Yeah. Put my foot in it then.
So Goodyear from Bushell from Wyatt. Goodyear with a little bit of a lead. Bushell with the yellow and blue. The colours are sweet. I think that's the coincidence kart. And third place is the 20 machine of Samuel Wyatt. They've made a nice little break from Ethan Wyatt. So the brothers are separated by about a second as they go over the line, 1.2 seconds. Sophie Hadley in fifth, and then Mitchell behind. These three going round together. 2.5 minutes down, 5.5 to go. So into the turn 4 hairpin, which we have seen some overtaking action already, but everyone's been very sensible at the moment, this one I've noticed.
Well, Braden Hill, who's currently second in the championship from Sam Wyatt. Braden's up to 12th. Ashton French, who's third in the championship, and not that far behind. If the likes of Sam Wyatt and Braden Hill have a horrible day, then Ashton French could indeed, by a mathematical possibility, sneak under the radar and take the championship. That's how wide open it is. I know we talk about the top 2 in the table, but most of our classes do have a third place protagonist who could indeed mathematically have a chance.
But didn't get an interview.
We would have to interview the top 5 in every, because it really is that tight, Nick. It really is.
So Wyatt had a go at getting past Bushell through the kind of the 6, 7, 8, 9 complex last lap round. Let's see if he does it another attempt this time. He had a bit more speed coming out of this corner here. Got alongside Bushell this time. A little bit more careful. Bushell not to leave the gap open, and was kind of pushing him all round this corner. But again, a bit more sensible and a bit of a gap brought out. So Wyatt eases back off. His brother was 1.3 seconds behind last time. What's the gap this time?
He'll be aware. Sam will be aware. He's just at the back. He's supplying our water, by the way.
Is he?
The Wyatts are supplying our water.
Wyatt water.
The Wyatts are our...
Why haven't I got any water then?
Water sponsorship. I mean, for coffee.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, that's more important. It
will
be by this afternoon, I can tell you. But Sam will be aware that Braden Hill started down the order, so he'll want to maximise where he finishes. And third place is a good place to finish. However, I don't think he's finished yet. We're just inside the second half of this heat. And so Sam will have his... In fact, as I say that, into the arena, into the boot, that time, Sam Wyatt sneaks by and will take that second place spot ahead of Alfie Bushell. Alfie there being disadvantaged through that very technical section of track here at Fulbeck. So Goodyear still leads. Sam Wyatt about a half a second behind. Alfie Bushell third. Ethan Wyatt fourth. Lewis Llewellyn fifth. Ashton French third in the championship is sixth. Sophie Hadley seventh. Up to and eighth is Braden Hill. So Braden will be happy with that. He's not letting Sam Wyatt stretch too far ahead of him in the championship. Dylan Mitchell ninth. Ollie Morris up to 10th. Aidan Pomeroy losing it massively there on lap 6 and dropping to 11th, just outside the top 10. Leaders already with us, and just look at that. Sam Wyatt now moving on to the back of Levi Goodyear into the chicane at turn 1. Sam Wyatt right on his wheel tracks, and they're diving down the inside into the turn 2 hairpin, and Wyatt takes the lead. Championship leader Sam Wyatt. He's got a 10-point lead to Braden Hill, and he has indeed maximised this first heat by getting ahead of Levi Goodyear into the complex of corners through turn 5 into the hairpin at 6. Out of that one and into the boot there. Turns left and right through that sweeping right-hander of 8 and 9. And then the left-hander turn 10 there. Basically an acceleration zone once you've set the kart up to take the corner. 8 laps completed. There's about 90 seconds or so on the clock. And Sam Wyatt there already easing out a bit of a cushion. There was no sense of urgency from Sam. He played a waiting game in the first half of this heat and just sized up his opponents, Levi Goodyear and Alfie Bushell. Ethan Wyatt, his brother, is in 4th. Lewis Llewellyn still 5th. Things settling down in the top 10 with no movement there. Ashton French now in 6th. Braden Hill in 7th. So the 3 championship protagonists now inside the top 10. So this is what I mean about how exciting the NKC is. We've got the 3 championship protagonists, the 3 championship leaders, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, inside the top 10 of this first heat. And when you consider that we're in mixed grids, so You have to push without risk, is what Lena Gade, from the engineer who won many Le Mans with Audi. Push without risk is what she used to ask the drivers to do. And that's what we're seeing here, with a very, very calculated drive by Samuel Wyatt. The older brother, Ethan, maybe the younger, but he's actually taller than Sam, which is a little bit confusing. That's why I keep getting them mixed up. Here they come then, 10 laps completed. And they're going to get another lap after this, because there was 6 or 7 seconds there on the board as they flashed underneath us. Sam Wyatt leads, Goodyear second, third is Bushell, Wyatt fourth, fifth Braden Hill, ahead of Lewis Llewellyn and Ashton French seventh. Ollie Morris eighth, Dylan Mitchell ninth, 10th is Sophie Hadley, Daniela Sutton. Daniela Sutton from 24th. Daniela Sutton from 24th to 11. Just going to check to see if Daniela is one of our guest drivers. She is, Daniela Sutton, but it's still not. That's still no mean feat there to come from 24th to 11th. She's on the fresher tyre, relatively speaking, but still a great drive from Daniela, and she's on the verge of challenging Sophie Hadley for a top 10 finish. Final lap board for Sam Wyatt. He's got a 3/10 of a gap, 3/10 of a second gap now to Goodyear. No change down the order. Goodyear, Bushell, Wyatt, Hill, Llewellyn, French, Morris, Dylan Mitchell, Daniela Sutton has gotten into that 10th place. Archie Buttle now 11th. Ronnie Shrimpton 3rd. Where is Sophie Hadley? Sophie Hadley has dropped down the order, and Sophie Hadley has a problem. I think we've lost little Sophie. Oh, man. Sophie Hadley, who was 10th going into that, towards that final lap of this first heat for the junior Rotax runners. Checkered flag flies then, and Sam Wyatt maximises that points haul to extend that championship lead ever so slightly. As Lever Goodyear comes through in second, Alfie Bushell third, Ethan Wyatt fourth, Braden Hill. He maximises that points loss to Sam Wyatt by coming through the order and finishing a very fine fifth. Lewis Llewellyn sixth, Ashton French does the same with a very fine seventh. We've got Ollie Morris finishing eighth, Dylan Mitchell ninth, Daniela Sutton, a great 10th spot for her. And then from 11th, we've got Archie Buttle, Ronnie Shrimpton, Adam Catling, Daniel Whitfield, Aidan Pomeroy, Rafi Salentano, Oscar Shrimpton, 17th, 18th is Archie Hardiman, 19th is Jacob McDonald. And then the retirements were Sophie Hadley, we lost on lap 10. Frank Bourne went out on lap 8, James Rigby on lap 1, and Stephen Barnes, I'm not sure, took the start for Stephen. So it's a slight change of style of kart out next. We've got our senior TKMs, slightly different from the water-cooled Rotax engines we've just seen. Senior TKMs, another championship that's come down to the final round of the series. Louis Bevan has a 10-point lead from Mitchell Ball, and then Callan Lamont. Or is it Caelan Lamont? Can never quite be sure. He's not that far off. So Mitchell Ball on 934 points, Lamont on 915. So 3 drivers once again in contention for senior TKMs. These are 115cc air-cooled motors, air-cooled Talco motors, direct drive. However, you have an option of whether you want to put a clutch on them, which eases the starting process for these TKM engine karts. We've had a great season of senior TKM. Landau was all about Louis Bevan. He took 2 heat wins, heats 2 and 3, and the final to absolutely bring himself back into contention. The previous round, round 4, he took a heat win and again in the final. So he had an abysmal round at round 1, which was at Glanigors, where he had a few problems, if my memory serves. But then he's slowly crept up the order as Louis. Let's have a look at the senior TKM grid. We've got a bit of time while we've got a few karts being recovered from the track. We've got Matthew Temple-Purcell on the pole position from Leo Crabtree alongside. Second row of the grid is Charlie Savage and Ricky Wright. And then we've got Adam Croft-Davies and Chris Whiteside on row 3. Olivia Jackins and Will Cregeen are on row 4, with James Hull and Luke Woodward on row 5. Row 6 is Joseph Phillips and Curtis Granger, with Louis Bevan on the number 1, with Lucas Sullivan alongside. Oliver Fathers and James King are on row 8. Row 9 is Callan Lamont and Jason Lovett. Alexander Lehman and Leanna Page are on row 10. Matt Slate and Ollie Milner are on row 11. Row 12 is Matthew Horton and Joseph Jacques. Row 13 is Gordon Smith and championship protagonist Mitchell Ball, with Andy Wagstaff rounding off the 27 kart field. Karts already on track and spread out, as we will see. We usually give these TKM runners an additional warming up lap just to make sure that they don't oil up. A little bit of a different starting process from the TKM grid, as we see a few stragglers there just coming onto the track. I think he's been told to take a shortcut there, which he didn't. Not sure there is a shortcut, to be honest. So they're nicely formed up into the complex of out of turn 6 towards the boot section, the arena section. Turn 7 and 8. They'll then come back into our view onto the start-finish straight. We're getting ready to give them the go-ahead as they come out of the final turn. They look in very much in grid order, and the starter likes that. We get the green light, or indeed the red light's going out, and straight past the turn 1 chicane and into the first turn for the first lap is the turn 2 hairpin. Everybody through there, some 3 and 4 abreast on these TKMs. That's quite something. Into the turn 4 chicane then. It really is a stop and park the cart and turn. And then got to get that engine to pick up out of there towards turn number 5 through that sweeping left-hander. Oh, and we have indeed got karts off on turn 1. We were too busy focusing on the leaders. Not quite sure who that is. We've got the number 72 off, as the leaders are already with us across the line for the first time. It's Crabtree who leads. Leo Crabtree takes the lead of this first of the senior TKM heats. Charlie Savage second, Matthew Temple-Purcell down to third, Ricky Wright fourth. Louis Bevan up 6 places to 5th, with Curtis Granger, Oliver Fathers, Lucas Sullivan and Callan Lamont going with him. Luke Woodward, he was the kart that was demoted down to 10th. Matt Slate up 7 spots to 11th. James King up 4 to 12th. And Gordon Smith, the biggest mover and shaker, up 10 spots to 13th. Joseph Jacques up 8 spots to 14th. Who did we lose there? We've lost Olivia Jenkins and Chris Whiteside. They were the karts that we saw off and into the gravel at the first turn there at the turn 2 hairpin. We've already completed 2 laps then. And as ever, the senior TKM field gathering up behind the leader. Louis Bevan, current championship leader and current reigning champion in the senior TKM category. He's up to 4th place ahead of Ricky Wright, and there's no question. Louis Bevan down the inside and into 3rd. He is on a charge as Louis. We spoke to him and Mitchell, as you'll see in the break, and the intensity of all of our class championships beginning to rise to boiling point. Heaven knows what the ambience of the place is going to be like when we move towards the finals this afternoon. As the field just go out of our view at the boot section. Here they come then. Crabtree leading, Savage second. Now we've got Louis Bevan in 3rd and moving ever closer to Charlie Savage in that 2nd spot. Through turn 2, there's the yellow suit of the Flex team and the yellow and blue livery of that Flex livery. That's the team that Louis is with, one of the biggest teams running many TKMs, 100 UK class karts as well as senior TKM runners here and throughout the NKC Championship. Very, very busy awning. Somebody off into the gravel at turn 5 with the dust kicking up. I'm not quite sure who that was, but the leaders are already with us, and Bevan looking very, very challenging on Charlie Savage. Across the line then, 4 laps completed. Bevan right onto the bumper now of Charlie Savage, out onto the very short straight, down the inside at turn 2 hairpin. It's a sweeping hairpin, and Louis Bevan, textbook, more momentum out of the turn 1 chicane. He carried that momentum into the braking area for the hairpin, and now we'll see Louis Bevan with plenty of time there. We're still 20 seconds away from half distance, so there's plenty of time for Bevan to get absolutely maximum points from this first heat. They're already into the boot section of the Fulbeck track. Then back into our view. Into and out of the turn 1 chicane. We're inside the final half then, the final 4 minutes of this first heat for the Senior TKM Championship. The championship is being led by Louis Bevan. Coming into this round, Mitchell Ball is in second, and Callan Lamont lies third in the championship. Where is Callan, by the way, in the order? We'll keep an eye on Callan. Yep, he's up to 5th. So that's at least 2 of the championship protagonists up there. We'll wait and get a rundown as they come across the line this time. We want to see if Louis Bevan has challenged for that lead. Here they come. Louis Bevan closes the gap quite visually there. We don't need a stopwatch to see what that is, do we? As they cross the line, Crabtree leads. Bevan, 0.4 of a second. Charlie Savage, he's dropped back another 0.4. Matthew Temple Purcell. And then we've got Callan Lamont. He's in 5th, about just over a second behind Temple Purcell. Luke Woodward 6th. 7th is Oliver Fathers. Lucas Sullivan is 8th. Joseph Jacks is 9th. Will Cregeen 10th. Now where did Mitchell Ball? Mitchell Ball started 26th. He's currently 2nd in the championship. And he's gone out. That was Mitchell Ball who went out at turn 5. So absolute disaster. Mitchell Ball went off at turn 5. He's now rejoined. He's at the back of the field in 24th. So this is going to be a devastator. That's going to have a bit of an effect on the championship and going to increase Louis Bevan's championship over Mitchell. It might even bring Callan Lamont into 2nd place. We'll try and keep ahead of that with the help of our timekeepers who are monitoring the situation with regards to the championship. 2 minutes remaining then. And Leo Crabtree very much aware that he has got Louis Bevan right there with him, and likewise Charlie Savage hasn't dropped that far back. These three have been at the front of this field pretty much the whole of this heat as we come through turns 8 and 9 and then into the sweeping left at 10. That's the final turn, just missing the curb on the right there and crossing the line to complete what will be lap 8. The gap's down to just under 3/10. Practically nose to tail, to be honest. We don't really need a stopwatch to monitor that one. These three. I'm gonna say this. I'm not sure Bevan has got the pace to actually get ahead of Crabtree. He's bound to make a liar of me or make a fool of me there. But he moved on to the rear bumper of Crabtree, but just didn't quite have the pace to perhaps challenge Crabtree's lead into the boot. Turns left, then right, and then through that twin apex, the double apex right-hander of 8 and 9, and then completing lap number 9, 45 seconds on the clock. So it's going to be 1 lap to go board next time by for these. Lamont up to 4th. That's Callan Lamont increasing that points gap to himself, or decreasing that points gap to 2nd place man Mitchell Ball. As Matthew Temple Purcell now down to 5th, Lucas Sullivan 6th, up 3 to 7th is Will Cregeen. Oliver Fathers now up to 8th. 9th is Gordon Smith. 10th is Joseph Jacks. There's Bevan right on the tail of leader Crabtree. It'll be 1 lap to go board. Final lap to go board. Next time by. 0 time on the clock. Bevan can see time running out and defensive driving for Crabtree. Crabtree having to defend. He wants to take the Heat 1 win. And Bevan gesticulating there. I'm not quite sure what. He's like, come on, charge. Not quite sure what that means, Louis. Oh, he's just stretching his arm. That's what he was doing. Stretching his arm. As they go into the turn 4 chicane.
That's casual.
He's kind of stretching his arm. His overall must be getting a little bit snagged under his arm. Into turn 5, the left-hander. Into turn 6, that's a hairpin. So you've got to get that engine picking up out of it. Into the boot for the final time. Heat 1 for Senior TKM. About to complete their first heat. And it's going to be Leo Crabtree who hangs on to this and takes Heat 1 win. Leo Crabtree, kart 44 from Louis Bevan, reigning champion on the number 1. Charlie Savage third. Callum Lamont third in the championship at the moment. He'll be happy with that 4th place finish. Matthew Temple Purcell 5th. 6th is Lucas Sullivan. Then we've got Will Cregeen in 7th. 8th is Oliver Fathers. Joseph Jacks 9th. Gordon Smith finishes and rounds off the top 10. And then we've got down the order Joseph Phillips, Ollie Milner, Alexander Lehman, Ricky Wright, Matt Slate, Leanna Page finishes 16th. James King, Luke Woodward, Curtis Granger 19th. Matthew Horton 20th. Andy Wagstaff 21st. James Hull finishes in 22nd. And then we've got Adam Crofts Davies. And then way back finishing a lap down, I think, is Mitchell Ball. He still finishes 24th. So he does get some points. But he'll be devastated to drop all of those championship points. He's got a big haul now, big ask for the rest of today's racing. Jason Lovett we lost on lap 1, and Olivia Jenkins and Chris Whiteside we lost to the gravel trap of the hairpin at turn 2 on that first lap. Okay. It's back to juniors.
Excellent.
For the next one, Minimax. This is a growing field for the NKC. We started the Minimax Championship with about 3 or 4, I think, and now we've got 9. I have a feeling that Minimax is going to be the biggest growth, the most. What am I trying to say, Nick?
Largest grower?
No, No, that doesn't sound right at all, does it? No, that doesn't sound right. We're going to see a big increase in this grid, I think, going into 23. There's lots of things happening with MSUK karting with regards to this class, of which I cannot keep tabs on. There's just classes being created from whatever and different engines and what have you. In this age group, there's going to be a lot of competitors out there with this Minimax kit and with nowhere to race it.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, everybody, this is exactly where you want to race it. It's a 6-round championship. We've got a plate meeting planned for next year as well. The plate meetings at Wilton Mill. We'll bring you the dates later on, but we've got a 6-round championship starting in March and going throughout the year. And if you have got, if you are querying where you're going to run your Minimax kit next year, this is where you need to be. It's a cost-effective formula with the 2 tyres per season round. It's very well regulated, and you'll see in our lunchtime chat that we speak to series organisers Chris and Ollie, and with a bit more information coming about next year when we get in through these first sequence of heats. What do you think, Nick?
I think it's great. Sorry, I do apologise, but I'm just trying to sort out the timing.
I know. Honestly, the perception that I've created that you're lying on a sunbed, taking in this Lincolnshire sunshine, drinking pina coladas in the dust of the paddock. So birthday girl, Sarah Darlow, 21st birthday today for Sarah. She's our grid marshal there in the fluorescent jacket. Always sporting that, keeps everyone in order. We've got a grid of Minimax and 2 Junior 100 UK runners. They're on a different engine. So look for the yellow plates. The yellow number plates denote that they are Minimax. And we've got a championship, which is the tightest championship for the NKC in 2022. We had an incredible interview with Alex Fraser, who leads the championship from Reese Green, and it was a bit like Anthony Joshua's last fight. I thought that should have had a stare out, shouldn't we?
Near enough.
It was near enough. That the intensity in this Minimax field is incredible. 2 points in it, all to play for. Alex Fraser, the championship leader, starts this first heat on the pole position. Sonny Morgan is alongside. Thomas Hadley and Louis Rees are on row 2. Daniel Haynes and Emily Cotty. Then we've got Reese Green. Reese Green starting in 7th. Not that far behind Alex Fraser, but he's starting in 7th place. Jasmine Taylor is starting in 8th. And Seb Corking, who was fairly new to the championship, but certainly Seb and his dad Graham and his mum Mandy loving the ambience of the NKC paddock. And they are very much on for next year's full season. And it's great to see Seb down from the northeast, from Darlington. The two 100 UK juniors, we've got Hayden Taylor, who currently leads the championship by 20 points from Yelena Osbar-Scott, who I believe isn't here this weekend because she's injured in some way, I think. I think Gaz was telling us exactly what that was. I'll find out. So get well soon, Yelena, and it's a shame not to have you here. Cyril Smith is on a novice plate. They're on the blue number plates. And we get this race underway as these Minimax runners head down to the first turn at the turn 2 hairpin. Alex Fraser just very, very casually looks across, takes the lead. We have let these go, haven't we? Yeah. Very sedate driving from the Minimax runners. I'm not sure they realise we've gotten this thing underway. They don't know we're underway. Yeah. The drivers definitely don't know we're underway. With the clock still ticking. You give them the green flag, wave the green flag or something. I don't know what to do.
Keep flag waving. Yeah. Keep the flags. Let's take the timing off because it's just confusing everyone.
Yeah, so the marshals are unaware that we've started. We're going to have to just restart this race with 7 minutes to go.
There we go. Oh, no,
reset the clock.
Reset the clock.
Now we're racing. I did think that Alex Fraser was a very, very sedate. And Alex Fraser thinks we haven't started again. He's talking. He's kind of gesticulating to other drivers. He slides wide by gesticulating there. He was so concerned with gesticulating. I don't know what Alex is getting perturbed at. But the number 84 of Jasmine Taylor has gone through and into the lead. Oh, and a spin there. Is that Alex? Alex Fraser has spun coming out of the turn 4 chicane and has gotten himself all perturbed there. And Alex now down at the tail of this field. This has opened the championship massively open now as they come through the boot section for the first time. Confusion reigns with Minimax. Nothing out of character there for Minimax fields throughout the country. And in whatever series that might be. Jasmine Taylor leads. Louis Rees second. Reese Green up into third. That's a championship change there then. Sonny Morgan now fourth. Thomas Hadley fifth. Daniel Haynes sixth. Seventh is Seb Corking. Alex Fraser, after that spin through the turn 4 chicane there, finds himself at the back of the Minimax field down at 8th. It's Hayden Taylor who's leading the 100 UK juniors, and Cyril Smith rounds off the whole of this 2-class kart field.
So do you think Alex perhaps got himself a little bit flustered because his restarts and unstarts and everything else?
I don't know. I mean, at the start, when the starter gave them the go-ahead, and it seemed that Alex was unaware and they didn't see the lights change. I'm not sure where they were looking, but they did not see that we've gone to green. I've just noticed there Alex Fraser ahead of Seb Corking as they cross the line and looking like he's about to get ahead of Thomas Hadley as well. So we might see that Alex Fraser on a mission. He'd be absolutely livid with himself, and he's already passed 3 karts and onto the tail of, I think that's Sonny Morgan ahead of him as they disappear into the turn 4 chicane. All this time, of course, Jasmine Taylor taking advantage of the situation. And that's Alex Fraser. He's challenging all the way, every place he can. Sonny Morgan is the only guest driver in the field, and Sonny currently lying fourth on the number 199. Jasmine Taylor's gone through. 3.4 seconds from Reese Green. Louis Reese third. Up to fourth now has gone Alex Fraser. Daniel Haynes in fifth. Sonny Morgan down to sixth. Seb Corking up to seventh. Thomas Hadley eighth. And there's Cyril Smith now ahead of Hayden Taylor. So Cyril Smith, on the novice plate in the 100 UK Juniors, ahead of Hayden Taylor. And Cyril Smith is a guest driver, so that's not really a championship situation. I think Hayden Taylor will be crowned champion here, as he's the only 100 UK Junior driver here that's in the championship. So Fraser has got a bit of a red mist descended upon him after that shambolic start for this field. We've settled in now, though. There's definitely a race developing here. Jasmine Taylor, 3.4 seconds was the gap. 3.4 seconds is where the gap is still. Then we've got 1.5 seconds to Alex Fraser from Reese Green. So second and third, that's the championship battle. Reese Green is going to take the championship lead from Alex Fraser at the end of this heat. So into the turn 6 hairpin. Now that's the battle between Louis Reese and Daniel Haynes. Daniel Haynes took our Driver of the Day award at the Landau round because he had a torrid time at Landau with a practice incident that damaged his ribs. And I was speaking to him and he said, I've just got to push on. So I thought that was really worthy of a Driver of the Day, pushing on with bruised ribs.
Yeah, I wouldn't be interested in doing that.
No, I know. You've been there, haven't you? Yeah.
Well, yeah. So the second and third is really where it's at now, because it's Reese Green against Alex Fraser, which is the battle for the championship as well. Fraser's come back from that spin and is right on the tail of his main rival. They were giving nothing away yesterday.
No, they weren't, Nick. And there it is right there, because at the moment, Reese Green, the kart that you see ahead of the blue and yellow liveried Lando Norris kart of Alex Fraser, that's the championship lead, that right there. If they finish like that, Reese Green is going to overtake Alex Fraser and take the championship lead. It's not going to happen, though, because Alex Fraser's down the inside at the turn 1 chicane.
They found that quite easy. That was almost just on pure horsepower, wasn't it?
Momentum.
I don't know. He just seemed to have a bit of extra oomph.
A bit more waft, did he?
Yeah.
Yes.
A little more pony. But obviously he did, of course, have the slipstream as well, which helps. And as you can see, he's not dropping Reese now. So it's now up to Reese to be able to get past him. Alex
knows he's there. We've got a kart off at the turn 1 chicane. That's brought out the yellow here at the start-finish line. The lead is not far off that. Now that car being cleared out of harm's way. That's still going to mean a yellow flag at turn 1. Alex Fraser now, bit of a breathing space developing there, bit of a cushion to Reese Green. Jasmine Taylor, though, she's off and gone, hasn't she? She's got 3.6 seconds now. So Jasmine, let's see where Jasmine is in the championship table for our Mini Max Championship. Like I say, Mini Max has been a bit of a strange one. It's Jasmine Taylor's first round, actually. Pardon me.
No, that's it.
I can't reach the fader.
Oh, dear. So down to 2 minutes now to run.
Well, 90 seconds, actually.
Yeah. It's
taking over nicely.
I'm sometime behind you. That was interesting. I was viewing timing from the past.
You are, aren't you?
I'm back on again now. But I was viewing timing from the past. No idea what's going on. Anyway, so this is the battle for the championship. But Alex will be extending his lead by a few more points there.
Yeah, it will mean. This was the narrowest points gap of the whole of our classes here in the NKC. It was only 2 points, so it will extend a little bit from Reese Green. What Reese Green has simply got to do is finish ahead of Alex Fraser to take that championship, and that's why the intensity was clear to see, wasn't it, with these two youngsters who barely wanted to say a word to one another.
They weren't very friendly.
No, they weren't friendly at all. No. Here we come then, out of the turns 8 and 9, out of the boot complex and across the line. There's Jasmine Taylor. The gap has come down 2.5 seconds. It was 3.6. So Alex has taken a second out of that, and fastest lap of the race for Alex Fraser. So he's tended to by his dad, who preps the kart and prepares the kart for racing, and he's got that kart working really, really well indeed.
Yeah, we spoke to his dad, didn't we, at Wilton?
Yeah, we did. I speak to his dad pretty much every round, saying, "Can I interview Alex?" And Alex says, "No, I don't want to be interviewed."
I'm too frightened.
We had to be interviewed yesterday, though. We didn't have a choice.
Couldn't run away. There was kind of a large.
If you don't want to be interviewed, don't lead the championship going into the last round.
Yes, or be second.
Yeah, or be second.
Stealthy
yes.
third.
Yes, yes. I don't think Louis Rees is in contention. Yeah, still with there's 250 points. I suppose everyone's in contention, but it means that everybody's got to have a failure. Last lap board then. Final lap, last lap is what the board shows here at Fulbeck. And Jasmine Taylor, 1.9 seconds. Alex Fraser will be kicking himself. I'm not sure what was going on at the start, but he certainly got his head all perturbed. It culminated in a spin, half spin, right to the back of the field. At that section there, what we see him go through now. Flicks the card sideways through turns 5. It bodes well for the rest of the afternoon if he can keep this pace. He's moving on to the rear bumper, towards the rear bumper, 1.9 seconds. It's going to be narrower than that as the checkered flag flies for a very fine first heat win for Jasmine Taylor. That's a great win for Jasmine. She really took advantage of the situation that ensued on lap 1. Alex Fraser finishes in second then. He'll be happy to finish ahead of Reece Green in third. Seb Corking. Seb, great drive up to 4th. I'll be surprised if we don't see Seb in the running for championship in some way next season. Louis Rees, he's third. Louis finishes in 5th place, third in the championship, that is. He finishes in 5th. Daniel Hayden's finishes 6th. Sonny Morgan 7th. And then the winner of the 100 UK Juniors, Cyril Smith.
Really?
I
thought he'd been overweight.
You've got, there's only people of our age will know what on earth you're talking about. Was he a Conservative politician?
No, he was a Liberal Democrat.
Was he really?
Liberal before Liberal Democrats, yeah.
Was he really a Liberal?
We don't talk about him anymore.
Why is that?
Oh, horrible things came out about him.
What, I mean, like most people who were in the public eye in the 1970s?
Just below Savile.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I did not know that. Yeah. Ooh, how ghastly. Anyway, we lost Thomas Hadley.
Not sure you can rank unpleasant in that. He's just below Savile. Savile's just below Hitler. There we go.
Oh, dear.
Anyway, an unpleasant man it turned out.
Yeah, we're not even out to the first heats here, and we've already degenerated into...
Well, I've been back on for, 7 minutes? And
you have, mate. You've brought the tone down massively. Hayden Taylor, we lost on lap 6. I'm not sure what happened to Hayden, and I'm not sure what happened to Thomas Hadley as well. He went out on lap 9.
We've had some messages whilst we've been running around.
Excellent.
Literally.
Go on.
So I'll say hello to Alex Goldschmidt, who came to see us yesterday.
Yeah,
Alex,
good to see you, Alex.
Says, morning, Joe.
Is he enjoying the show? Can he critique? A fellow commentator?
No, thanks.
No critique?
Cyril Smith says, good luck. Don Payne from Cyril. So Cyril's actually on this and listening. So there we go.
He's driving around.
Apparently so. Zana Gauskas, who knows, says south of Brazil is watching. Good news. Tennessee, USA for me and Barber. Some come on people for races we've now missed. So because we weren't doing. Let's Go Williams was one from Southwest Photographer.
Yeah, he did.
Frank Bourne, hello from the pit. So that's a kind of catch up. We have Mojave Wanderer saying the safety car should be a smart car. Safety car?
We've talked about that.
Yeah.
We've talked about what sort of car you would have for a kart safety car.
RC car, probably, wouldn't it? I mean,
an RC car?
It'd need to be the same size as a kart, wouldn't it? A Peel, one of the Peel 45s.
Like a half-scale...
The Renault Twizy.
A half-scale race car or something.
Yeah.
Or a half-scale Toyota pickup.
Yes.
Look, there's a confusion with just a man with a flag on the starter. Can you imagine the confusion that would ensue if we had a safety car?
For all you watching, we are aware that there's no timing on the screen, and we are talking to our Swedish engineer about sorting it out. So it could be international. So it could be a few minutes. We are on it, but what we'll do is make sure that Joe and I give you a lot more timing updates.
I tell you who we've got in the paddock, mate. We've got an NKC celebrity.
Oh, go on.
Helen Moran is in the paddock.
No, really?
She's not at home doing the Sunday lunch.
Not at home going down the pub for the Sunday lunch.
Oh no, let's not create that perception.
Smart
no
roaster.
roast dinner from Helen. She's coming to watch Paul instead.
Yeah, right. Make sure he's here, not somewhere else.
There's somebody in the paddock there can hear They are so far away in the paddock. This is such.
I know.
This is the success.
I know what they're going to say.
The success of the NKC is we've got people in our paddock who are actually closer to PF and can hear the PF PA over what's happening at the track they're actually at.
Alex says a 2CV maybe as a safety car. Who needs a carbon footprint?
You'd absolutely. Well, yeah.
Also, the 2CV can go far. Couldn't even go close to fast. So even be a safety car.
Here we go then. It's the 100 UK, and it's, you know what, this is a championship that is going to be absolutely frantic. Wes Graves leads Ben Klukas. Ben is 31 points behind, and he knows what he has to do. The grid has Liam Hamling and Owen Potter on row 1. We've got Jamie Crease and Andrew Bradley on row 2. Then we've got Alex Kennedy, Marcus Dorey, row 3. Wes Graves, championship leader, with Scott Williams alongside on the O plate, row 4. Row 5 is Brendan Williams and Ed Peed. Ed Peed back to support his mate Ben Klukas, no doubt. Sam Garford and Richard Gladman are on row 6. Row 7 is Dennis Bartley and Matt Rivett. James Cannon and Dominic Pine are on row 8. Then we've got Tom Pattle, Matthew Lawrence, Jordan Kendall, Charlie Leonard. Ben Klukas, championship in second place. Ben starting from the back this time with Luke Padley alongside on row 11. And then rounding off the 23 car field is championship protagonist Leonardo Taggio. There's the number 51. Who's 51? Matt Rivett.
Not going well.
He's oiled up. He's oiled up.
Is there any way you can clear that?
Yes, if you get it running. You've got to get running and give it a massive blast out. Ed Peed is third in the championship, actually. And you know what? Mathematically, he's in contention. The fingers being waved in the air are pretty typical of these retro karts. This is kind of a retro class. These are all karts from the 1990s. Hence the blue two-stroke. I love that smell.
It's great.
Yeah, I love the smell of two-stroke engines. These karts are the spec of which we would seen I think, didn't you raced senior TKM, didn't you?
No, I was senior Britain. No, I was 100 heavy. 100 heavy I was.
Oh, really? Right, okay. At first, strange reason, I thought you were TKM.
Perilla engine.
So this class of karts came in around about the early 90s.
Yeah, just after I'd finished.
Right, okay. And it was a cost formula. The engines weren't as highly stressed as some of the other sort of reed valves and rotary valve engines that we had in 100 National and 100 Britain, and the junior classes as well. And you'll see the dimensions of the karts, slightly narrower track and slightly shorter wheelbase, which brings in an element of potential overtaking at places what we don't see the wider Rotax karts being able to do. So it really does add a lot to the mix. They look good to me, Nick, and they look good to the starter.
And they're off. Interesting. Going off, they produce less smoke than when they didn't go.
That's because they're blasting. They've got the engines absolutely where they want them. And off into the gravel.
Into the gravel trap. There we go.
It's the number 8. That's the number 8 of.
See that
Where's
one
he
again?
gone? Where's he gone? Was that?
There we go. It's. Is
it Dominic Pine?
He's at the front. There is no number. Is it the O plate? Is it Scott Williams, the O plate? I don't know. Oh, no, hang on. No, it is. I think it's the O plate, actually. Yeah, it's the O that's gone. It's Scott Williams.
Scott Williams from
Straight
9th.
in there into the barrier. Everyone else carries on running. He's away and out of danger because the yellow flags have gone in. And in the lead, it is the 3 from the 11. No, 61. So it's 3 from. It's Liam Harding from Jamie Crease.
That's brilliant. Yeah, Scott Williams will not be happy with that. Scott having a bit of a torrid season. Across the line for the first time then, Hamling, Crease, Owen Potter down to 3rd, Alex Kennedy, Marcus Dorey, Ed Peed up 4 places to 6th, Sam Garford up with him as well, 4 places to 7th. Then we've got Brendan Williams, Andrew Bradley 9th, Dominic Pine 10th, Ben Klukas has gotten ahead of Wes Graves. Wes Graves started in 7th, and Wes, I believe, might have been involved in that first turn kerfuffle. Because Wes Graves down to 18th.
Yeah, down 11, so I think he may have been avoiding the incident.
Oh, my goodness. That has turned the championship a little bit towards in favour of Ben Klukas. He's going to shorten that gap. It's the biggest gap we've got in all of our classes. 31 points between Wes Graves and Ben Klukas, and Ben well ahead of him in 13th now. So he is going to claw some of those points back. All good for us, Nick.
All
good for the entertainment business.
Indeed. Make sure it gets down at the final. No, not getting too far ahead before the final. Getting 100 ahead is very difficult. sweeping around the turn 2 hairpin.
Ed Pete's dropped to 6th, or did Ed Pete stay in 6th?
Yeah,
he's up 4. Yeah, he went up 4 to 6, didn't he? Owen Potter dropping to 5th there, allowing Alex Kennedy and Marcus Dorey through. That's the red cart there in 3rd, Alex Kennedy, with Marcus Dorey behind him. That's the leader, though, Liam Hamling and Jamie Crease, out of the turn 6 hairpin. Into the arena. Or as it's commonly known here, the boot. Oh, absolutely nose to tail there. That'll be a complete flat-out acceleration zone through turn number 10. And they're using all of the exit curb to keep the momentum up. Second place car, Jamie Crease. Jamie Crease, 4th in the championship. You know what? He is mathematically in there, as is pretty much everybody, but it all depends. The problem is with points per heat, every heat, the competitors around you will also score points. So we'll try and keep a handle on the championship positions going into the second bout of heats. Will, our timekeeper, has got his finger very much on the pulse there. So we should be able to keep you going.
Yeah, Crease there, so on the switchback. Getting up the inside of the corner, I think of 7 that is just not going to happen. You aren't going to get up the inside going
6,
around the stadium.
To happen.
No, 6 is that one. 7.
Oh, that you mean that one, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Because he was trying to switch back and get up the inside of 7, which wasn't happening.
There's not enough speed differential there going into the boot through that sweep, and that's like a left-right chicane. Here they come then. And down the inside at the hairpin of turn 2. That was all about momentum out of the turn 1 chicane. And look at that. What was that? Little salute there. Little magpie salute.
And now you're going to give me a bit of a shove all the way.
That was funny. Jamie Crease leaning into the corner there, maximising the handling. A little bit of it. Was that a salute, was it? Or was it
no idea.
Let's go.
Oh, I've done that. Problem for the 26. That's having issues in front of us. That's Sam Garford. Got quite a few parked up carts in the middle of the track now.
Yeah, we've already lost Luke Padley and Scott Williams. I think that's Luke Padley there, the number 25, is it?
Yeah, the 28's there as well.
The 28's there.
No, that's a previous race, I think. That's a junior.
Yeah, it is. That's a Minimax.
Yeah. Not been rescued by his dad yet.
Yeah, hasn't been rescued. Jamie Crease.
If he's still at the end of the day, do we take him home?
Take him home with you?
Yeah.
No, you're getting into Cyril Smith territory there. Jamie Crease leads, Liam Hamling 2nd, Alex Kennedy 3rd. Marcus Dorey 4th, Owen Potter 5th, still Ed Pete in 6th, Jordan Kendall ahead of Brendan Williams now into 7th, Williams 8th, Dominic Pine is 9th, and rounding off the top 10 is Ben Clucas. Where's Wes Graves? Wes up to 12th. That gaggle of carts there moving up the order as Sam Garford went out there with that problem.
Yeah, now he's ahead. Jamie is pretty much able to keep that lead. I think that Liam's a little bit is still wanting to get him back for the hand signal. But Alex Kennedy and Marcus Dorey getting closer. They've got another 4 train.
Yeah, it's 4 carts. It was 3, wasn't it? But Marcus Dorey wants to join in with that fun.
Yeah, I think what we've seen already is it's not the easiest place to overtake here because you say there's not a lot of speed differential going round the hairpin. You don't brake hard to get into it. It's quite a wide one. And then it's very narrow through both chicanes. So you really have to get momentum, which we've seen a couple of times, almost coming out of 10 into the first half of the straight, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, remember the cart really sort of twitching under the brake and going into the chicanes as well. It's very it's medium speed entries, isn't it? Getting the cart slowed for the second part to maximise your exit. Here they come into the boot, into that section there. That's the boot. I call that the arena because that's what it felt like when I raced here. There's the crowd at the paddock there. Just you feel like you're being watched really, really. As they cross the line then, 7 laps completed. Jamie Crease still leads. 2 minutes on the board. So plenty of time for this gaggle of 4 carts who have broken free. And there's a movement for 3rd as Dorey down the inside of Alex Kennedy into the turn 2 hairpin. Oh, and look at that, at the cheek of it. Marcus Dorey. All right, mate, now that I've got 3rd, can you follow me and we'll catch him in front? Yeah, of course we can.
Yeah,
what do you think I've been trying to do the whole race?
Don't overtake me. I'm far more important. I'm ahead now.
Yeah, now that I'm ahead, we can chase him in front.
Yeah, don't slow me down.
Tell you what, those 2 swapping places has allowed Hamling and Crease to extend that gap that the leaders have to perhaps a bit of a cushion, bit of a breather. Quickly round to complete 8 laps. No change down the order apart from Dorey up to 3rd. Here comes 5th across the line now. Jordan Kendall ends We've got Owen Potter, Ed Peed, Brendan Williams, Ben Clucas 9th, Dominic Pine 10th, up to 11th, Wes Graves. So the championship is in reverse order with Ed Peed ahead of Ben Clucas, ahead of Wes Graves. So that's going to close up the championship, isn't it? With the third place championship kart ahead of the other two.
Yep, they'll be even closer than they were. But of course, when we get the next grid, as we know, the person who's lost out this one is Wes Graves because he had a front start which he's dropped. Or start,
that's a good
and
point.
whilst he's climbing back, the other protagonist will obviously have a better relative position overall.
Yeah. For a moment there, Nick, as we've got 30 seconds, so as they cross the line, it'll be the final lap board next time by. For a moment there, I thought Liam Hamling was about to mount a challenge on Jamie Crease. And I think it's just because they close up at certain parts of this track.
Yeah.
Because Marcus Dorey, he looks like he could challenge Liam Hamling. So still all to play for, I'd say.
Yeah, Alex Kennedy's just been dropped by these three as we go into the halfway around the penultimate lap. And they turn once again for the short shoot before the second hairpin. There's two hairpins. This one's a tighter one at 6th. Again, not really an overtaking position, and this is where you would like to power out. But the sweep now and into the stadium section. Well, you put the arena, aren't you? Call it the arena.
That short straight between 5 and 6. If it was maybe 50 metres longer, that turn 6 hairpin would perhaps be a potential outbreaking. But you haven't got enough momentum out of 5, which is really quick. They're on to the final lap now. Crease looking over his shoulder there. Oh, a little bit of a sort of middle of the track entry into the hairpin there. So he's aware that Hamling's there. Dorey kind of keeping a watching brief into the chicane. That's defensive driving, would you say there, Nick? They were in the middle of the track.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And he's compromised himself. Jamie Crease, by defending, has compromised everybody, and Marcus Dorey.
Yes, Hamling lost the position. Dorey got past, because what happened was, in losing all momentum, he actually stuffed up poor old Liam, and then Liam had nowhere to go, was off the track, and therefore lost the ability to keep second. So Liam's going to be absolutely no chance. Jamie's on Liam's Christmas card list now.
Well, Jamie Crease is 4th, Liam Hamley is 5th in the championship. As they finish there, it's Jamie Crease from Marcus Dorey, from Liam Hamling, Alex Kennedy 4th, Jordan Kendall finishes in 5th, Ed Peed 6th, 7th is Brendan Williams. Ben Clucas finishes with Wes Graves right on his tail there, 0.2 of a second between Clucas in 8th and 9th place Wes Graves. Dominic Pine finishes in 10th. And then we've got Owen Potter, Charlie Leonard, Matthew Lawrence, Andrew Bradley finishes 14th, Dennis Barclay finishes 15th, Richard Gladman, James Cannon, Leonardo Taggio finishes in 18th. We lost Sam Garford on lap number 4. Luke Padley we lost on lap number 3. And Scott Williams we lost on lap 1 when he went into the gravel. Gravel trap doing its job to perfection and stopping the karts in a way that we intended. Right then, what have we got next? We've got our second round of heats. This time for senior road acts. I say that, Nick, but because of the large grids, it means that we've got now, going out in the senior road acts 162 class, we've got karts, or drivers I should say, that are into their second heat, and some of the drivers are into their first heat. So a little bit of a mix, not just mixed grids in sort of start position, but mixed grids in how we have to run this meeting.
Yep. So you get a front, middle, and a back, don't you? So, interestingly, if you're at the front of the middle, the back of the front, you can be like 10th and 11th in a 30-car heat. So you don't get first, 15th, and 30th. You get everything in between. So you could get second. The idea is that if you add up your 3 grid positions, they're the same for everybody.
That's right. Yeah.
Though actually,
they're quite fair.
It is, but actually, in some ways, you actually want to have starts in the middle because it gives you a chance to move forward.
It does. Yeah.
If you start first.
There's only one way to go.
One way to go.
Yeah.
If you start 30th, you've got so many more places you can make up as the man revs his engine again and the guy behind us has got his cart. Be good for it to rev it like that.
Championship protagonist in senior TKM, Mitchell Ball, who is 10 points behind Louis Bevan, finished the race like that, Nick. I've been sent a picture of Mitchell Ball's senior TKM cart in a certain state of repair.
Oh, right.
He's got a bent steering column.
When did that accident happen?
During the race? Frontal. Yeah, what happens is the steering column can break.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he's on with trying to repair that full steering system, which is a column and 2 track rods that extend out of the hubs are not on there, so he may have bent some hubs. So a big off for Mitchell Ball. Lewis Jones had a piston that went in senior Rotax in Heat 1. He's borrowing an engine for the rest of the day.
Have you literally just got the list of all the victims, have you?
Yeah, because I've got Gaz Berry out there
Gaz is out.
prowling
the pit lane.
Getting the gossip, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Motor Racing UK, I think it's your friend, isn't it? Says...
oh, yeah, that's Mick Palmer. Hello, Mick.
Interesting photography position at Turn 1.
He should be a Croft for the Historic Festival, but he's done his back in.
There we are. We always need extra bit of information.
I want to know how he's done his back in. That's the thing.
Can I ask a personal question?
A personal question?
How can I get a drink of water?
Well, you should have brought some, mate, like I have.
All right.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I should grow up and be an adult.
Yeah. There's a cup there, Nick, and there's a water bottle, which is our supply of water for coffee. Anyway, while you stop being dehydrated, I'm going to run down the grid for the Senior Rotax Heat number 2. George Boxall and Grace Lee Davis are on row 1. Mackenzie Stevens and Simon Keeble, row 2. Row 3 is Jay Lewis and Reece Pope. Then we've got Gino Cook and Scott Smith. Jimmy Hardy and Tristan Bernard are on row 5. Elliot Thomas and Max Martin are on row 6. Dan Andrews and Gez Owen are on row 7. Row 8 is Dylan Tatum and Scott Lather. Tonino Machichi and Sam Elliott are on row 9. Bev Cheney and Jodine Newman are on row 10. Patrick Williams, Raj and Nathan Hope are on row 11. Row 12 is James Davis and Martin Jackson, with Jake Davis and Kyle Dunford on row 13. Dobie Case and Alexander Mirzan are on row 14. Ellis Humphreys and Tom Radburn are on row 15, with Ben Harper rounding off the 31 kart field for our Senior Rotax 162s. Senior Rotax, of course, just to remind everybody, coming into this round, Lewis Jones, who is the championship leader with a ruined piston from the first heat, having to borrow an engine to continue his championship run. He's currently leading the championship from Miles Barthorpe. We get this race underway with a kart off to drivers right there at the start, looking like a mechanical problem rather than an issue. The field already through turn number 1, which is actually the hairpin at number 2 because we missed the chicane. Into the chicane at turn 4. Then it is the number 40 of George Boxall, who started from the pole and has hung on to that first place. Oh, and there down the inside has gone the number 17. Was that the number 17 or the 47 of Simon Keeble?
47, I think.
47, if that's Simon Keeble. Simon Keeble in the mix for the Masters Championship. Simon Keeble was the tall driver that we interviewed with Paul Ozan. Yes. And just look at how determined he was. Look at that gap from Keeble. 0.8 of a second, he got the lead, and by the time he got to the line, I think he got the lead into turn 5 or 6. By the time he got the line, he had 0.8. Wave bye-bye to Keeble. George Boxall dropped a second then across the line. Jilla was third, Mackenzie Stevens fourth. You can see on the stream the order on the right-hand side. That's pretty much up to date with the live timing and scoring. That's the battle for second now, as Boxall has got Jay Lewis literally all over him. Crossing the line, 2 laps completed. Jay Lewis ahead of Boxall, as we thought might happen. Mackenzie Stevens fourth, Reece Pope fifth.
Moving there, looking at the inside was the Mackenzie Stevens, thinking about it in turn 2. Tricky overtaking manoeuvre. I think in some ways you have to be a bit forceful, don't you? I'm going there and have a bit of a helping hand, or perhaps not too fighty person you're trying to get past initially.
It's very hard if the kart in front is as quick as you, and there we've just seen there into the turn 6 hairpin. And look how much he was compromised. He's lost a place because of that.
This is not, we're 6 heats in, and it's interesting. This is the first track I've seen where you have to measure when you overtake for fear that it won't work and you'll lose a place, because there's so much place. It's a momentum track, as you said quite rightly, Joe, and that's a mistake track. I'm not sure if he was nudged about that mistake, but
yeah.
But
Look how much he's been. Look how much he's lost there. He slid wide in the turn 1 chicane, and he's lost 4,
5, 6,
and it's still happening.
Yeah,
it's still happening.
And so it's remarkable. We haven't seen one of these tracks, have we? In the tracks we've been.
This is a very old style circuit. We've been racing here since 1959. It's an old airfield, old World War II airfield, and so it's a run up and down a runway basically, and then left and right on a runway, and it's been the track configuration is exactly as it was in the late 80s and 90s when I raced karts, and it really is a very fast but very technical track. Reminds me a bit of Landau, another airfield track where you've got to be. It's a thinking man's track, is Fulbeck, as you've just described.
And there's a lot of left and right. I mean, they're certainly ignoring the one move rule from Formula One, aren't they?
I should say thinking driver's track, because we've got plenty of female.
And we've got big problems at the hairpin. So there's big problems at the second hairpin. I'm not sure whether
fourth chicane. Turn 4 chicane.
We've got the 82 off and an accident with the 11. I'm not sure whether this one's going to get stopped. I'm not sure. So you've got the 11 and the 82, who are Nathan Hope. And looking for the 82, can't see that, my eyes aren't that clever. But there's been an incident, I don't think anyone's actually hurt, but there's been an incident where the chicane is deranged. All drivers okay, not the same for all karts, so it's a good day for people and an excellent day for people who sell spares for karts.
And we're going to bypass the chicane while we sort that out, and now we just go straight on, yellow flag flying there, acknowledging that yellow flag. But that's a straight run into what will be turn 5, which becomes very quick indeed. But drivers quite rightly lifting off as they went through that zone. Not quite sure.
They were yellow, double yellow then. 34 kart of. Let's try to find the 34. Can you say 34? Who it is? It? The other problem is sometimes they aren't actually the 34.
Yeah, it's Dan Andrews.
Yeah, Dan Andrews. Passed under yellows there, I think.
Oh, right. Okay.
No,
we'll leave that to the officials.
I'm not sure whether it was yellowy yellow or we're back with the chicane again at 4.
Right, so we're back with the normal configuration here at Fulbeck. The leader already through. No, that wasn't the leader. That was the number 22. He's way down. The leader's in the chicane now.
Yeah.
Simon Keeble. He's got Jay Lewis, who's come right back at him, hasn't he?
Made the advantage of effective virtual safety car type thing.
But Simon Keeble is second in the Masters Championship. So it doesn't matter that Jay Lewis gets by him. The next Masters is down in 8th. That's Sam Elliott. And then we haven't got Paul Lozan out in this one. So Simon Keeble really is maximising his run here in his first heat in comparison to Paul Lozan, who finished down the order certainly from the front. Yeah. He's not going to give it up easy, though, is he?
I mean, it's kind of about, you sit there and you're waiting for him to pop out to the right, aren't you, as he comes towards you. No, not that time. And in fairness to Simon, I think Simon had just the right line there to make him. No, I don't think so, not this time. But I think it's a difficult situation because there isn't really quite enough run either to the first part of the turn 2 chicane. Well, look at that.
Yeah,
got it at the end.
Textbook.
But is he going to be able to hold it? Will Keeble have enough momentum? Oh, he's a big lad. That's the problem, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure Simon would want to take the overall win here in his first heat, I think. And Simon, very, very tall. I'm surprised. I mean, he's very, very tall. He's what, about 6 foot?
6'4".
Got to be.
Yeah.
I was looking up to interview him yesterday.
Unless he's got a special pedal set, he can't be that comfortable in the car.
He can't be that comfortable. But he's obviously in pretty good shape to be in the 162 class because he's 6'4".
Yeah, I think he was wearing quite a baggy set of overalls. I think probably underneath the overalls is a lot of space. There's lots of space underneath the overalls.
Yeah. It was a great first half of the race there. We're inside the final 1 minute and 20 seconds, and we've now got Jill Lewis at the front of the field, and there's the championship position. There's only 7 seconds between Keeble and Ozan.
Is Reese Pope in third in any sort of play? He's not, is he?
Reese Pope, no, he's down the order. No, but Reese Pope certainly third in
this
race.
That's the thing I think it shows you. We've got a top 10, and you've got people who are able to run right at the front of this class who aren't actually in the championship, but because there's so much depth in the quality of the field, they're still able to take individual heat wins if they get a bit of a, sometimes some drivers need a bit of a good start, don't they? They aren't quite so good in tight traffic, and some, don't know aren't as good as getting through the traffic, but a lot of these drivers, if you give them give them an inch, they will take that mile, even though they might not be able to do it every single heat, every single final.
See, I mean, at the moment, Lewis Jones, who currently leads this senior Rotax 162 class, he's dropped his scores from Landau. That's his drop round. That's where he scored the least points. So he needs to score more than he did at Landau, or else he will finish on 896 points. So that's why it becomes a little bit complex, and that's why I've left it to Will, our timekeeper, to sort out the championship.
Yeah, with drop scores, this becomes an absolute exercise in advanced Excel spreadsheets.
Oh, it really does. Yeah,
if only we had Johnny here this week, because he loves an Excel spreadsheet.
He loves, but he goes quiet. So, when you're co-commentating, Johnny goes quiet, he's playing with his spreadsheet.
When I go quiet, I've left the fiddle with something.
So basically what we mean by drop scores, there's 6 rounds to the championship, and you have to drop a round. So that round that you drop will be the round that you score the least amount of championship points in. Checkered flag, next time by for Jay Lewis, who has not lost Simon Keeble. Simon Keeble, absolutely with him.
Simon. I think Simon's kind of settled for second, isn't he, really?
Yeah.
He's probably quite pleased with it. Yeah, benefiting from the early kerfuffles and the loss of momentum on the left and the right-hand side. I say he's settled for it. There is a possibility he could do that little nip out into the turn 6. He's going to take the wide line. He's going to try to cut back and get some momentum going into 7. He's thinking about it, but it was a good run through by Jay Lewis. Didn't give the chance to Keeble. Kept up the momentum, which is really key. They come through the arena and out onto the final straight and to take the checkered flag. And Lewis wins from Keeble.
Great flag action from our flag marshal.
Well, yes, we've had
that's fabulous.
He's wobbling a lot of receivers, but hey ho, he's got a
lot
of
wobbling
wrist
the receivers.
There's a lot of wrist in there.
Yeah, but I love that. That's a very very Daytona-esque. We should give him 2.
Will. Oh yeah.
Will, can we give him 2 checkered flags?
We can't really see him, to be honest, on that camera. So
No. Right then, Jay Lewis takes the heat win from Simon Keeble, who will go to the front of the Master Championship, if I calculate that correctly in my head. Scott Smith finished 3rd. James Davis finished in 4th. Cal Dunford was 5th. Rhys Pope 6th. 7th was Tristan Bernard. Mackenzie Stevens in 8th. Sam Elliott 9th. Rounding off the top 10 was Gez Owen. And then we had Ben Ficini, Gino Cook, Jake Davis, Jordan Newman, Tonino Machichi. We had Scott Lowther finishing in 16th. George Boxall, Max Martin, Martin Jackson. Patrick Williams-Rohage finishes in 20th. Grizzly Davis 21st. Then we had Jimmy Hardy, Dylan Tatum, Tom Radburn, Ellis Humphreys, the last of the runners, finishing in 25th place. We lost Alexander Mirzian on lap 8. We lost Dan Andrews on lap 5. And we lost Nathan Hope and Ben Harper on lap 3.
Well, there's quite a lot of rescuing to be done this time. Do you think you could play up the track again, and then we can start it from the beginning this time? We missed, because you didn't work that time. Just press that, go, and then cut.
What are we doing next?
The lap again, because we got. So
we're going to have a whole lap, right?
Yeah.
So across the start-finish straight. Here's the turn 1 chicane. It's a right hairpin left, and then a right out onto the stretch towards the turn 2 hairpin. This is a sweeping, very, very fast 180-degree hairpin. It's not really a tight hairpin. Down through the kink at turn 3, not really a turn at all, and then into the braking area for turn 4. It's a chicane. It's a left, right, left, and then short straight into turn 5. Very quick corner this. It's not flat out. You've got to check the speed because you've got to be across to the left for the turn 6 hairpin, which is a really tight hairpin. Now the most technical part, technical section of karts in the whole of karting, some would say, into turn 8, which is a right-hander, turn 9, a right-hander. That's all one turn actually. And then the final turn is turn 10. It's an acceleration zone. Don't hit the curb on the right-hand side of the track there, and across the line to complete. It's 46 seconds for the senior Rotax runners, and so it's a very, very quick lap here. I did have the how long is this track, Will?
900 and.
I've got it there, man. I knew I wrote it somewhere.
930
metres. Thanks for reminding me. I'd written that and put that there for my use. 930 metres. Not the longest track we race on in the NKC, but certainly not the shortest. But it is one of the hardest and most technical. We've got our second heat for the 177 runners, and remember, this is. I'm going to continue saying this. You're going to be bored of me saying that this championship has come right down to the wire, because it really has. Anyway, the grid for the 177ers, all looking very ordered there, with Sarah Darlow, our birthday girl, looking after them, making sure that they're all ready to set off. Got Billy Clark on the pole position from Tim Darlow. Tim is actually Sarah's husband.
Really?
Yeah, so he'll be celebrating with...
He'll
have
preferential starting treatment?
Probably not, knowing Sarah, but he will have cake later. Daniel Gibbs and James Yap are on row 2. Martin Heath and Steve Gilly are on row 3. Lawrence Hilton and Louis Large, he's currently second in the championship behind Philip Howarth. He's out for the first time here in his first heat this afternoon. Aidan Hammond and Dave Nolan are on row 5. Rhys Llewellyn and Philip Howarth, current championship leader, 2 rows behind Louis Large. That's going to be a one to watch. Tommy Austin and Colin Campbell are on row 7. Harry Rowett did very well in Heat 1. Jason Chilton are on row 8. Got a spinner in front of me. How did he even do that?
Well, he was just, it happens. So, just so you don't forget, it's Philip's second heat, but it's Louis' first heat.
That's right, yeah. So a little bit of, their tyres are ruined by now. They're at 6 rounds, They're all pretty much the same. They've been managing tyres from round 1. Row 9 was where we were. Brendan Smith and Steve Maidment. Nick Skelton and Steve Jackson are on row 10. Richard Evans and Brian McCready are row 11. With row 12, Thomas Childs, David Medlock. Then we've got Thomas Hinton, Charlie Jowers, Jake Lewis, Rowan Mackley. And then rounding off the 29 kart field on row 15 is Lee Todd. All on his Todd.
Just so we're ready to start, you please know you have some feedback from Alex.
Alex who?
Goldschmidt.
Oh, Alex. Sorry. Alex. So,
Joe, here's your critique. Nice work. He's enjoying it so far.
Excellent.
So there we are.
Excellent.
Oh, no, he's added. Carry on.
Here we go. Are we getting them away?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are indeed. Down to the hairpin then. The turn 2 hairpin. And we've got a kart that hit. And who is that? Is that Llewellyn?
A lot of places lost there, wasn't it?
He got a little bit of a nudge, ended up sliding wide there. Kept it out the gravel though. Went round the outside. And I think that was Rhys Llewellyn there.
Oh,
kart number 4.
Massive tank slap or a hit there. I think that was Yap in the 177. Can't quite see the numbers there at the moment. But certainly that multicoloured kart at the front was all shades of sideways coming out of the turn 4 hairpin. And it is, as I said, 177 James Yap, yeah.
Right, let's see who it is comes into our view. Louis Large is very much in second and chasing down the current leader.
Large. Sorry, it was Large. It happened to Large, sorry.
Right, Tim Darlow leads. Louis Large second. Billy Clark third. Steve Gilly fourth. Up 6 places. No surprise there for Philip Howarth. Now up to 5th. Lawrence Hilton 6th. It's James Yap, Daniel Gibbs, Martin Heath in 9th. 10th is Harry Rowett. Let's see what happened to Rhys Llewellyn. He ended up down 8 places with that first corner nudge there. And he finds himself in 17th spot.
So Darlow leads from Large as they begin to try and complete the second lap. So the question really is, where's Howarth? Howarth in 5th, so it's a hatful of points for both of them at the moment. So Large right on the tail of Tim Darlow. And my expectation is he'll be forcing the issue and going to lead probably before the end of the next lap. He gets outside to try and go through the turn 2 hairpin, looks wide, backs it in. Not much you can do here, but he lost a bit of time to Billy Clark there. Now the next chance is to dive inside the 2 hairpin, but no, that's not happening. And then he accelerates up through 3, which is the kink, and then into the turn 4 hairpin. And they still nose to tail. Good driving by Darlow, keeping back Large. Not many people able to keep back Large so far this season. Billy Clark 3rd, then Phil Howarth actually moved into 3rd as Large moved into 1st. So 2 overtakes at the same point there. And it seems that Large has finally got into the lead. He turns in and around here. You'll see he nips up the inside
Textbook, Nick, isn't it?
Tim Darlow. In the background, there's Howarth taking 3rd as well.
Yeah.
So the 2 protagonists both gain a place going round turn 6 on lap 3. And as Louis looks behind him, what are you actually seeing there is he's seeing that and Howarth, beautiful turn. They took a dummied. Poor old Tim Darlow got dummied on that one, and he's I've done that. I'm the winner. I'm the winner.
No. Philip Howarth saying, right, Tim, let's not mess around trying to get this place back. Let's catch Louis.
I prefer my interpretation. I wanted to go through.
Let's catch Louis. Yeah, of course we will. Yeah, mate.
So
this battle now, Philip Howarth on the number 101 with ahead of him Louis Large. These 2 drivers here have been the fastest of the 177 class for the whole season. this battle of wits started at GYG in March, continued with Clare, Rowra, Wilton Mill, Landau, and now...
Howarth goes in.
There it is.
Gets in and goes into the lead. Wow.
Yeah, that's what Philip Howarth wanted to do.
There's not really enough road, is there, at that point? But Large has to accept it for now.
He'll not like that, will he? It's all about momentum out the turn one chicane. And Louis coming back at him, we can see, as Philip Howarth there, just seeing on the replay. Philip, textbook. Louis not expecting that, it looked like. And having to slot in there.
Side by side going through the
boot.
The 7 into 8. So Large is going to sit there and he's going to think that's not what I wanted to happen. So historically they've been a very similar pace. There's no reason why Howarth should get away, but he's looking particularly confident around at Fulbeck, I must say.
Yeah, and Louis will know that that's the championship slipping away from him as and Philip Howarth already with 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Philip Howarth having to defend into the turn 2 hairpin. He knows that Louis got pace, and look at this, they're all over each other. Louis has clearly got pace, and look at that, Philip Howarth having to defend. This is where he's going to have to watch it. Look at that, down the inside, down the middle of the track. He left no room whatsoever.
And what this is allowing, he's allowing Tim Darlow to get a little go there. They say, whoa, no one overtakes there, and no one does overtake there. Whoa, side by side, now they're up inside each other again. This is all happening, and Darlow could be the one to win out of this one. Large has at least two interfaces there with Howarth. So much the fact that actually he was scored as the leader over the line because they were so close together.
That is incredible. Incredible driving from these two. We knew it was going to be intense coming to Fulbeck. I'm not sure we expected this intensity, though. With the absolutely glued together, Phil Howarth having to contend with the driving of Louis Large and having to get out the textbook in ways of defensive driving. He opens the door a little bit there, but Louis Large kind of settling down somewhat in comparison to the previous lap. Into the boot then, and Louis will want to start thinking about how he's going to get past Philip Howarth without allowing Phil to get too far ahead. They're still glued together though, Nick, as they cross the line.
If ever there was an example that's easier to follow than to lead, it's this last couple of laps, because Howarth doesn't know where to look. He's spending more time looking backwards than forwards at the moment, and Large is just planning his move. The problem is that on this track, the fact that he got really shocked past by Howarth a couple of laps ago, it's not an obvious place to get past. He did try the in and out through 7, 8 and 9. Really difficult to do. He's right as close as he can be. Up the inside, but only half a kart length, and they're coming together.
It's because Louis he's got quicker pace. Philip's gotten ahead of Louis, but now so he can defend, but Louis got a quicker pace. He's finding speed somewhere, and that's just poking his nose up the inside of Phil in places, but to a point that's kind of to the detriment of Louis' lap. Here they come again. Louis takes the ideal line into that first chicane. Philip Howarth having to defend. This is momentum. And Louis, what has happened there?
Is it the chain?
Dejected.
Oh, no.
It looked like the chain. I saw something flapping underneath that cart, and Louis' head goes back. He knows that's the NKC Championship gone now. And Louis steps out of the cart. A dejected Louis Large. He's ran Philip Howarth ragged the whole season. He cannot believe his luck and still has the mental capacity to think, I'll get my cart out the way so I don't affect this race. You know what Louis said to me yesterday? Doesn't matter where I finish. I've had a great season. They've came here to the NKC in 2022 and have absolutely loved their time. And you know what, Louis, you've still got another 2 heats and a final, and all you can do now is finish ahead of Philip at every opportunity to, make it hard for him. Oh, man, my heart goes out.
I mean, that was, to me, was obviously an element of, it looked to me like we saw people being a bit of curb strike. We see it taking a few chains out. The way it just stopped like that. I know, we saw him doing the curb. I thought he'd lost something too much curb, but I think that's. We don't know, but I would say 2/3 of chance that's what it was.
Everybody out there is absolutely clattering the curb. If you go up and spectate at the first chicane, which you've got a great view of the second chicane, the noise coming from these carts, they're absolutely being abused over the curbs. They're smacking the bottom of the carts, and even though you've got a sprocket protector the shock going through the sprocket must be snapping the chains.
Yeah.
I'm presuming that, but it's certainly what it looked like, because he just lost all power, didn't he? It was as if the engine had gone. But it looked to me as though it was a chain, because it kept moving forward. We're into what will be the one lap to go board next time by, and it'll be Philip Howarth who takes that. Nick Skelton has now moved up to second and gotten ahead of Tim Darlow. Billy Clark is fourth, and they're all in the Masters category. Steve Gilly is fifth. Lawrence Hilton sixth. Across the line then, no change. Howarth, Skelton, Darlow, Clark, Gilly, Hilton, Rowett, James Yap eighth. Rhys Llewellyn up to ninth now, going into the final lap, ahead of Tommy Austin. Jason Chilton 11th. Then it's Nolan, Evans, Jake Lewis 14th. Phil Howarth, though, came into this final round at Fulbeck leading the championship. He's had a great season as Phil, and he'll be as disappointed as anybody that happened to Louis. I'm pretty sure Phil will want to have beaten him on the track rather than attrition becoming a factor. Here he comes then out of the final turn here at Fulbeck, turn 10, and takes the checkered flag to take heat number 2 for him. And the rest of the field come through. Looked like we were 2 abreast there. Nick Skelton was second, 3/10 behind Howarth. Tim Darlow was third, Billy Clark fourth. Tillman will be happy with that third place, I'm pretty sure. Not be that happy about letting Nick Skelton through. Steve Gilly was fifth behind Billy Clark in fourth. Then we have Lawrence Hilton, James Yap, Harry Rowett, Rhys Llewellyn finishes ninth, Tommy Austin 10th, Jason Chilton 11th. Then we had David Nolan, we had Richard Evans in 13th, Jake Lewis was 14th. Then we have Brendan Smith, Charlie Jowers, Daniel Gibbs, Martin Heath, Colin Campbell, Rowan Mackley, Brian McCready finishes in 21st. We lost Thomas Childs and Steve Jackson on lap 9. We lost Louis Large on lap 8. We lost Steve Maidman, Thomas Hinton, David Medlock and Lee Todd all went out on that first lap.
Well, that was a... was that the...
Was that the championship right there?
Yeah.
Was that the championship right there?
Bad luck can strike both ways, of course.
I think Louis thinks so. Yeah, I think Louis thinks so. No question. You saw in his body language how dejected. Great camera work there, by the way. We captured that moment. I'm pretty sure Louis will not want to see that
Alex
tomorrow.
I hope Louis checks his underwear off that exchange. I think it was pride from breaking down when they were
that
going
was
left and right.
It was a phenomenon. You know what? I expected those two to be like that for this weekend, and I'm hoping Louis will get that kart fixed. And I'm hoping Louis' head doesn't fall too much, and we get him back out there, and he'll want to, like I say, all you've got to aim for now, mate, is to beat Phil as many times as you can today. And I'm sure Phil really couldn't care less as long as he's finished right behind him, because Phil has got his eyes on that championship. We have got the second heat for Junior Rotax coming next, and we'll have a look at that grid in a moment. Championship situation had Samuel Wyatt ahead of Braden Hill coming into this final round. Sam Wyatt 10 points ahead of Braden Hill, with Ashton French not too far behind. Archie Buttle is fourth in the championship, Ronnie Shrimpton fifth, Mason Perrin sixth in the championship, Ben Ficini, Ethan Wyatt eighth. And you know what, talking to Ethan and Sam Wyatt's dad this morning, Ethan wants to have a great run. He's eighth in the championship this weekend, but he's got his eyes on fifth. So I know we kind of focus on the top end of the championship and who we're going to crown champion for the NKC, the NAVOS NKC champion of 2022. But all the way down the order, there are people wanting to finish. I want to finish 15th ahead of you, Nick, kind of thing.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I would, if I was finishing 15th, I want to finish ahead of me as well.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
Little interpersonal battles.
Alex Goldschmidt again. We were talking about curbs and change yesterday, Joe.
We were. We talked about everything yesterday, Alex. It was good to see you, mate.
Motor Racing UK says some nice things about you as well, but I'm not going to read them out loud.
Go on then, Mick.
No,
how's his back?
Oh, well, no, he says back's better. Back's fine, flat out with a bad chest.
Oh, bad chest, that's knocked him off his feet. So what's the nice things he's saying then?
Yeah, read it yourself.
Where is it? Do you not want to tell the world? Where am I?
Look there. See? Anyway,
no I know what that's mean. I know what he means there. No exaggerated shouting.
Yes.
Entertaining and informative.
All right.
I know what that means. Was that Louise? Can I keep that? I'm going to mount that on mahogany.
Oh, it was a chain.
Yeah, it was a chain. We saw that. We knew that was that.
And there is the
I've
chain.
just been, for everybody who can't see, because we're not really monitoring this with
That's
the camera.
everybody.
Gaz Berry was right there on the moment, and he's brought Louis' chin, his snap chin, which I'll award him later on. I'm going to sellotape it to that board. Oh, man. Right then, what we got next? Heat 2 for Junior Rotax.
Sorry, I was just being unreasonable.
Braden Hill and Archie Buttle, Adam Catling, Rafi Salentano, Daniela Sutton, Frank Bourne, Oscar Shrimpton, Joel Bowden, Dylan Mitchell, Sam Wyatt, Ethan Wyatt, Aidan Pomeroy, James Rigby, Jacob McDonald, Stephen Barnes, Daniel Whitfield, Ollie Morris, Archie Hardiman, Ashton French, Ronnie Shrimpton, Lewis Llewellyn, Alfie Bushell and Levi Goodyear and Sophie Hadley. But we get this well and truly underway. 3 wide, is that 2 wide, 3 wide? Into turn number 1.
Very sideways braking for the bluer cart there. It might be on the land of Norris ones.
We'll get a glimpse as they cross I think everybody's through.
Yep.
Yeah, into the turn 4 chicane. And it is the number 22 of Archie Buttle who leads. That was the kart that you saw sliding up the inside at the first turn, which is the turn 2 hairpin. Out of the turn 6 hairpin, and it's Buttle leading. Behind him, there's all hell breaking loose with karts going 2 and 3 wide. They've settled down before they get to the boot section, which is a one-line part of the track. Here they come then out of the final turn and across the line underneath us. Archie Buttle leads. It's Braden Hill second. Daniela Sutton it is in third. Great first lap from Daniela. Frank Bourne in fourth. Adam Catling drops to fifth. Sam Wyatt up 2 to 6. He like that. Rafi Salentano 7th. Dylan Mitchell 8th. 9th is Jacob McDonald, and Aidan Pomeroy is the kart that rounds off the top 10.
Yeah, Sutton looking quite racy, actually, having a good old look at the back of Braden Hill. Hill, of course, one of the guys in the mix for the championship. So I would have been too pleased to see Archie Buttle nip up the inside of him a lap earlier at turn 6, but now they settle down into the meat of the 8 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, it's all about running for a championship, and Sam will know that he needs to finish as close as he can get to Braden Hill, who currently comes through in second. Daniela Sutton still third.
Yeah, but remember Braden started in poles. This is a net loss at the moment until this moment now. He goes back into the lead again. Will Daniela get through as well? Can she? She's
trying.
I think about 22. But there, Braden now gets back into. But again, he started first. He can't improve from first.
That's what you did say.
He gets points,
yeah.
But he can't improve from first. Whereas Sam Wyatt can improve from where he is.
And it all balances out by the time we get towards the end of the day when we start awarding points for the final, which is why I'm not even going to attempt to try and work it out. I'm just going to have a look over Will's shoulder in the lunch break and see where we're at going into this afternoon. So more heats to come before the lunch break. Crossing the line to complete 3 laps now. Braden Hill back into the lead.
Oh, nice move by Daniela though, to take second place going into the turn 2 hairpin. Excellent move, that one. Buttle was very surprised.
Daniela Sutton into second. Daniela Sutton is a guest driver, Nick.
So she's not. Hadn't remember talking about her before. Normally, when you get to know most of the people who are at the front of the grids, is she like a Fulbeck specialist? Is that it? She's. I'm
not sure. It's the first time she's not registered for the championship, so. She's classed as a guest driver, which means she's not eligible for championship points. So we kind of miss her out in the championship points when the championship points are awarded. However, it doesn't stop her having a good race with Braden Hill.
And won't affect her overall position on the grid for the final either.
And you've got some drivers who are coming into the series in the final couple of rounds.
Oh!
That's Daniela getting too close to Braden Hill into the turn 2 hairpin. And as you'll see there, she just mistimed her move. Perhaps she had too much momentum going into the corner. Here they come into the turn 2 hairpin. Oh, and it was Braden Hill who slid a bit wide.
Oh, that's more Braden, to be honest.
Yeah, Braden Hill slid wide, and Daniela saw the gap and put a kart there because she had more momentum.
And it was Sam White, the big winner out of that one. He's nipped up to second.
Oh, wow,
so
of course.
White got Butler and Sutton there. I'm not sure. I'm surprised if Daniel hasn't got a little bit of damage on that, to be honest.
Oh, this is the championship right there. Braden Hill comes through in first place, Sam Wyatt. There was a 10-point gap, remember, in favour of Sam Wyatt coming into this weekend. And that's going to reduce if they finish in these positions. Still all to play for. Daniela Sutton down to 4th after that little coming together. Stephen Barnes into 5th now, ahead of Adam Catling. Up into 7th has gone Dylan Mitchell, bringing with him Daniel Whitfield, Aidan Pomeroy, James Rigby. Rounds off the top 10. We've got Jacob McDonald dropping down the order to 17th on the number 21. But Ethan Wyatt, he was the car that moved up 3 spots to 11th. Ashton French, who's 3rd in the championship, remember, he's moved up 4 to 12th. So he's maximising his points all from a down the grid order start in these mixed grid situations for the NKC.
So Wyatt, who's been gifted two overtaking spots by that coming together between Buttle and Sutton, now needs to just try and gain that 3/4 of a second approximately on Braden Hill. Now, whether he might sit there thinking, well, Braden was started first and is first. I started 8th, wasn't it? And now I'm 2nd, so I'm the net winner out of this one. I've already won this one without winning it effectively in the championship concept.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure these youngsters have enough brain capacity to be thinking about championship. And as Sam Wyatt, he can see Braden Hill's rear bumper. We talked to these guys on the grid last night, and you'll see that in the lunch break, and some very sort of mature and adult heads on these youngsters going into today. I know I would just crumble with the pressure of a championship. I mean, you know, I remember I got into the lead of a heat at the Hull Street race once and totally went to pieces, as did me chain, just like Louis. It was the Hull Street race. Nowhere near Sunderland, Nick. Nowhere near Sunderland.
Through the switchback and in the arena section, Wyatt gained a couple of tenths. He's got each lap a tenth, and you'll get there within the end of the race. He's down to yet another 10th again that time. So looking to see if he can absolutely ace this one by getting past Braden and taking that'd be a 10-point swing, wouldn't it? 45 and 50.
Yeah, it's gonna narrow the gap, but I'm not quite sure. I haven't got the result in front of me of where they finished in Heat 1. So we've now got points awarded for 2 heats, and that was where I was going to get an update from Will going into this afternoon, so we can get an idea of where we are for the finals. We are coming up to the final minute, so it's going to be just under a minute by the time these youngsters get towards us. The gap certainly looking like it's ebbing and flowing, isn't it? It's extending and it's coming back together. You can see exactly 1 minute showing on the board there as they went underneath it out of the turn 1 chicane.
Actually, pretty consistently.
They are.
Samuel's been picking up a 10th of a second, which I'm pretty sure is just because it's easier to follow than to lead. And, he's gaining a little bit from the slipstream. He's gaining a 10th. He's got they'll do this one and 2 more, so he's got enough time at a 10th of a second because he has to actually get that ultimate couple of yards and get past. Not looking particularly aggressively racy at this point.
No, he's not. They're looking like they're very sort of conservative in their approach to this. I'm pretty sure they're driving very hard. There's no doubt about that. And with literally 15, 14, 13 seconds on the board, they'll get one more lap after this. Sam White, remember, it's a little bit of tyre management as well to consider as well. There's a lot of factors that these youngsters, all of these drivers here today have to consider. They've still got another heat and a final, still 2 more races to go. So what they don't want to do is absolutely wear their tyres to nothingness. Is somebody trying to break in, by the way?
I don't know. I think someone's hitting something really hard, like straightening an axle on the solidness of the
structure of the tower.
This tower, yeah. So they're now down to about 10th of a second. But again, no real attempt so far by Sam Wyatt to get past. It's as close as he can be without actually touching at the moment.
So,
a little bit wide there. A little bit wide for Braden Hill.
Here we go. Braden Hill had the inside line, though, Nick. That's what saved his day there.
700 of a second between them, and now looking around the outside for Wyatt. I think Hill is just going to try and the switch back. Is it going to work? Beautiful. Is it going to work?
Beautiful driving from these two. That's that turn 3 kink. You've got to sort yourselves out. You can't go through there too wide. Not unless you make room for each other. And Braden Hill, of course, didn't need to, doesn't have to. So he didn't. Into the turn 6 hairpin. Braden Hill then with Sam Wyatt absolutely glued. It's not really a place to overtake this going into the complex. The boot complex, very, very technical. Into the final turn then, the sweeping left-hander at turn 10. And it'll be Braden Hill. And you know what? He's just had the thumbs up as Sam Wyatt from his dad. They're in the paddock just beneath the tower here. And he'll be happy with that. Absolutely finishing on the rear bumper of Braden Hill. What a great drive from those two youngsters. Braden Hill takes the heat win. Sam Wyatt in second. Stephen Barnes in third. Archie Butler in fourth. Daniela Sutton fifth. It's Catling, James Rigby, Daniel Whitfield. Then we've got Ashton French, third place in the championship, finishing in ninth. Dylan Mitchell, 10th. Then we have finishing from 10th downwards, Levi Goodyear, Ethan Wyatt, Ronnie Shrimpton, Ollie Morris, Aidan Pomeroy, Archie Hardiman, Joel Bowden, Lewis Llewellyn, Alfie Bushell, Rafi Celentano, and Jacob McDonald, the last of our finish. No, Sophie Hadley was the last of our finishers in 22nd. We lost Frank Bourne on lap 6 and Oscar Shrimpton on lap, at the start. Great drive from Braden Hill under quite a bit of pressure. He knew Sam Wyatt was there, and Braden, a very canny race there. Lost the lead, didn't he? And then just casually just picked away at it and then snatched it back because he knew he pretty much had to. It's the senior TKM class out next, Nick, and I'm just going to have an update as to where we are in the order. So we've just had junior Rotax, now we've got senior TKM, so we've got another 5 heats before we go into the lunch break. I'm quite excited about the lunch break, not because of the obvious reason.
It's because you want to see a video.
No, I don't want to see the video. It's because I want... So I'm going to make a fresh pot of coffee.
Oh, right? That's top-tastic.
Yeah. I'm excited about that.
Someone needs to get food, but
I'm excited about whether or not we're going to even get food.
Yeah, big queue.
Yeah. But I'm even more excited about the fact that I'm going to get an update on who's where in the championship.
What an excited young man you are. You're just living for excitement.
I am.
I'm excited. I'm about to have a stomach pill.
Oh, well, I'd take that as a matter of course. Senior TKM, Heat 2 then. It's Oliver Fathers on the pole position. Hang on, before I even do that, I'm going to update one of my screens. Where am I? Senior TKM. Right. It's Louis Bevan, of course, the reigning champion who currently leads the championship. Mitchell Ball's had a nightmare. We'll see if Mitchell Ball is out, and we'll see if he's going to take up his grid position because he had a massive repair job after the first heat. Oliver Fathers is on the pole position. Gordon Smith alongside. James King and Leanna Page are on row 2. Alexander Lehman and Matt Slater on row 3. Row 4 is Matthew Horton and Luke Woodward. It's Joseph Phillips and Joseph Jacks on row 5. James Hull and Mitchell Ball. Let's hope we see Mitchell in the 12th spot. He's on row 6. Charlie Savage, Will Cregeen on row 7. Ollie Milner and Matthew Temple Purcell on row 8. Row 9 is Adam Crofts-Davies and Lucas Sullivan, with Louis Bevan and Olivia Jenkins on row 10. Row 11, Curtis Granger and Callan Lamont. Or was it Caelan Lamont?
He doesn't know. We don't know. No one knows.
Nobody knows. Row 12, Jason Lovett and Leo Crabtree. Chris Whiteside and Ricky Wright are on row 13. And then rounding off the 27 cart field is Andy Wagstaff on that 14th and final row, all alone on that 14th row. Nick, did you see whether in 12th, Mitchell Ball, he's out, he's come out.
He's mending all his bits.
Yeah, well done. I knew he would. Full steering system and full steering geometry change on that kart after that damage in Heat 1. Mitchell, of course, losing out massively in the points, I think. We'll, like I say, get an update on that. They're already into the boot complex through turns 8 there and turn 9. That's all one just sweeping bend. You've got to use you kind of treat that as one continuing bend. Will they get the go-ahead off the start? The flag goes up, they do indeed,
wow.
And the lights go to green. That's a great start from the senior TKM field. And all the way down past that turn 1 chicane and into the first corner, which is the turn 2 hairpin. Very, very fast hairpin this. It's a sweeping 180-degree turn. That seems to go on forever. You just do not want the engine to bog down, so you keep it as smooth as you can. Into the turn 4 chicane there. And we've got coming together.
That's all gone wrong in the hairpin.
Yeah, we've got carts off at the turn 4 chicane.
Trying to
The
think,
chicane's
11, I
blocked.
think, is one of them.
Let's hope we can get that cleared before the field
62 's
return.
definitely. So 62 is definitely one of them. So it's happened in the middle here. Ollie Milner is 15th, so somewhere around the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th place has gone round. It's
Right, that could involve Mitchell Ball there. I noticed he was in 12th. Let's see how they cross the line, though.
And they've managed to just about clear it. The 48's had to retire.
Let's have a look.
James
down.
Hull's retired in a annoyed sort of way.
Mitchell Ball has come through in 15th. He's lost 3 places. Jason Lovett has lost 5 places. Let's have a look at the front of the order, though. Gordon Smith leads. Oliver Fathers 2nd. James King 3rd. Leanna Page 4th. Luke Woodward 5th. Alexander Lehman 6th. 7th is Matthew Horton. Joseph Jacks is 8th. 9th is Charlie Savage. And Caelan Lamont is 10th. Leo Crabtree 11th. Louis Bevan 12th. He's up 6 places. Caelan Lamont and Leo Crabtree were paid dividends there with that coming together. 10 places gained for Lamont, 11 for Leo Crabtree. And we know how quick Crabtree is from the first of the heats. No change in the first 3 for the completion of lap 2, Nick.
So the field streams down the main straight for the second time, or the third time. And it's easing out this one, isn't it? It's kind of a bit of everyone's got their own little bit of space. There's a few tenths between Smith and Fathers, and then half a second between Fathers and King as they settle down. Mitchell Ball, who we are following because he's in the championship contention, still 15th across the line, and also over a second behind 14th. So he's right in the middle of that problem because he's 2 seconds ahead of the guy behind him. So obviously he was at the crux of the
he was.
Well, not saying anything to do with him, but he was right where he was, where those problems happened through the turn 4 chicane on lap number 1. But the 25 and 24, Fathers and Smith having a right old go at each other for the lead.
There's been no change in the order. I'm just looking at the timing screen. No change in the top 5. Smith, Fathers, King, Woodward, Page. Matthew Horton and Caelan Lamont up to 6th and 7th ahead of Alexander Lehman. Still Charlie Savage and Joseph Jacks in 10th, and then just moving up to 11th is the current champion and championship leader, Louis Bevan.
So this one's a bit closer than it has been.
Bevan right in amongst he's the middle of a 5-cart sandwich. He's right on the tail of Jacks now. He's got Charlie Savage ahead of Jacks, and then behind him Leo Crabtree and Will Cregeen. They're not letting him go. And he's right in amongst that lot in the midfield order. Here come the leaders, though.
Smith and Fathers slightly further apart than the last lap. It's still quite close, but not really looking like it's going to be an overtaking. And hopping out in the background there, I think for 5th place, there's a move, and it's worked. So the 33, I think Leanna Page, he's got James King. So Leanna Page overtook James King there for 4th and 5th.
Oh, well, James King's lost another one because the previous lap to this one, Luke Woodward went ahead of James King for 3rd. James King now down to 5th. We had Louis Bevan moving inside the top 10 ahead of Joseph Jacks there.
Yeah, he's sweeping back. There's kind of another gaggle of cars. There's a weird this is a weird separation in this race caused by that accident. But now head down.
They're beginning to come together, Nick. That first, 6 carts?
Yeah.
Are beginning to come together now.
7, I think. And then you got a little gap, well, a couple of little gaps, and you've got a real snake of carts between effectively Charlie Savage down to Mitchell Ball. So 8th to 15th is it's only covered by about a second half. It takes you a certain amount of time to get a cart into position.
Well, there's the first 4 out of the turn 4 chicane. Oh, we've got the number 20 there, James King. James King having to miss the chicane. He's going to be
right ahead of Bevan
order
now. He's right ahead of Bevan, so he's dropped down 3 places.
Right, yeah. So as they go into the complex then, through the boot, here they come then, about to come through the final turn and towards us. Underneath us then, let's have a rundown. It's Smith from Fathers. Luke Woodward now in 3rd. Leanna Page 4th. Caelan Lamont up to 5th. Matthew Horton up to 6th. Louis Bevan now up to 7th, and that's James King dropping 3 to 8th. 9th is Charlie Savage, and then Leo Crabtree ahead of Joseph Jacks. Joseph Jacks dropping down the order. Mitchell Ball is in 15th and staying in 15th, and that is because he's got... he's only got a second on Lucas Sullivan. 3/10, I should say. So he can increase and move up the order from that 15th.
Yeah, we've got the 4 now as forming a train. Interesting, there's been a few cases of carts not taking either the turn 2 or the turn 4 chicane. And it appears to be you can do that as long as you not only don't gain an advantage, you noticeably lose a little bit.
Well, it's classed as the escape road, isn't it? There, it's a clear indication there's a kart's gap. If you, rather than crash into the barriers, take to the escape road. These 4 at the front of this field, though, Nick, and there's a move for third, is it? Not quite enough. And that's because the corner is fast and sweeping rather than a stop and point. You turn into that corner with such momentum. No change apart from Leo Crabtree ahead of Charlie Savage into 9th, dropping Savage to 10th last time by. They're already through turn 5. They're already through turn 6, actually, the hairpin. Heading towards the complex now. That's the left-right into the first part of the boot. And then they've got turns 9, sweeping to the right-hand side of the track to optimise the line through 10 and onto the start-finish straight. Here they go again. Smith, Fathers, Woodward, Page, Lamont. Louis Bevan ahead of Matthew Horton.
So Bevan's found some pace in his last couple. He's not going to get any further because there's a big gap between those two groups of cars.
Where is he? Louis Bevan is in 6th. So
so you've got the first 4, a little bit of a gap to Lamont, who himself is making up, then you've got Bevan behind. But the top 4 still covered by less than a second.
Yeah.
Not seeing a particularly fight. I guess it's much like the last heat. We're not seeing a particularly fighty attitude from the guys at the moment. It's almost like they are sitting there, let's get some points.
Well, what they don't want to risk, Nick, at this stage of the championship is to come off and have a non-finish. And as you say that,
raised by Page.
Yes, as you say that, Leanna Page has a look up the inside.
I get the idea that most of the drivers by the end of the day will have thought about going up the inside at 7 and all decided not to bother.
Yeah,
I'll give it a go, and I've decided against it.
And of course, the final.
Lamont's now in play in 5th. For moving up.
We knew that would happen. He's got Leanna Page right in front of him. He looks over his shoulder there. Where's Louis Bevan? He's 1.6 seconds behind. Louis still hanging on to that fastest lap of the race so far with a 47.6. So Bevan, I think time's running out for Bevan to really sort of catch. And there, down the inside with Callum Lamont, is that?
There. Yeah, Lamont picking up 4th from Page. And right all over the back of Luke Woodward, the 64. And he's taken a lot of curb there, but got away with it. So Lamont really on a massive charge here. And what's happened is it's meant that the top 2 have broken away, and now it's a scrap for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Lamont wide out. He's not going to be sweeping back. He's not going to be able to sweep back with this main battle here. But 1st and 2nd are also all over it. And is it going to be 1st and 2nd a change? Just be thought 3rd and 4th was focused. 1st and 2nd looking to go around.
Side by side.
But it stayed the same way.
Lamont's being challenged into the turn 4 chicane, but that was side by side through the turn 2 sweeping.
Last lap.
180-degree turn. Lamont has hung on to 3rd, it looks like. Here are the leaders through turn 6 now.
Oh, is
side
that
by
Lamont
side coming out.
Who's that squeezing through? There's been some changes there.
I think that's Leanna Page. Has Bevan got on terms?
I'm not sure.
Here they come,
he is. Bevan's down. That's the 1 car. Bevan's in 5th, so I'm not sure who's been. I think actually Woodward's been squeezed right out.
Right.
Woodward's been squeezed from 3rd to 6th in the last lap.
Right, they've just crossed the line. It's checkered flag. Gordon Smith takes the win. Oliver Fathers 2nd. Leanna Page, it was who finished 3rd, getting ahead of Callan Lamont on that final lap. But Louis Bevan ahead of Luke Woodward, and Louis Bevan will take 5th place right on the tail of Callan Lamont. Luke Woodward 6th, Matthew Horton 7th, Leo Crabtree 8th, Charlie Savage 9th, Mitchell Ball finally finishing in 10th.
Well, he made some plays up towards the end.
He's made some ground.
I think, and I'm just watching the karts come through now, I think there was a little bit of confusion.
Confusion?
With
what do you mean?
A loss of momentum on the coming out of the second hairpin. That shook everyone up. I think it may well have been maybe in Woodward who lost a little bit of time there.
It was overcrowded into the complex, wasn't it? So from 11th downwards, behind Mitchell Ball in 10th, we have Will Cregeen, Lucas Sullivan, Alexander Lehman, James King, Matthew Temple Purcell, Jason Lovett, Matt Slate, Olivia Jenkins in 18th, Andy Wagstaff, Ricky Wright, Joseph Jackson 21st, Chris Whiteside and Joseph Phillips, the final finisher running. We lost James Hull and Ollie Milner at the start of this race. So, Minimax are next, and we've got a 9-kart Minimax field. Remember, this the first heat was a little bit of a confusing start for not just us, but also Alex Fraser. He finally sorted himself out and finally made his way back and took the heat win. Alex, of course, is the championship leader. He's leading by, he came into this weekend leading by just 2 points from Reece Green. These two had a great battle at the front of this Minimax field. Let's have a look at the grid order then. Emily Cotty starts, it's an all-girl front row actually. Emily Cotty on pole with Jasmine Taylor alongside. Reece Green, second in the championship coming into this weekend, starts alongside Thomas Hadley on row 2, with Sonny Morgan and Seb Corking on row 3. Louis Rees and Daniel Haynes are on row 4. And then Alex Fraser, current championship leader and winner for Heat 1, starting at the back of the 9-kart Minimax field. We've got Hayden Taylor and Cyril Smith. They are the runners in the 100 UK Juniors, and we'll see them. So the 100 UK Juniors are on the blue with white numbers. The Minimax runners are on the yellow number board with black numbers, and that's what you can see there. Birthday girl Sarah Darlow at the...
You're loving that bit of information, aren't you?
Well, it's her birthday, so every time I reference Sarah, who's our grid marshal, who organises our collecting area, I've got to call her birthday girl, haven't I? Because I only get one chance to say that all year, and it just happens to coincide with the final round of Fulbeck.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 27 chances.
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't always go to Sarah though in the collecting area.
That is true.
Who's watching, Nick?
Who's watching? All your fans are watching.
What they're seeing?
They're saying, honestly, this is the best I've ever seen. Oh, Joe is great. He's amazing.
Who said that? Me mum?
No one. I think it's the best I've ever seen. Oh,
it's the best comedy I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Hello, this is Joe's mum. Need a medium for that.
Can you hear me? I've just come back to say
it's
Joe
is
the greatest commentary ever.
Right, Nick, where are we?
We are rolling.
We are rolling. Minimax.
Rolling.
Yes, this is the class. Now, when you come back next year for the NKC, have we got any graphic for the calendar?
Yes.
No. Do you want a picture? No,
we can read it out. That's probably the best way of doing it. Reading out is the best way of doing it.
We'll talk about that in the next. Well, we haven't. You know what? We usually talk about that sort of stuff in sort of delays and stuff, but we haven't really had any.
No.
Right. Let's see if we can.
They're going for it this time, aren't they? It's just warm up.
Well, it's just warm up lap, and this is the problem with Minimax. All the Minimax runners, doesn't matter what series you follow, will get off like that, and then there's confusion reigns. Right, there's our 100 UK Juniors. That's Hayden Taylor and Cyril Smith. Cyril on the novice plate there. They'll be in grid order coming round. Here are the Minimax runners, though, and that's not a very good-looking grid.
No.
And how fast were they?
Oh, they've started.
No, they haven't.
No, it's unstarted again.
Now, remember, we had the confusion last time.
They haven't started.
Yes, they have not started.
It's not even close to a grid. Oh, the 100 UK Juniors is marvellously in line.
Marvellous, yeah.
Now they're going, oh, all right.
Yeah. Oh. So we're
looking for some top flag action. They're still not really trying that hard, are they? In fairness,
no, they tend not to. This is a feature of Minimax grids throughout the country.
They're under 11, aren't they? Or under 13?
Yeah,
under
they
13.
are. They are.
Yeah, right. Oh no. So is there somebody missing, or are they just not gridding up properly?
There's nobody missing. We've got the only row with only one kart on is the last row with Alex Fraser. So we need to bridge that gap. Have we got a gap? No, we haven't got a gap now. They're fine now. Yeah, they're fine now. But it's too fast. That's too fast. The starter will let them go, though, to get things underway. And Alex Fraser, you see, was taking massive advantage there.
He's up the outside.
Into the first turn.
He's got at least 3 already.
Yeah. Is that Alex on the inside?
Alex on the inside, yeah. He's going to
took 6 karts.
That's nasty. 199.
Yeah,
Sonny
that's
Morgan.
Sonny Morgan. Down the inside, it can happen at the first turn, can't it?
That's Fraser coming up the inside. Nothing to do with anything here. He's already passed. Or is he? And then Morgan goes a bit wide and flips round. He must have just come together with a 28 of Thomas Hadley. That was bad luck for both of them, I think. Really.
I think so.
I wouldn't sit down and claim anything was a problem.
Yeah. They're already into the complex, though. 3 karts breaking away from one another. And let's see who it is. It looks like Jasmine leading. Jasmine Taylor, Reese Green and Alex Fraser, the 2 chaps.
Fraser's just got past Green going into the hairpin.
Has he really? So yep. Fraser up to second now on the tail of Jasmine Taylor. It's an exact copy of what we saw in heat number 1. And Alex should pick his moment and get past Jasmine Taylor. Louis Reese was in 4th. Seb Corking 5th. Daniel Haynes in 6th.
He's in the lead.
Emily Cotty, Sonny Morgan, Thomas Hadley, Cyril Smith. Have we lost? Fraser. Have we lost? Excuse me. Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. Were you impressed there, were you, mate? Is that why you can't speak? Totally, fully, in his hand. In his hand, fully. You don't know what we're talking about. Let's get back to the race, because we've got a change of lead as Alex Fraser, championship leader, goes into the front of this mini-max field. Jasmine Taylor second. Reese Green in 3rd. Louis Reese in 4th. 5th is Seb Corking. Daniel Haynes in 6th. And then a short gap for Sonny Morgan. There's the number 28 of Thomas Hadley. And there's the number 82 of Cyril Smith.
Oh, dear.
Hayden Taylor. Where is Hayden? Let's see if we can, because we've only got Cyril Smith. Have we lost Hayden Taylor as well?
Hayden was running over the line, but I see he must have stopped.
There's a cart down there.
Oh, right.
We've also lost Emily Cotty. So Emily started from the pole. Here come the leaders. Great race with these 3 at the front. Alex Fraser, Jasmine Taylor and Reese Green. Remember, Taylor is a guest driver. Seb Corking ahead of Louis Reese this time by. And Seb will want to get on terms with those 3 in front. He's still on his research mission. It's his second round of NKC for Seb. And he's got a little bit of a gap, well, quite a big gap to make up there. He's sporting the Teesside Karting Academy livery on that cart. He's run by his mum and dad, Graham and Mandy. And he's behind those 3 there that we're watching there. That we're reason we're watching them, because that's the lead battle, Nick. Have you pulled yourself together?
Yeah, just about.
You'll never get over that now, will you?
No.
It's completely like that.
Good news for you. The good news, I thought it was your thigh. What can I say?
Yeah.
Oh, dear. We all man spread so much.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's a first. It is a first.
And the weird thing is, I can't remember what I wanted to say so badly.
Why did it stay there so long?
Because I didn't know what it was. I thought, stop talking.
It was quite pleasant, really. Right, back to the race, Nick. Alex Fraser, what are you going to do about him?
Nothing.
Because he's got a massive pace here. Jasmine Taylor, I hope Jasmine comes back and does the full season next year.
Yeah, she's looking cool.
Because she's got a lot of pace there. And she's ahead of Reese Green. And the championship has been, or is between Alex Fraser and Reese Green. She's right there in the middle of the championship leaders.
Yeah, sort of dropping Reese in many ways as well.
Yeah. They've kind of spread out a bit. We're inside the second half. 4 minutes gone, 4 minutes remain.
Interesting. I think she made a little minor mistake there, because suddenly she's just dropped away from Fraser and towards Green. Suddenly we had 3 together, and now they're all spreading out. Alex Fraser gapping Taylor.
Sonny Morgan has dropped right off the back of this field, as has Thomas Hadley. They're still in the race, though, 7th and 8th. And there's Cyril, who's on the novice plate. He's having a great time on his own, unfortunately, in that 100 UK junior field. They're behind these 3. These 3 now beginning to spread out a bit.
Because Morgan and Hadley had problems at lap 1. That's why they're 15 seconds away.
Yeah,
they were the 2 were facing the wrong way going around the, the first hairpin.
And Seb struggling. Seb Corking in 4th place, dropping another 2 tenths. Shall we pick up Cyril Smith? Just to give our viewers a look at what a 100 UK Junior is. I mean,
that's number 82. It looks a bit different, camera people.
Yeah, we've got it's on the blue number plate, and Cyril is running. Oh, here he is across the start-finish line. Actually,
there he goes.
So he's going to come to you.
Go on, Frank. He's coming towards. That's it.
He's going to come towards Frank now. So that's a 100 UK Junior. That's a TKM engine kart.
Tiny.
You'll see the dimensions are a narrower track, a shorter wheelbase. And Cyril is on a novice plate, which means he's a beginner. And Cyril driving a very smooth line, I've got to
All
say.
right,
There.
actually,
Yeah, that was. He picked up a lot of pace there. As we look for Cyril again, just coming through turn 5, and he will come underneath. It's the card after this one. He'll come through the complex now, or any second.
It was 7 seconds.
Yeah, there he is. Right, let's stay with Cyril, the number 82. So that's a TKM engine, an air-cooled engine, a little bit different to the Mini-Max runners that he's sharing the track with at the moment. They're on a Rotax 125cc. This is 100cc air-cooled TKM engine. That's the engine just to the driver's right there, just under his right arm. That's the exhaust that you can see just above the number plate. And into the turn 4 chicane. Driving a very smooth line there. We were commending Cyril being a novice driver, and he's not throwing the kart around at all, which is what you've got to do. You've got to be smooth, and he's very smooth.
He is smooth.
Lap times in the 50 seconds there. And
So,
great drive from Cyril.
Yeah, because still the top 3 are still the top 3, so we'll pick them up. They are currently right at the top of the track, about to go to the complex. And that is still Fraser, Taylor and Green. And they should suddenly burst onto your screen. There we go. 1, 2 and 3, bang. Fraser, Taylor, Green, they all got about half a second in. But actually, in fairness to Reece Green, he is beginning just to ease back towards Taylor. So the battle is second and third. I wonder if Fraser is just doing enough whilst keeping his tyres fresh.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Alex will be aware of where Jasmine and Reece are in relation to him. So he's on saying that, we thought he was going to be thinking about tyre management. He's not at all. A 47.8 is the fastest lap of the race so far. Then. So he's pushing. And Jasmine's time 48.051. Reece Green 48.007. That's Reece Green's personal best lap time so far. Clock ticking. We've got about to have 0 time as we come underneath us for the final lap board. Literally by a couple of seconds. So Alex Fraser will have a 100% finishing record so far this weekend at Fulbeck. The NAVOS NKC Championship for Mini-Max is very much the property of Alex Fraser going into the third and final heat, and then on this afternoon to the actual final for double the amount of points. And Nick, I can't see anybody beating Alex. He's got massive pace here at Fulbeck.
The only problem he now needs to avoid is a non-finish of some sort.
Yes, yeah.
Because that's what will really... There aren't enough people to get between himself and Reece Green for the points we made up, but we are always a mechanical failure away from disaster on this point.
Well, it's certainly, yes, and certainly in karting. I know these Rotax engines are absolutely... We've become complacent as to just how bulletproof they are. Got 3 more heats before we go to the lunch break. Shall we have a talk about next year's calendar, Nick?
Do you have a look calendar to hand?
I do.
Because otherwise we'd be talking blind, wouldn't we, really?
Yes, we actually would. So I'll just get it up. So you talk amongst yourself.
Okay. So this is the final round. Next year we are back, well, we think so, with the NKC. They are running a 6-round championship and a plate meeting, opening up in an event. And I can't remember the first round is now, so we're going to have to find out.
It's at Three Sisters.
Three Sisters.
I can tell you where the Three Sisters are.
Starting with Three Sisters in Wigan in March.
Where the first round is, I should say.
And then moving on to Rower, I think, is the second round, isn't it? Or is it Mansfield?
I'm still looking. Yeah. I've inadvertently deleted.
Literally.
Now I've got it.
You've got it. Go. Right. So
we start in April.
Yes.
Middle of April. Three Sisters in Wigan. The track where I very first drove a kart at the Andy Fairless Kart Scoop. We go to Rower in Cumbria, which is, I think, where we were this year in May.
Yep, in May.
Another new track for the NKC is Mansell Raceway, all the way down in the southwest. I think it's near Exeter, Paul. Yeah, that's at Dunk as well. That's the 24th and 25th of June. Imagine you and I will be just back from Le Mans.
Back from Le Mans, yes, feeling very fresh.
Yeah. And then on to Wilton Mill for the end of July for that. We then have a little break, 8th and 10th, where we have a little break for the O-Plate at Wilton Mill in August. That should be good. That should get some good entries for that, being at Wilton Mill. So it's an O-Plate for the NKC in August, a non-championship.
Perhaps a 4-day meeting.
Yeah. Well, Chris and Ollie will be telling us that in the lunch break.
Okay.
Yes. Back here at Fulbeck for the penultimate round on the 8th and 10th of September, and then we go to the end of October next year, so slightly longer season. 20th to the 22nd of October at Clay Pigeon in Dorset.
The finale?
For the finale. Now, Clay Pigeon is a little bit different track. It's, you know what, if you've got new tyres at Clay Pigeon, are kind of worth about 0.7 of a second.
Wow.
So if you've managed your tyres, and that's possibly why the organisers have gone to Clay Pigeon at the final round. So somebody if that was in the middle of the championship, you bring in new tyres, 0.7 of a second straight away, for all classes. So that's very exciting. We'll repeat that later on today,
and we'll have it to hand this time.
And we will. Yes, actually, I'll take a.
We won't be searching hours for it.
Go down the grid then while I do that.
Okay. We now have the Senior Rotax Heat 3, and it's Tom Radburn in pole, Sam Elliott next to him. Row 2 is Miles Barthorpe and Pedro Oliveira. Ben Harper, Ben Ficini are third row. Then it's Nathan Hope and Patrick Williams Rahaj. Martin Coe and James Wood on row 5. Jez Owen and James Hardy, row 6. Tristan Bernard, Paul Ozan, row 7. Simon Keeble, Ben Fikiti on row 8. Then it's Jay Lewis, James Davis, Gino Cook, Grace Lee Davis is row 10. Reese Pope, Thomas Storer, Kieran Shanks, Jodie Fox, Adam Rogers, John Hobbs, Jodie Newman, Ari Baker, Dylan Tatum, Tyler Fossey, and then right at the back on row 16 is Paul Moran.
So this is Senior Rotax 162. 162 kilograms minimum weight. Here we go then. They've been given it.
Are they?
Yeah, absolutely.
That was scruffy and quick. Obviously,
yeah, into...
It was a liberaliser. Oh, looking at the second, it's popped out there. Was that third into first or second into first?
Whatever. He went down the inside, didn't he? Heads on shot there. It was hard. And he's made a massive, massive gain coming out of the first turn. And he's got a massive lead. He's got about a 5 or 6 kart lengths lead. That probably hasn't updated because the timing hasn't.
It's wrong on Alpha timing as well.
Yeah, the timing hasn't as well.
So, massive lead for someone who started about third.
We'll get a look at the number when they come underneath us. They're into the complex already. Here they come. That's a massive lead for kart number 124. It's Miles Barthorpe, of course. Miles, second in the championship behind Lewis Jones. Your timing updating, look, Will.
Been a disconnect between the track and live Alpha time.
Yeah, that's Minimax.
So we've got a timing problem here.
Right, we'll keep talking, Nick, because that's a great battle at the front.
So we need to work out...
Well, for second at least. Here we go. Second is Pedro Oliveira and Tom Radburn. That's who we are looking at there. Radburn trying to get by. It's the field come through.
Yeah, it's 57 running second.
Yeah, Barthorpe, Oliveira, Radburn, Sam Elliott, Ben Ficini, Ben Harper, Patrick Williams-Rard, Simon Keeble, Jamie Hardy, Paul Ozan in 10th, Simon Keeble. That's quite relevant because Simon Keeble is trailing Paul Ozan in the Masters and he's ahead of him, so he's taking more points back off that Masters Championship lead from Paul Ozan. So still all to play for.
So they come down to start another lap.
Still the same though, Nick, by the looks of things.
57 of Oliveira. Oliveira, absolute star of the first round at Glan. Unlucky in the final with a breakdown, but I kind of thought he was going to be the star of the show, Pedro Oliveira, and be the man who would be pushing it, but he's not really managed to show that.
Yeah, Paul Ozan moving right on the tail of Simon Keeble. See if we can pick up kart 47 and 72. That's the championship battle for Masters.
What position are they in?
I think that's Simon Keeble just coming through turn 6 now. Let's see if we can get him as he crosses the line. It's quite relevant to the Masters Championship. And he is in the... So that's Simon Keeble there. Is it number 94?
Yeah, the all-black one is the 47. So
all right, that's the 47.
All-black kart coming towards you, Frank. He's just going through... There he is. That's the 47.
He's moved ahead of James Davis.
It was a 47.
Yeah, Paul Ozan down to 10th.
There's 2 all-black ones in a row. That's always the way it goes.
Yeah. Is that Simon Keeble we've got there, Nick?
We've got 47.
Right. 47 is being chased by Paul Ozan, who's just 2 karts behind. I thought they were closer than that, but they're not. So that's the current... that's Simon Keeble, who you'll see us interview in the lunch break. And he is currently second to Paul Ozan. The Masters is the older drivers' version of this class of karts. The 177 class, or the 162 class, I should say, is the R4 all age groups. But if you're over, I think, is it 35, Will? Over 35
for 35.
I think so.
That's
for
youthful.
Masters. To be honest with you, by the time you get to 40, these far too physical to drive. We're all right for 5. If the races were 5 laps, Nick, with a 3-hour break, you and I'd be fine.
I could do half a race.
No, you couldn't.
Half a race. 6 minutes.
Honestly, mate, 5 laps and I'm... What? What?
You're on a health kick now, so it's you have joined the health club.
Yes, I need to stay on my feet, don't I? Because I've still got to look over Will's shoulder. So Barthorpe still leading. Oliveira finds second place. Radburn still hanging on to third. Then we've got Sam Elliott, first of the Masters runners, in fourth. Ben Ficini fifth. Ben Harper sixth. Patrick Williams-Rahage in seventh. Simon Keeble eighth now. He's got even more gap between himself and Paul Ozan, with James Davis, Jill Lewis moving inside. Paul Ozan now down to 11th. So that is where we are in the field.
47 moving forward though. Simon Keeble. Yes, he's in the Masters, but yes, he's also in the main event as well. Switching through turn 10 down the line. He's now chasing right up back of the 82. So looking to make some move.
This is what we get. We get large trains, don't we, of karts that they're so close performance-wise that it's very, very difficult to challenge. If you come upon a driver that's got the similar sort of performance as you have, both in the way that the karts perform and the way that the drivers perform, then that's why we get these large train of karts just waiting for people to make a mistake. And there it comes there.
Past 62.
Yeah, that's Simon Keeble. Is that Simon Keeble moving up another one?
Yeah, moving another one. Yeah.
Yeah, he really is.
Ben Harper is the 62.
Right, he's moved ahead of Ben
Harper. Now he's got the 35. Ben Ficini is his next victim in the greeny grey car. It's obviously a Tony car, I assume, colours. Ficini's not so keen on being overtaken at this point.
Really maximising his runs, isn't he,
yeah.
Keeble?
Keeble's having a good meeting
here.
And
yeah.
He's got another place there. Up he goes.
Another one.
Yeah, he made it stick as well. So it's the all-black cart with the taller man in the white helmet we're looking at. Just about to exit turn 4 chicane now. And his next victim, as we have to do this manually because we've lost the link from the track to central timing. It's not anything to do with us. It's the central link. It's the 44 that's ahead of him now, which is Sam Elliott, who started second on the grid. He's also a fellow Masters driver. So it's a battle of the Masters. Elliott from the 47.
Barthorpe's got a 4.6 second lead, Nick. I'm looking over the timekeeper's shoulder here. I'm stopping him doing his work. Pedro Oliveira second, Tom Radburn third, fourth Sam Elliott, like you said. Simon Keeble, what a drive from Keeble, up to 5th place now, that 47.
Yeah, he's looking
at fourth, is he?
He's having a right old think about it. Yeah, looking up the inside. He's gone up the inside, going the entry to turn 4 chicane. Absolutely superb driving by Keeble. He's on fire at Fulbeck. You know what it is? I haven't spoken to you yesterday. He's just changed his attitude to the entirety of kart racing. I've spoken to Joe. I'm now going to go for it.
Yeah.
So he's now quite. So he's comfortably now in 4th. I'm trying to think where the next car. There's Oliveira in underneath him now in third. There's the 22 in fourth. Third, sorry. There's Radburn in third and now Keeble in fourth. So there's the top 4 now, very spread out. How long to go?
5 seconds on the board, yeah.
Plus 1 lap, obviously, yeah.
Plus 1 lap, yeah. So it'll be the last lap to go board for the number 124, who has got a huge lead. Miles Barthorpe comes here in second place. Where is Lewis Jones in the running? Because Lewis Jones, of course, came into this round in the...
I'm not sure he's in this one.
No, I don't think he is. He hasn't featured. He hasn't
So I don't think he's won.
So this is maximum points haul for Miles.
If we can pick up our leader, he's 124. He's away 124. He's quite a long way ahead of other people. He's probably just at the bottom hairpin now, even going round now towards turn 4, I think.
He's heading towards the turn 4 chicane.
So there he is.
There he goes.
Frank. So he's just going through. He's gone through turn 4 chicane. In now. This is his last lap.
Yeah, and he really has dominated, hasn't he, last time through. 5.6 seconds. That gap's been extending lap after lap. Last time through was 5.6 seconds. So incredible drive from Miles Barthorpe, really maximising his points haul. He wants to make up. There was only 10 points in it, I think. Sorry, 12 points in it to Lewis Jones. As he takes the checkered flag then and takes the third heat for Senior Rotax. His second heat. As the rest of the field come through, we'll have a quick rundown, Nick. Oliveira second, Tom Radburn third.
It's back.
Simon Keeble fourth. Jay Lewis fifth. James Davis sixth. Seventh is Sam Elliott. Kieran Shanks eighth. Ninth is Ben Harper. There's Paul Ozan. Paul Ozan finishing 10th. And then we've got Gino Cook, Patrick Williams-Rohaj finishing in 12th. Reece Pope, Thomas Storer, Adam Rogers, Harry Barker, Jody just came back there.
Yeah.
Jody Newman in 17th, Jody Fox 18th, Nathan Hope 19th. Then we had Ben Facchetti in 20th, Gez Owen, John Hobbs, Paul Moran, Dylan Tate, and Martin Code, Jamie Hardy, Tyler Fossey, Grace Lee Davis, James Wood, the last of the running finishers in 29th. We lost Ben Ficini on lap 10 and Tristan Bernard on lap 8. No idea, Will. It just came back. Right there when I leant across to you to do a rundown, it came back. One of those things
magical
that
internet.
It's like got nothing to do with anyone.
The way the timing works is that there's a master timing system which Will has, which is contained in the track. Don't worry, everyone's been timed properly. That then links out to Alpha Time, the world, and then Alpha Time, we then reinterpret the Alpha Time and make it a picture via Sweden. So it goes everywhere, but at the point earlier, it was our problem. We had a problem earlier today, which we sorted out. But it never left the track. The time was stuck at Fulbeck and couldn't get out.
Right, is that your technical explanation?
I think that's quite accurate.
Right, it is. It's very good.
And now it's escaped.
Very good.
And what you actually got to see, me and Joe do it the old-fashioned way of looking at numbers and where they were on the track.
I was about to go to a
lap chart,
Lap chart, yeah, handwritten lap chart. If I could remember how. Didn't have enough paper, probably. Right, into the final 2 heats then before the lunch break. All of our heats, just to remind you, are 8 minutes and 1 lap. The finals, however, they extend to a further 4 minutes. So we've got 12 minutes and 1 lap for our finals. We've got a 30-minute lunch break. And then we finish off another round of heats before we go straight into the finals. Next out is we stay with Senior Rotax, but this is the slightly heavier class, the 177 class. We've got Cole Edwards, who's a guest driver, I believe, but he's on pole, so I'm not sure how that works. Anyways, Cole Edwards on the pole position, Jake Lewis alongside. Oliver Smith is alongside Tom Elridge on row 2. Row 3 is Nick Skelton and Josh Mallett. And then we've got Stephen Horner and Steve Jackson on row 4. Row 5 is Dave Nolan and Brian McCready, with Michael Mallett and Mark Rowe on row 6. Row 7, Thomas Childs and Daniel Gibbs. Jai Oliver and Billy Clark are on row 8. Alex Joyner and Ben Hitch are on row 9. Keith Mason and Sean Smith are on row 10. Louis Large is back out on row 11 with Harry Wainwright alongside. Dan Millwood and Aidan Hammond are on row 12 with Tim Darlow and Brendan Smith on row 13. Lawrence Hilton, Zach Bolton, yay to the Zach Bolton fan club. We never heard it from Zach Bolton fan club today, have we, Nick? No. They're on row 14 with Tommy Austin and Harry Rowett rounding off this 30-kart Rotax 177 field. So no Philip Howarth. Louis Large will want to just claw back as much as he can, really. A non-finish is not what you want in any kind of championship, and that's what Louis got last time out with that chain snap. He'll want to just sort of put that behind him and maximise what he can do here. He's starting way down the grid, so he can only gain, I would think, as our pole position drivers, or front row drivers I should say. Cole Edwards on the pole position, Jake Lewis alongside. They've got them under. Now that's the speed that you come onto the start-finish straight with. Not like the Mini-Maxes. Mini-Maxes take note.
There they go.
That was a very, very, very mature start, as we would expect from these 177 senior Rotax drivers. Everybody through turn 1 in very well choreographed style. Into the turn 4 chicane. This is where it can all go wrong. However, everybody making their way through. A little bit of argy-bargy at the back of the field with the number 21 there, it looked like, getting a little bit bogged down, having to absolutely stop. Straggler there in the number 388 as well. That's Daniel Gibbs. But it's very much Cole Edwards who leads onto the start-finish straight for the first time. And across the line, Oliver Smith second, Nick Skelton third. Mark Rowe up to 4th place, moving up 5 places. Jake Lewis 5th, Stephen Horner 6th, Dave Nolan 7th, Brian McCready 8th, 9th is Tom Elleridge, Michael Mallet 10th. As the rest of the field come through. Louis Large, it looks like, has called it a day on his 2022 NKC Championship. He's looking after quite a few karts in his awning. Him and his dad, Darren, are probably going to focus on running their teammates
Is he not
now.
started?
No, Louis hasn't started at all.
He'll come out for the final, I'm sure.
He may do. He may not. May just focus on the other teammates in the awning. 2 laps completed, and then we've got a change of lead across the line for the second time as Nick Skelton has gone up to the front ahead of Cole Edwards. Oliver Smith still third. No change down to 8th with Rowe, Lewis, Horner, Nolan and McCready. Harry Wainwright, what a mover Harry is. Harry Wainwright, remember, Nick, moved from juniors into 162s, seniors, because he was too big.
Yes.
He's moved to 177 class. So his rate of growing is still growing.
So they're going to have to make a 250 class for him.
I don't know what they're going to do. He's about 7 foot tall as well.
Wow.
So as the field go through the complex, that's Nick Skelton in that all-white liveried cart. Nice. That's not Nick Skelton. That is the number 63. That is Oliver Smith, who's now moved ahead of Cole Edwards. So it's Oliver Smith in the all-white liveried cart. Refreshing to see that in karting. Don't really see all-white livery these days. He may not have a sticker kit on that because of weight. There's quite a bit of weight in a sticker kit. Just that plastic vinyl.
It's
about nearly
we've seen that in Formula 1, haven't we?
Yeah, nearly a kilogram.
Even Williams have taken off a lot of their wrap to save themselves a couple of kilos.
Yeah.
They wanted to take it all off, but the sponsors wouldn't let them.
Of course not. That's the whole point.
No, just cardboard, just chalk. You could chalk on the side, couldn't they? Whatever their sponsors are, a couple of their sponsors on now. They could go,
yeah, it wouldn't work in the wet though, would it? It would just all streak off, wouldn't it? Leader crosses the line. 4 laps completed for Nick Skelton. He's extended the gap out to 1.2 seconds though, and he's put in the fastest lap of the race so far. 46.5 is the target. Oliver Smith chasing him down in second. Cole Edwards still third. 4th is Mark Rowe. Jake Lewis still 5th. Harry Wainwright, he's the man on the move there. He's gone ahead of Stephen Horner, but first he got rid of Dave Nolan. And Harry Wainwright up to 6th place. Tim Darlow, cracking drive from Tim Darlow. Started 25th. Tim Darlow up to 10th.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, Sean Smith 11th. 12th is Brian McCready. Tim Darlow, kart number 18, is out there. We've got the leaders beginning to string out, Nick.
Very plain kart, that white one. I've just had a good look at it, and that is. We have a word in RC when you have these multicoloured body shells.
Yeah.
Or you can have them, just a single colour, and that's painted by one can. the Spanish painter.
Juan Can.
Juan Can,
Yeah.
the Spanish painter.
I see, that's funny. Yeah, these three beginning to string out now. I'm trying to see if we can pick up number 92, Harry Wainwright. He's the youngster who we were talking about, and he's currently in 6th place, Nick. So that's second.
Is he?
Yeah, he's currently up to 6th, and he's moving. He's been overtaking carts pretty much the whole race. So first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
There we go.
I think Harry's on that number 92 there, just heading towards the first chicane. And he's in the purple and white cart. There he is. He's already overtaken.
So and he's taking again up the inside. So another position gain.
Wow. So I'm pretty sure that was Mark Roy he's just taken now. So he's onto the tail, or he's behind, I should say, on the road of Cole Edwards in third. And considering he's just put in the race's fastest lap with a 46.455, he is a man on a charge now, as Harry Wainwright. So this is the youngster I was telling you about. He moved from juniors into seniors at the age of 14. He's about 6'4", and he's only about 15. So now he moved into senior Rotax 162 with a minimum weight of 162 kilograms. He's now had to move.
That's not just him. That's him in the cart.
That's him and the cart. Yeah. So now he's moved up into the 177 class because he's getting too heavy for the 162 class.
Just give him an extra 2.5 stone.
But I mean, look how fast he is as well. He's not phased. Being in this, look how much he's gained on Cole Edwards. Wow, the gap was a second across the line last time by. It's not a second now, though, is it? No, in fact, he's about to challenge Cole Edwards. There he is, through turn 6 hairpin. Now down towards the complex.
I think he's already tried and failed on turn 7, so he's not bothering. Try and get the momentum out of 8, 9, and then power through 10, then run down the main straight. Yeah.
So Skelton through. There's Oliver Smith. There's Cole Edwards. And there, down the inside.
Got it stopped.
It was textbook, wasn't it? Great move from the youngster, Harry Wainwright. Let's see where he is in the championships. I know he's had a bit of he's jumped from class to class, hasn't he?
How does that work then?
He's not.
Carry your points with you,
not at all. No, he's not going to be. I'm being stupid. He's not going to be in the 177 running at all. Bodes well for next season, though.
Yeah, he got that sort of pace. And the annoying thing about these kids is they only get quicker.
Yeah. May grow out of his footwear, but he gets quicker.
Until the reality hits him of life, and that's 20 years away at least.
So there is Harry Wainwright chasing down Oliver Smith now. Oliver Smith in the plain white liveried cart we spoke about. And there is no question with inside the final minute, I think they'll get back round before we click down to 0 time. So it's going to be another 2 laps of racing, and I'll be amazed, Nick, if he can't get past Oliver Smith.
He's just looking like he's got the pace. He's pulled back a second and a half in, less than a lap. He's got 2.5 laps to go. Might get 3, actually.
Now, 19 seconds on the board there. Leader coming through now. So there is Nick Skelton, who leads by, what is the lap time there? Just as I want, 2.7. Oliver Smith, Harry Wainwright, nothing in this battle for second, though. And Wainwright having a cracking heat down the inside. And you know what? Oliver Smith tried his best to shut the door, didn't he?
Thought he covered that. Covered that. I'll go back. I haven't covered it.
No. Yeah, there was a carts gap. He used a tin opener really to open that up a bit. And Harry Wainwright, that's a back marker there. That's not the leader that he's gotten by. That's the leader just coming off screen there.
Yeah, Nick Skelton.
Nick Skelton. We'll pick the leader up now as they come onto the start-finish straight. There's the leader across the line now, and there's the leader. Nick Skelton dominated, I would say, this heat for the 177 Rotax Seniors category. Into turn 2, the sweeping right-hand hairpin. That brings you back down the opposite end of the runway, opposite side of the runway, through the kink at 3, into the chicane at 4, left, right, left, and then into the fast left-hander that we call turn 5.
Keith Mason in the 12 cart's got a meatball flag. That's the black and orange, the technical defect.
He might get he might get to the finish on that then. Might be all right.
I think that's what he's trying to do, to be honest.
Yeah.
I haven't managed to see which one is 12. There we are. On the Lando Norris carts. Can't see anything particularly wrong with it.
Checkered flag for the leader, though. Checkered flag. Nick Skelton takes the checkered flag. Harry Wainwright takes a fine second. Oliver Smith third. Cole Edwards fourth. Jake Lewis fifth. As the rest of the field come through.
Now, the 12's technical defect was his bumper had fallen off.
His bumper had fallen off.
Yes.
So Jake Lewis takes fifth. Mark Rowe sixth. Sean Smith seventh. Stephen Horner eighth. Tim Darlow ninth. 10th was Dave Nolan. And then we had Lawrence Hilton, Michael Mallet, Ben Hitch, Harry Rowett, Dan Millward, Brian McCready, Tommy Austin, Tom Elridge, Brendan Smith. Billy Clark finishes in 20th. Keith Mason actually pulled off there.
Oh.
So he finished on 11 laps. Josh Mallet finished on 11 laps. Daniel Gibbs finishes a lap down, but he was he had that problem on the first lap. We lost Alex Joyner on lap 3. We lost Zach Bolton on, I thought Zach had disappeared, on lap 3, and Jai Oliver on lap 1. So a bit of a mixed fortune there. We are going to finish the morning's running with the 100 UK Heat 2. Now, this is a championship battle that has come down to a head-to-head between Wes Graves and Ben Clucas, with Ben Clucas' best mate, Ed Peed, in the running in third. So it's all about team tactics, Nick.
Really?
Absolutely.
I don't think Ed would do that. He didn't.
No, he would do it fairly.
A team tactician.
He would do it fairly if he gets a chance to. Yeah, I mean, you know, Ed's a very experienced driver. I mean, he's a professional driver coach in car racing. So, you know, these guys. Ben Clucas reminded me that he did the I've gone and forgot now. He did the Pirelli World Challenge in the US. Yeah, he did a full season.
Wow, what in?
Yeah. He did say.
Something GT3, I take it.
Well, Pirelli World Challenge, was that GT3 or was that GT4?
I think it was both.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's now the Michelin Pilot Cup, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's still the Pirelli World Challenge.
It is, yeah, because that,
is the
that's
Bretel thing.
Yes, that's the that's the SRO Championship, isn't it? Of course. Yeah, let's have a look at the grid then for the 100 UKs. Dennis Barclay starts on the pole position with Richard Gladman alongside. Ed Peed, who we've just been talking about, starts third with James Cannon alongside. Then we've got Matt Rivett and the O-plate holder Scott Williams on row 3. Tom Pattle and Matthew Lawrence are on row 4 with Jordan Kendall and Sam Garford on row 5. Ben Clucas, we talked about Ben there, is on row 6 with Charlie Leonard. Then we've got Dominic Pine, Owen Potter. Marcus Dorey and Andrew Bradley are on row 8. Row 9 is Alex Kennedy and championship leader Wes Graves. Row 10, Liam Hamling and Brendan Williams with Jamie Crease and Luke Padley on row 11. 23 kart field rounded off by Leonardo Taggio. Liam Hamling and Jamie Crease, Nick, they had a very good first heat and they're starting in 19th and 21st.
Excellent.
So they'll be karts that we see come through the field. Different starting process for these 100 UKs. These are it's a retro form of karting. And some have to be bump started, some are electric starters, some karts have got clutches fitted. They certainly didn't have clutches fitted in they're a centrifugal clutch, by the way. And is that Ben Clucas there who was stopped with an oiled up kart? The orange stripe down his overall. Something. I'm not sure he can get any outside assistance because he's on the track. Oh, this is absolute tragedy.
What number's Ben?
Ben Clucas is...
84?
He's 84, yes.
That's him.
And who's that being wheeled off there? Is that the O-plate?
The O-plate again, yeah.
He's having a torrid time, is Scott Williams. Has Ben got away? He's got
rolling,
look at that. He's willing that. He's absolutely willing that engine to burst into life. Oh, my goodness. Ben Clucas will start this race on the back of the grid. He wants to take points off Wes Graves. He needs to take points because the gap is 30. 31. He's going to be swamped by the field in a moment.
They're doing
he's not. He's still oiled up. He can't.
It's a run through. Careful.
Yeah, but he can't get the kart to go. The field think that the field. Now they're going by him. He's got the thing moving.
Oh, it's picking. It's picking up.
Yep, he's got the thing moving.
What was his grid position?
He should be starting in 11th.
Okay, well
he might be able to join in at 11th if he can count.
If he's lost a whole lap, yeah. Is it running? Is he?
Yeah.
Surely he doesn't want to. Is he dropped back to accelerate through?
I think so. Where is he? I'm trying to find him. Has he joined in where he should be? There, the 84. He has.
He must be thinking what he really wants to do. He doesn't want to trundle. He wants to give it an absolute.
He does. He absolutely does. But he's fiddling.
They're trying to get the O-plate back running again.
Yeah. Again, these TKM engines are very temperamental. When you start them, that thing's not going to start.
And it's in the way of everyone else.
Scott Williams has to pull off. That thing is not going to start. Let's get him out the way before we can get this race underway. Good try. Worth a try, Scott. Unfortunately, that TKM engine is not going to fire.
Got to start.
We get them underway.
Klukas and down is running as well.
And yeah, Klukas is running in the grid position where he should be. So all good, all fair. Down the inside, the number 87. Or was that the 47? Was that Ed Peed getting off, sneaking down the inside? It was indeed Ed Peed. That old hand, very experienced driver in all forms of motorsport. Off into the lead through the turn 4 chicane and down towards turn 5 through the right-hander.
Barkley in second, so he just dropped back one place at the start.
Out of the turn 6 hairpin, down towards the complex for the first time then.
Yes, Barkley's being a bit swallowed by the field at the moment.
So they're stacking up behind him, and Ed Peed making hay while the sun shines.
No, actually, it wasn't John. It was the white cart behind him who was having the issues. Dennis is fine. It was the white cart behind him who was not getting the drive. I think that was Jordan Kendall, or it wasn't Jordan Kendall.
I tell you what, Ben Klukas is such a lucky guy that cart did indeed fire, but then he was able to slot in
yes, exactly.
right where he needed to be and start from his correct grip position. He's up to 6th spot.
Yeah.
So Ed Peed leads, Dennis Bartley second, Jordan Kendall third, up 5 places, Marcus Dorey to 4th, Richard Gladman in 5th, Ben Klukas 6th, Matthew Lawrence 7th, and then Dominic Pine. Who's that?
Charlie Leonard, the 33, got it all wrong at the exit of turn 4, the exit of the hairpin, so he's dropped down from 9th to dead last, and now he has to go through the procedure of trying to start the kart again. Peed comes underneath to complete a lap. It is in fact now that I predicted the fact that Barkley would have some issues. He's having some issues now, and he's dropped down about 4 places.
Ed Peed, he would have heated round 1 at GYG, and he came second.
22 popping out there to take the 6th. First chicane. He's gone round, and I think the 22 there, my guess, that's going to be Marcus Dorey having a little bit of a conversation with the stewards about that one, because that was a little bit aggressive, I thought, going in there.
And that's the number 84 of Ben Klukas, who has gotten ahead of Richard Gladman. Marcus Dorey does indeed get a warning for that, Nick.
Yeah, I thought he would.
There's Ben Klukas leading that field of karts in 2nd place now. He's got his good mate Ed Peed, Ben Klukas, up to 2nd there across the line. A huge gap, though, to Ed Peed of 2.9 seconds. He's got Marcus Dorey not dropping that far back off him. And where is Wes Graves? Wes Graves up to 9th. So that's the championship battle. Ben Klukas is clawing at points. And clawing back that 31-point deficit to Wes Graves as we go towards the 3rd and final heat, which we'll see after lunch. But Ben is doing all he can, and he was such a lucky boy that engine that didn't start off the collecting area, he finally got away, and then just by pure luck, the grid had caught him up.
Yeah.
And he just slotted in where he had to be.
It's great to be good, but it's even better to be lucky.
Oh, man, that was that was all the luck there. That was his luck gone. Great battle behind these two for 2nd and 3rd with Matthew Lawrence, Jamie Crease, Dominic Pine. Look at Jamie Crease from 21st. Jamie Crease is now up to 5th place. Liam Hamling has gone with him, and he's up to 6th.
The 14s decided not to take the turn 4, so who's 14?
That's Matthew Lawrence. He was 4th.
Yeah, he basically went through, but there wasn't the kart gap, and he skittled one of the cones into the centre of the track. So
all right, that's
his attempt to just not do that one has not worked too well. So the 14 of Lawrence will drop back quite a way.
Half distance then. And
it's all about the leaders, isn't it?
Yeah, Ed Peed, 2.6 seconds.
All about second and third.
Well, that lead has come down by 0.3 now. There's Ben Clucas and Marcus Dorey chasing Ed Peed down.
And each other.
And, of course, racing each other. Ben Clucas, having got past Marcus Dorey. Marcus Dorey's not letting him go, though, has he?
Not at all. In fact, in many ways, you'd say it was
look at this.
The racy one trying to get back past again.
Yeah, right on his tail. These two drivers absolutely optimised on their lap here. Absolutely wringing the neck of their karts. Look how smooth they are, Nick. Look how much they're using the track. Across the curb there, into the complex, through 9, and then he'll use that wide line accelerating out of the final turn and across the line. It's 6 laps completed then. 2.4 seconds the gap to Ed Peed, so it's come down another couple of tenths of a second. Marcus Dorey moves to the inside though. Oh, and Ben Clucas just indicating, there's your corner, mate. He's not going to fight it.
He will try and get back past.
He knew he made a mistake at the chicane. Yeah. Clearly made a mistake at the chicane. That allowed Dorey alongside. And rather than being silly about it, that's the experience showing there, boys and girls. If you're watching this, that's how you go racing. It's pointless fighting about something you've already lost.
It's better to live to fight another day. Though actually, weirdly, Dorey's now gapping him. So from being caught and passed relatively easy in the early part of the race, I don't know whether he's got a tyre pressure offset and the car's coming in now. I don't know.
Yeah, not sure. Yeah, maybe. But that's definitely Dorey giving himself a bit of a cushion. You did talk about earlier, Nick, that this track is a momentum track, and it's amazing how, you mess up your momentum at one part of the track and it kind of lasts the whole lap, doesn't it? You seem to lose momentum everywhere. I'm not sure if that's the case, though. I think that's just Dorey, who's got a bit more pace than perhaps Ben Clucas has. 2.3 seconds the gap now to Dorey and the leader Ed Peed, so that is coming steadily down. But Ed Peed, having seen where his opposition are, more than likely, is maybe managing the tyres. 90 seconds remaining as the lead is already through the complex. Dominic Pine in 6th, just behind Liam Hamling, and Liam Hamling just getting by Dominic Pine. So Peed crosses the line. You know what? I said Ed Peed was taking his time. He's not. He's just been a personal best lap time. However, unfortunately for him, so has Marcus Dorey, and he's gone the fastest of the whole field.
Quicker, yeah.
It's now under 2 seconds the gap, but I think time's run out for Marcus Dorey to actually catch Ed Peed. Ben Clucas, a personal best for him. In fact, personal best lap times all the way down to 7th. And guess who's in 7th? Wes Graves.
Yeah. Who, given that Clucas is in 3rd, it's not a big loss, is it?
Yeah, it's damage limitation, isn't it, for Wes? So with time running out, I'm not sure it's going to be, as the leader comes through, it's going to be 2 more laps then. Ed Peed on the number 47. 1.9 was the gap last time by. 1.9 is the gap this time by. Only a few thousandths of a second difference this time. Ben Clucas, another personal best for Ben. He's in 3rd. Jamie Crease still 4th. Liam Hamling. And you know what, Nick? Jamie Crease from 21st. Liam Hamling from 19th. Now up to 4th and 5th with Wes Graves right on their tail. Now in 6th and gotten ahead of Dominic Pine.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a spread here. Between 11th and 12th there's a 5-second gap, so I think that may have been caused by a couple of the kerfuffles at the chicane. And if you manage to bridge that gap, you then get into a snake of karts you can then kind of get past. So that's my feeling what's been going on.
Yeah, here they come then. Final lap board is shown to the lead driver Ed Peed. It's down to 1.7 seconds that lead, so he is losing ground to Marcus Dorey. Ben Clucas 3rd. Liam Hamling ahead of Jamie Crease for 4th and 5th. And there's a challenge for Clucas, as Clucas challenges Marcus Dorey there. That was all about momentum out of the first chicane towards turn 4. The turn 4 chicane now, left, right, left. And then down towards the left-hander at 5. There's Ed Peed, the leader. It'll be the checkered flag that Ed Peed will see next when he crosses the start-finish line. Into the complex then for the final time. This is the second heat of the 100 UK class. And Ed Peed will come through the final turn at 10. And we'll see that welcome sight of the checkered flag flying He looks over his shoulder. Where is everybody? Marcus Dorey hangs on to that second. Ben Clucas third. Liam Hamling fourth. Wesley Graves ahead of Jamie Crease. That's crucial for Wes. He loses less points by finishing ahead of Jamie Crease for that fifth slot. Sixth is Jamie Crease. Dominic Pine seventh. Alex Kennedy eighth. Ninth is Brendan Williams. Sam Garford finishes 10th. And then we've got Owen Potter, Matthew Lawrence, Richard Gladman, Jordan Kendall. 15th is Andrew Bradley. Luke Padley, Matt River, Dennis Bartlett, Leonardo Taggio finishes 19th, and Charlie Leonard rounds off the top 20 and indeed the 20 kart field. And that rounds off the heats for this morning, Nick. We're going into a lunch break.
This morning is rounded off.
Are
we on half an hour? Oh, marvellous.
Yeah, marvellous indeed. I'm going to put the coffee on.
You put the coffee
I'll
on.
leave you to close off.
Well, thank you very much.
And tell everybody what's coming.
Well, we have what's coming up in a second is I'm going to ask us to remove... No, we're playing the video first. So you need to take the timing off. There we go. Then go down to the video. And what it is yesterday evening, there was a big gathering on the start-finish straight of all the competitors at the NKC. And what we did was we had a bit of a chat with some of them, and Joe actually talked to all the protagonists, all the first two guys in all the races, had a conversation with Joe, and we also talked to a number of the other drivers as well. So enjoy this, and we'll be back after lunch in about half an hour's time. So we come to the end of a very, very exciting NKC season. We've been to Wales twice, we've been way up to Cumbria, we've been way down to Dorset, but now we are at Fulbeck, the flat, fast airfield circuit just down the road from another well-known track as well. But last round, every single championship is up for grabs. Joe Bradley will be talking to all of those championship contenders, but first he's going to talk to the men who made this championship possible.
2022 NKC has been, well, it's been a halcyon year, certainly for me. My first experience with these two guys are the people behind it, Chris and Ollie. I've got to say, congratulations on a fabulous season. I know it's not quite over, but Chris, if I could ask you first, what's your thoughts looking back on 2022?
It's just been fantastic. I think it's probably surpassed all our expectations. We're still a new championship, but to be where we are in terms of numbers now and all the happy faces, it's been a great year. We're really looking forward to next year. Excited about that already.
Do you think there's a key factor? I know I've got a theory on the key factor of the popularity. Do you want to throw that out there?
Well, it's just everything we've ever done has been about trying to keep the costs down, make it easy to access. Obviously, the main thing is restricting tyre usage and how much people spend on tyres. I think that's attracted a lot of people, and the sort of people who don't want to spend too much money and not necessarily trying to outspend each other. And
I would say the very friendly paddock is something you guys should be proud of. Ollie, going into 2023, you've already sort of put a provisional calendar out there. Tell us a little bit about that and what the new places, if any, that we're going to be going to.
2023 takes us to Three Sisters for round one. So that's a new one on the calendar, one that we've wanted to go to for a while, so we're excited to go there. Yeah. It's new for a lot of drivers, but we know there's a lot in the northwest that know it well, and are really excited to be going back. So looking forward to that one. And the other new addition is Mansell Raceway down in Devon, so owned by Nigel Mansell. Yeah. So that's another track that we've been wanting to get to for a while, but haven't been able to get to for various reasons, but we're going, so really excited about that. And revisiting a few firm favourites like... I'm
going to get rid of that wasp, everybody, proving that this is live telly.
And then we're coming back to a few favourites like Fulbeck, where we are this weekend, Clay Pigeon, Wilton Mill we're visiting twice actually, so we're doing an O-plate in August, so in the summer holidays. It's going to be a big 4-day event, kind of a festival style event, so we're going to have lots of opportunity for people to come along, race NKC, and
he really wants to be on telly, this wasp.
Just a good opportunity to really showcase NKC for what it is, and have a good fun event. It'll be a different format. Everyone will have their own set of tyres just for that event, and it should be a good event.
I'm already excited for it, lads. Congratulations on 2022. I know it's not quite over yet, but here's to a fabulous 2023. I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. The 177 Rotax class, has been like all of our classes in NKC. It's going to go down to the wire. Philip Howarth there, current championship leader, but only 11 points behind is Louis Large. Going into this weekend, boys, how tense is that, Philip? It's all down to you, I suppose. You've got this to lose, I would imagine.
No, I'm pretty chilled. Yeah, we're just going to drive it hard and keep it behind me, which is being difficult as we found out in the past. But yeah, I feel confident. I'm happy. Yeah, I'm really happy.
Louis, what's the tactic?
It's to win every race. That's the only chance we've got. Yeah. If, like you say, it's Phil's got the lead. It's difficult for us to even beating them by one's not enough. We need to win every race. So go out tomorrow, put it all on the line, and you either win or you don't.
So 11 points, but that is going to change constantly throughout the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
With mixed grids, it's going to be about how well you get through the grid, isn't it? Really, as far as front.
Safe, isn't it? Really, yeah. You just got to keep clean. Well, I have certainly.
So does that mean a conservative approach from you boys?
Definitely not. No way.
It's not really open to question then.
No, like I say, we need to win every race. So if there's a move there to be done, it's been done. And if it doesn't work, then at least you had to go.
Right. I suppose at this point, boys, it's shake hands and may the best man win. We're all looking for the 177s, I can tell you.
I bet you are.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. These two guys, the championship leaders in 100 UK. Wes Graves here, 31 points. Ben Klukas, can it be done, Ben?
Well, I need a bit of a miracle, but hopefully, my sort of main aim is just to try and, if I can get to the final where it's still possible, and then who knows, anything can happen. I think I've got to get 236 points or more, something like that. So as long as I can get to the final without dropping 14 points, and then just hope for a bit of luck, but who knows.
Wes, do you think the pressure's more on you than it is on Ben?
Definitely.
Yeah?
Yeah, definitely more on me, yeah, 100%.
Why is that?
It's for me to lose.
Right.
So last year when Adam was winning it, the pressure was more on him. You could just go out and do your race. Definitely it's more on me, 100%.
So I'm gonna ask you guys. 2022 isn't over yet, but what so far has been your highlight for the NKC this year, Ben?
Well, it's got to be the last round, which I won. To be honest, the last two rounds have been pretty good. I was on pole at Wilton and obviously won the last one. I definitely felt like I had a bit of a step up in terms of pace. I struggled maybe a little bit towards the start of the year, so I've just enjoyed it really. It's my first year back in karting since 2000, so it's just been really good fun, and I certainly plan to do it again next year.
Wes, you're with the Flex team. It's got quite a vibrant ambience when I walk in your awning. What's been the highlight of the year so far?
What, for me or for the team?
Well, for both, yeah, for you.
I think we're the team leading the NKC CKM, and obviously I'm leading the 100 UK as well. So yeah, that's probably what the main highlight is.
Pretty good year so far. Not too bad. Boys, it's down to you. Best man win. Shake hands and off you go. Cheers. I'm looking so forward to it. Keep repeating myself here, guys. All of our classes, literally down to the wire. Louis Bevan has. Is it Louis Bevan that has the 10-point lead? Yes, it has. Mitchell Ball has got it all to do. 10 points. That's nothing, is it?
No. Well, it's 250 points for the round. So, yeah, 10 points is nothing. Anything can happen.
So how are you going to go about tomorrow, then, Mitchell?
Stay out of trouble. Try and get through the heats as best I possibly can. And, hope that Louis does have some issues because obviously he's very consistent and just go from there.
The two-stroke TKM, the air-cooled motor, can be a little bit of attrition comes into that. Are you relying upon your team to be as meticulous as ever?
Yeah, my dad, he's always on top of it. We've had a couple of issues this year during the races. It's just a bit of bad luck. You get it sometimes. First two mechanical problems I've had in a race for 6 years. So it just happens to happen this season. But
you actually had to claw things back, and here you are going into the final round with the championship lead. Yeah. Earlier in the season, you wouldn't have dreamt of that, would you?
Well, yeah, it was a long way behind at the start. Only just got into the lead after Landau. Yeah.
Mitchell, is his kart the kart that you're going to be looking for as you come through the mixed grid fields through the heats?
I don't think I'll be looking for it particularly. I think it's important to just focus on the race itself, not get too caught in that because, that can cause issues in itself. And, yeah, like you say, try and keep the kart going and, get through it.
Great stuff. Every class I've got, I'm excited about. Guys, shake hands. Best man win, eh? Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Yet again, another one. Senior Rotax, 12 points in it. Guys, were you aware that there was 12 points in it? Miles Barthorpe, Lewis?
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%. It's a very
You've
close
been looking
gap.
at Alfred Simon all week.
Oh yeah, I've been staring at it. It's a close gap.
Miles, have you been thinking, if I look again, it might extend to like 50 points, but hey, it's still at 12?
Refreshing the page and everything, still 12 points.
So what's it going to come down to, Miles? You're leading the championship. You've got it all to lose, I think, is what they say.
Consistency, I think. That's going to be the main thing. In the races, not getting bumper drops, keeping it clean, and hopefully, without saying it, he has a shocker and I do good.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? It's a good point, isn't it? Bumper shocks in mixed grids. It's sometimes not even down to you, is it?
No, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, so you've just got to hope for the best, really.
Yeah.
That's basically all you can do, just keep out of trouble.
So what's the mindset then? Do you kind of hang back a bit, be conservative, or what? Do you just throw caution to the wind? I'll ask you first, Miles.
I think it's to do with the practice as well. The track nature is quite rough, so I think, without saying horrible, I think there's going to be a couple crashes, and it's just avoiding collisions and things you don't want to be stuck in.
Yeah. Lewis, highlight of the year for you so far?
Got to be GYG, winning by about 8 seconds. So that's definitely the highlight of my year so far.
Do you believe that, by the way? I mean, 8 seconds, that's a lifetime in karting, isn't it?
Oh no, it's a decent gap, so I'll definitely take that. It's definitely one to remember.
Yeah, repeat that tomorrow. Miles, your highlight so far?
Just taking part, I think. I think I've met a lot of good friends and quite surprised how the championship's run. It's really well running. It's just been all round, it's been really good, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, the racing's intense, isn't it? But the paddock, the ambience of the paddock takes me back to when I was karting, when it was friendly. It's kind of all the, what I'm going to say, the BS isn't there in this paddock, is it?
No, it's not like British champs, the top ones. There's a lot of arrogance. There's a lot. No one talks to each other. There's like a friendly nature here, so it's quite nice.
Yeah. So if he needs a chain tomorrow, you're going to be there for him.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Guys, best of luck. May the best man win. And our senior Rotax championship's going to come down to these two boys. Well done. We've got races within races, though, in the NKC. And part of the senior Rotax 162 race tomorrow is the Masters category. Now, the Masters category is for the older driver. And you guys aren't that old. You're certainly not as old as me. I don't know about you, Paul. Simon Keeble is second in the championship. Paul Azan, 7 points ahead. Paul, you've got a lot of experience, mate. You were racing back in the day when I was racing. You've won Super 1 championships. Is this NKC as intense as those championships from the past?
Yeah, definitely. It's probably the best championship I've ever done, I'll be honest with you. I've really enjoyed it. Camaraderie between drivers has been brilliant. Like Simon, he's been a good mate this year. I only met him this year. And I've just thoroughly enjoyed my racing this year. It's been brilliant.
Yeah. Simon, it's exactly what you want out of going karting, don't you? We're not here to make a career out of things. We're here to enjoy the racing. And you're running this guy right at the end. You've got to should be very proud of yourself.
Yeah, I know he's been fast all year, so just been trying to
be fast for decades.
Yes. Yeah, so it's been trying to keep up with him just about. So that's been good.
So how are you going to go about tomorrow? That's 7 points. That can disappear in the blink of an eye, can't it? So what's the mindset for tomorrow?
Survive.
Yeah.
Stay out of the carnage and just pick the points up. So.
Paul, you've got an experienced head on you. What's your thoughts? How are you going to go about tomorrow?
Yeah, well, the problem I didn't do the last round at Landau, so I've really got to rely on a good meeting, where Simon did do Landau, and he had an exceptional Landau, and he's got them points in the bag, do you know what I mean? So I've really got to kind of be hopeful, stay out of trouble. I think there'll be a lot of carnage in the chicanes, certainly off the start on the way back down. Just going to be being in the right place at the right time, and just hopefully stay out of trouble, yeah.
I know you know this place like the back of your hand, Fulbeck. Simon, what's your experience from karting? How many years have you been doing it?
3 years I've been in NKC, and I've been here 3 years, so pace is okay. Not exceptional, but up there, so see what we can do.
Well, it's all about tomorrow, boys. May the best man win.
Cool.
Congratulations to be there at the very, very end. These are a great race tomorrow. There's a 10-point gap in the junior Rotax field. Sam Wyatt and Braden Hill are the championship protagonists going into tomorrow. 10 points is nothing, lads. It's going to be all about who has a great day at Fulbeck, isn't it?
Yeah, the score's going to be down to, going to be close, but it's going to be fair. It's going to be hard.
It's going to be fair, says Braden. Sam, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, as long as everything's fair and just generally not too aggressive or anything that's going to put us in the office, and anything can happen, and it'll be down to the final.
2022 has been a great year for NKC, and Braden, you've always been at the forefront of junior Rotax. What's the highlight of your 2022 season so far?
Highlight of this year so far for me was probably going 5th or 1st at Rara in the final. That was good.
Yeah.
Definitely showed we have the pace this year.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You just have to do that tomorrow. Sam, what's your highlight so far?
I enjoyed Wilton a lot because it was mixed conditions, so we were good in the wet and dry. I mean, from everyone that was in the championship, we did finish first, so it was great to come away with that result. Yeah.
The forecast coming into this weekend was going to rain. Now that's changed. Is that going to make a massive difference to either of you guys? And the reason why I ask is because the NKC is all about making those 2 sets of tyres last through 6 rounds, and we've had very little wet weather, haven't we? So you're going to have to give a little bit of weight to me here. What's your tyres like? Are they going to last the whole day tomorrow?
I think ours will be fine. We've looked after them all year, maintained them, and saved them for the last round. See what we can do.
Yeah. Do you like that, Sam? Do you like that element of tyre management, not just for a race weekend, for a whole season, pretty much, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we've tried to make one set last the last 4 rounds that we've done, so we have very not used tyres, so hopefully there's an advantage there.
Yeah. I love that, guys. But may the best man win. Shake of the hand for the camera, and here we go. Junior Rotax Championship coming to the very last round. So 2 of our junior classes have left the best till last. The Minimax Championship, Alex Fraser, Reese Green, and this chap in the middle here is our 100 UK Junior Championship leader. But first I want to talk to the Minimax drivers because, guys, 2 points. You're the tightest championship of the NKC season so far. Alex, what's the tactic? See, now that wasn't a hard question, was it?
Try my best, try and get as much speed as I can around the track, see what lap times I can do, try and beat Reese.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you've got to do. See, it's easy. Reese, practice, you've been practicing yesterday and all today. Are you happy with where you are so far?
Yeah, confident.
You don't want to give him anything away, do you?
No.
Your tyres all right? Are they in good shape?
Right.
You don't want to tell him, do you?
No.
So this is probably the most intense interview we've done, and they're only kids. So lads, by tomorrow you're going to have to lighten up and actually talk to one another. You do realise that, Alex?
No.
Reese?
No.
So it's all like this is Hamilton and Verstappen all over again, isn't it?
Kind of.
Right.
No.
Okay. No. Hayden, you're leading the 100 UK Juniors, and I think you've got Yelena Osbar-Scott. You've got a 20-point lead. That's a bit better of a cushion, but it's still you can't really slacken off and relax at all, can you?
No. Just got to keep the gap and try and just finish every race.
Yeah, and keep that 20 points.
Yeah.
Everything good on your car today?
No.
Oh, what happened?
A lot of issues. I think we only finished one session, but yeah, I can't help it. So.
Right, fingers crossed you've gotten rid of all the bad luck and tomorrow will be fine. Guys, I can't believe how intense this is. They're actually scaring me, the look in their eyes. Guys, wish you all the very best of luck. You're going to have to shake hands. May the best driver win. Go on. There you go. We've got it on camera. There you go, Alex. Wasn't too bad, was it?
No.
So that's a chat with all the championship leaders. Joe, it's amazing how a 6-round championship comes down in every single class to this one stretch of tarmac.
Nick, it's incredible. I mean, it's our first year covering the NKC, and we couldn't have wished. We're in the entertainment business, everybody. So when a championship comes down to the final round, literally tomorrow afternoon, all of our classes' championships could come down to the last 12 minutes of racing from a whole season. That's phenomenal. Whoever wrote up the regs regarding the tyre usage, 2 sets of tyres per 6 rounds, that's completely different to any other championship. And to think that here we are, and we've just interviewed all of our championship protagonists, and it's going to be very, very intense going into tomorrow. And I'm not sure I can cope. I think I've peaked too early. I really have.
Well, mostly the key thing we need to do is to keep a note of the points as we go along, but it's all going to be very close. If you're watching this on lunchtime, you're already tuned. If you're watching this on Facebook, get tuned to the NKC final round, round 6, here at Fulbeck for the championship decider. Hello again.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Fulbeck for the final stages. Not just of the final round, though, Nick, not just of the sixth and final round of the NAVOS NKC Championship 2022, but of the actual final stages of the championship.
Yep.
It's been a great year, I've got to say.
It's been fantastic. It's the first time we've fully followed a championship, and it's been a great one. Yeah.
I mean, highlight of the year so far, I've got to say, Nick, we visited Granny Gore's all the way back in March. Can you believe that was March? That's, it doesn't feel like March. It feels like 2 weeks ago. Clay Pigeon was another track that was very suited to all of our classes. And then Rowra, I'm thinking the highlight of my season for NKC.
Was it telling us again and again and again how your first race was at Rowra?
It was probably Rowra, Nick, and not for that reason. No, no. I did do my first race at Rowra back in 1985. I think it was, maybe in 86. But I tell you what, next season into 2023, we'll go to Three Sisters for the first time, and that is the track where I very first drove a kart.
Was it?
It was at Andy and Sue Fairless's kart school. And I had to go over a 100 National and a 125 gearbox kart. And having just been racing Formula Fords, I was not really that sort of thrilled by having to use a gearbox again. So the 100 National was a doddle. You just brake and throttle. That's all it was. Mega. Great track. Looking forward to 2023, Nick. And
yes, it'll be fantastic. I mean, yeah. So what am I going to say? What was my highlight? I thought Glam was the best one. I really enjoyed it, getting going. Because I'll be honest, I didn't know we could do it.
What you enjoyed? I mean, it's a lovely track.
No, it's a great track. We covered it. There's a lot of. Obviously, you come from a very pure sporting commentary bent, whereas I kind of halfway. It's about how has it worked.
You mean the production side?
How has it worked? What
of
it look
streaming
like?
The series?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. You're right. We are looking at it with different views. I'm looking at it from the sporting sense. You're looking at it from the TV sense.
So if I'm really honest, the best commentary was also the worst programme.
You mean the one that you weren't in?
Yeah. So you gained by having a fantastic co-commentator in Johnny Palmer.
Yes.
You lost because
a true pro.
You lost. And I'm going to say this on air because a lot of the technicals fell over.
Yeah, we did. We did have a few challenges.
Hang on a second. And this is not because I wasn't there. There were some technical issues which we couldn't get around. And anyway, but so it was weird. The event I couldn't make because I was doing an RC event, an international RC event. Sounded brilliant. Looked poor.
So are you looking at missing a few next year, Nick?
Nope. Just sort of, these are all now. The new dates are now nailed as my first choices.
Oh, right, there you go.
I'm not letting that happen again.
Yeah, we go to Mansell Raceway. It's a track that I've never been to. That is in June. We go back to Rowra for the second round next year, and then we go to Mansell in June. I've never been to Mansell. I remember it used to be called Dunkeswell. It's actually down as Dunkeswell. Yeah,
I think. Yeah. Did Nigel actually buy it or just sell his name?
I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. Wilton Mill. Well, Wilton Mill's Wilton Mill. Fulbeck.
Here we go. There's karts.
And then Clay Pigeon.
Karts.
Disappointed we're not going to Warden Law. I know Matt Hunter's listening. Hello, Matt.
Hello, Matt.
And I know you're crying because the NKC.
Hang on, we are going to Warden Law in just 2 weeks' time.
Yes, we are.
Well, more at that at the end of the programme.
More of that for Karting TV Live.
Yes.
Yeah. We've got karts on track, though, Nick.
We have.
And it's Senior Rotax, their fourth heat. It's their fourth, and is it their final heat? No, we've got another one. We've got 5 heats all in total.
There's something else I wanted to do, actually.
I'll have a quick rundown.
Can you talk among yourself for a while?
Well, we've got Harry Barker with the Masters Championship leader, Paul Ozan, alongside him on the front row. Second row of the grid is Alexander Mirazan. Toby Case is alongside. Tyler Fossey and John Hobbs are on row 3. Luke Evans and Max Martin. And then we've got Carl Dunford, Jodie Fox, Ben Harper, Paul Moran, Pedro Oliveira and Miles Barthorpe, who's currently championship leader. Tommy Lee Davies, Louis Ball, Scott Smith, Nathan Hope, and then Andy Powell and Mackenzie Stevens, George Sanders, James Costin, Elliot Thomas, Lewis Jones on row 12, Thomas Storer, James Wood, Jamie Hardy, George Boxall, Simon Keeble and Dan Andrews. Andy Powell and James Wood running out of FP Motorsport with Hunter Motorsport Power on there. Then they are way down the grid, those two teammates. We'll see how they work together. We've been given the off though, Nick, and we are very much underway. missing out that turn 1 chicane and heading down to the turn 2 sweeping hairpin. It's a right-hand hairpin, and it is a very fast sweeping turn till it goes back on itself and back down the other side of the runway to the turn 4 chicane where the leaders are now. And it's the number 6 that is leading. That is Harry Barker from the pole position, maximising that start position and leading the field into turn 5 and into the complex for the first time.
And we've lost. And yes, so
yes, we've lost timing again. Yes.
The timing uplink is using the same system as our timing downlink, which I just changed, but it's died, which is not good. So I'm afraid we're running a bit blind on timing again. So this is because the time is not actually leaving the set, isn't it? Beautifully turning it towards you.
Yeah, I'll just have to breathe down back of Will's neck again. Let's wait for the field to come back through. They're into the turn 4 chicane now. I do see the number 72 of Paul Lazan having dropped to third. He's challenging to get back up to that second place overall. That's where the battle is. Harry Barker has disappeared into the complex for the second time. And look at that. Paul Lazan being crowded out, but taking advantage there and down the inside of turn 10. That was the old master stroke there. He could have easily have ended up in 4th place, but instead he's back up to 2nd. So it's Barker, Ozan, Alexander Mirazan in 3rd, Kyle Dunford it is in 4th, Luke Evans 5th. Then we've got John Hobbs, Max Martin, Miles Barthorpe up to 8th, and then Ben Harper and Paul Moran running off the top 10. Great to meet Helen for the first time.
Yes,
Mrs. Moran.
Mrs. Moran to be.
She's here.
To be.
No chicken dinner at the Morans.
Well, all down the pub, in fairness.
Yeah. She brought her mum as well.
Even better. They were off seeing a wedding venue.
They've been off to see a wedding venue, yes. I hope we get an invite, Helen.
Right, and I hope,
Helen,
I hope it's a chicken dinner.
Yeah. Well, there'll be more than a chicken buffet, maybe. Oh, look at Harry Barker. Look at that lead he's pulling. There he goes across the line. Still Ozan, Evans, Dunford in 4th place. Mirazan drops 2 places to 5th. And that's John Hobbs, Max Martin, Paul Moran up to 8th now. Ben Harper, Jodie Fox running off the top 10. Where has Miles Barthorpe? There he is, down to 14th. Miles Barthorpe on that lap, Nick, dropped 6 places. Still waiting for the timing to update on our screen, so I'm still going to have to.
It's not leaving that computer at the moment. So
right, I see. Field already into the complex. Harry Barker already crossing the line just there as the number 72, Paul Lazan. He's clawing back championship points now into the first chicane. There he is, Paul Lazan, former Super 1 champion here in the UK, and showing the young boys how it's done.
Yeah, some
already.
great. Paul's been putting in some great performances. I mean, if you were stay tuned over lunchtime, you've seen the chat with him. Yeah. As you can see, not in the first flush of youth, but he's making up perhaps from the lack of muscles with memory.
Paul Lazan was racing karts when I was racing karts in the early 90s.
Wow.
Yeah, he's really that old.
Victorian age then.
Here he comes. Here's Harry Barker. There's Paul Ozan. Now Ozan has got Kyle Dunford moving onto his tail. These two moving away from the kart in 4th place and extending that lead purely because they are not battling, or at least they're beginning to stop not battling. That's for 2nd and 3rd. The thing we're talking about is the kart in 2nd place there. He's the Masters Championship leader, so he needs to finish as high up as he can. Masters denoting that he's one of the older drivers. And there's the move from Kyle Dunford down the inside. That was a textbook move. And that means Dunford, having been held up a little bit by Paul Ozan, he'll want to now chase down Harry Barker, who's crossing the line now. There is just under 3.5 minutes remaining. Dunford hasn't lost Ozan, though. Ozan very much with him. Out of the first chicane. Down to turn 2. And you can see Dunford just eking out. That's what I'm going to call that half a kart's length into the turn 4 chicane. Harry Barker already out of it and heading towards turn 5. That sweeping left hand of the kart are going through now. Oh, using a bit of curb there for Dunford. This is where he made the move stick. And there's no doubt about it. He's pulling away from Ozan. He's leaving Ozan ever so slightly. The battle behind them, Paul, is where we are seeing a bit of action. Just dropping back off that third place kart as they come across the line now. There's fifth. That's where the battle is, right there. We've been swapping places and they continue to challenge one another into the chicane. Out of the chicane. We'll try and get a handle on who that gaggle of karts. Too wide, like a NASCAR race through that sweeping right-hander. Too wide for 2 rows. Great battling there for 6th, 7th and 8th, it looks like. And one of the drivers in there is the number 77. That's the bright yellow liveried kart there of Paul Moran, who's down the inside. Moran just squeezing, used his tin opener, as I say. And he hangs on to that. They didn't quite make the move stick, but he's hanging on to that. He was disadvantaged massively there. No hope, no gain. And he's made it stick now. Just get a handle on where Paul Moran is. And that's Moran in 9th place there, just getting ahead of Ben Harper. He's got Louis Ball, Pedro Oliveira. Let's have a look at the top 10 then. Harry Barker still leads. Carl Dunford now 2nd. Paul Ozan 3rd. Luke Evans 4th. Then we've got Max Martin, Alexander Murazan, Pedro Oliveira, Louis Ball, Paul Moran 9th. And rounding off the top 10, Ben Harper. So that's a 9th place slot. He's chasing down 8th place. Sorry, Will. 8th place is, of course, Louis Ball. So we'll see if Paul Moran, who's thrilled that his wife Helen has made the trip from South Yorkshire across the A1 to Fulbeck, instead of staying at home and making his chicken dinner, she's here to support him. And can Paul, who's pulled away now, he's broken free of that group of karts, and the number 77 there, he's in 9th place. He's challenging. He's wanting to challenge for 8th, it seems. As he just gains and gains and gains on Louis Ball ahead of him. Everything stays the same in front of them. With Barker leading across the line there. Dunford 2nd. Paul Ozan 3rd. Here comes Luke Evans on the Lando Norris kart. Then we've got Max Martin, Alexander Murazan, Pedro Oliveira, Louis Ball, Paul Moran, Ben Harper, rounding off that top 10. And having broke free from the karts behind, Moran hasn't quite been able to reduce the gap to that 8th place kart of Louis Ball. Into turn 5. That's the sweeping left hander that leads to the turn 6 hairpin. It's a very, very tight and slow hairpin. You've got to get the kart slowed down. Don't slide too far wide or else you'll totally spoil your lap. Into the complex. Having to rattle the curbs here at Fulbeck. Just keeping off that huge one on the entrance to the start-finish straight. Oh, movement for position just ahead of that battle. So let's have a look at how the field looks this time across the line. Checkered flag being readied. So it's a heat win for Harry Barker from pole position. Carl Dunford in 2nd. Paul Ozan 3rd. Luke Evans crosses the line in 4th. 5th is Max Martin. Alexander Murazan in 6th. Pedro Oliveira 7th. Louis Ball hangs on to that 8th place from the advances of Paul Moran. 10th is George Sanders. Ben Harper finishes 11th. And then we have the kart finishing in 12th. Lewis Jones, John Hobbs, Thomas Storer on the number 1. Current champion finishes 14th. Then we've got Simon Keeble, who finishes 15th. Simon, remember, he's in contention with Paul Ozan for Masters Championship honours We then got Scott Smith in 16th, Jody Fox 17th, Dan Andrews 18th, James Wood finishes in 19th, Tommy Lee Davies 20th. Then we've got Andrew Powell in 21st, Mackenzie Stevens, Miles Barthorpe down the order there on the number 124. He will not be happy with finishing 23rd. James Costin 24th, Elliot Thomas, Nathan Hope, George Boxall, Jamie Hardy, and all 29 competitors there, Nick, finished the full 12-lap heat.
Yeah, great performance by continuing going. We're just having a check on the magic of the internet. Not been quite so magic as it used to be at the moment, but managed to get through. Sounded like a good race. Didn't see any of it. So
you were doing technicals again, weren't you?
Well, I was helping out with technicals. I was trying to help, but in the end, basically, what happened was the world decided to right itself. You know how when things go wrong, you can't work out why they are, and then the world decides to right it itself, and you can't work out why that is. Yeah, that was happening. What happened? We had a situation exactly like that. So
is it sorted then?
Until it goes wrong again, yes. Because we didn't fix it, we just went, oh, it's working.
Yeah, for no reason it comes back on. Yeah.
One of those awful. Yeah, anyone's ever owned a car will know that feeling when suddenly something just works again. You've no idea why. You think, well, that means it's going to break again.
It's the link between. It's the link between the track and the internet feed.
Yes, that's why the time is.
For what everybody's getting their time and scoring.
It's a problem. It seems to be because we've got two different sections. It's actually a problem with the E.
Yeah, the timing went down. Hello to Reese Hunter, who's listening in from somewhere. Don't know what track he's at, but he's listening in to see how James
Hunter Motorsport next year in the championship.
He's already in the championship. He's got Andy Powell and James Wood who are on his engines.
Right. But not the awning though. They haven't got an awning, have they?
No. I'm pretty sure that the way that this championship is growing, we should be seeing Hunter Motorsport here with a good representation. Timing is back on. Yes, we lost timing there. That's why you didn't have any timing, Reese. So you'll be able to keep an eye on how your two motors are doing. We've got the 177s out next for their fourth heat. There'll be another heat for 177s. Yeah, the senior Rotax classes have got enough subscribers to warrant 5 heats. Everyone gets 3 heats, though. That's the thing. Maybe 5 heats for us, but all the competitors will get 3 heats. We've got Sean Smith and Keith Mason on the front row. Rowan Mackley and Lee Todd are on row 2. George Merrison and Mark row 3. Row 4, David Medlock and Zach Bolton. Hello to the Zach Bolton fan club. Are they still there, Nick?
Possibly.
Philip Howarth, who is champion-elect, it looks like, with the demise of Louis Large. He's on row 5 with Dan Millwood.
Technical demise.
The technical
he's
demise.
He's not lying in state somewhere anymore.
I don't know, the way he was looking.
Fair enough. There's a chance that may have happened.
Yeah.
And a good start by
we're going to get a start straight away, so we will get off and on with it. There's the helmet of the golden coloured helmet of Philip Howarth just on the right of the screen there, who's already made places up, and it looks like he's going to come out of that fine turn in 5th place, is it, Nick?
Oh, he's got a drive at 4th.
No, he's got the drag out there, though, so that's going to work for him.
3rd, he's got up the inside of the 49 car who made a mistake, so that's a slightly unfortunate situation for him.
Yeah, he's still battling, and he's into the turn 6 hairpin already, and he's moved up the order again, did the switch back there. He hasn't got the line into the complex, though. He's had to, discretion had to be the better part of valour for Philip Howarth there, and he's had to slot back in. Here they come for the first time then. First time across the line. Sean Smith leads, George Merrison 2nd, Philip Howarth 3rd, 4th is Rowan Mackley. Keith Mason drops to 5th. From 2nd on the grid, Dan Millwood 6th, Mark Rowe 7th, 8th is Oliver Smith, Lee Todd 9th, and Harry Wainwright, the youngster, rounding off the top 10, up 5, up 6. Going with him is Alex Thomas and Tim Darlow, famous for being the husband of Sarah Darlow, whose birthday it is.
Okay.
So we've got a battle that has broken out for. Is that Philip Howarth now charging
he's
down on the...
No, he's in second.
He's in second.
Whilst we were looking at other things, he nipped up the inside of George Merrison at the turn 2 hairpin, and now he's already hunting down Sean Smith in the 64 car.
I think the way Philip is going, he's kind of putting the championship out of reach of anyone else.
Of any mechanical failure, of any disaster.
Yeah, even if he doesn't take part in the final, I think he may have clinched this now. And that's because we've lost Louis Large, of course.
And then Louis didn't take part in the next heat.
No, that's a shame.
The
information is that he chose to. It's out of his reach now, the championship. So he's decided to focus on his teammates and assist in their prep and get their karts running well and seeing them up the order.
Also a little bit depressed about the whole
situation.
Gutted.
Absolutely gutted. Yeah.
Contact warning for car number 4. Kart number 4, Reese Llewellyn.
Karts across the line then, and it's Sean Smith, Philip Howarth, Merrison, Wainwright up. Harry Wainwright has taken 4 karts on that lap.
I'm saying this now. Harry Wainwright, 2023.
Yeah, I know. Put your money there, everybody.
I think certainly what we've seen has been a two-horse race in the large Howarth pair. I think that's going to become a trio if Harry joins the NKC next year.
You know what? The NKC, the NAVOS NKC, to give it its full title for the 2022 season, that has been the largest thing on the karting radar for pretty much, and it's grown as 2022's gone by. And everybody's looking towards 177s. This is the biggest 177 Rotax grid you'll see in any national championship. There isn't an NMS UK British Championship for 177 anymore.
There's not?
Nobody competes in it.
Because they're clubmen and won't spend £1 million.
Yeah, they won't.
Not
I know what you mean in relatives. Yeah. So this cost-effective formula of 2 tyres for 6 rounds is what is attractive, and. You've got the growth of Minimax because of the changes in the National Series. You've got people looking to the NKC and thinking, you know what, it's live streamed, just like the British Championships are, and it travels around the country. There's a nice south-north divide with a little bit in the middle with Wilton Mill.
Basically got 2 north, 2 middle, 2 south.
Yeah, it's pretty attractive.
Next year.
Yeah.
I have a quick question for you, because I should know this. Is British Champs unlimited tyres? Or is it
No, you've
2
got to
sets of
use
race?
1 set for the race weekend.
Right.
So that means once you start your practice and heats, you're on 1 set of tyres.
Okay, so it's not ridiculous then, not like it used to be.
Not like it used to be. I remember in the days I was spannering for certain teams and it was brand new set of tyres per heat.
Was it you who told me the story about the guy who's now the husband of one of the Prince Andrews?
James Matthews.
James Matthews, and he went out. He was supposed to do a run, and he made a mistake on his first lap.
He was racing for Terry Fuller.
Yeah, he made a mistake on his first lap.
I was spannering for him, and he sent him out on a practice run to scrub in his tyres, and he needed to do 3 laps. And he did 4 by mistakes. He didn't see my board. And he came in, and Terry said, throw them away. I threw them away straight in the boot of my car. Yes, Terry, I will. I had thumbs I tell you what, my thumbs were as big as my thighs. The amount of tyres that you had to change. But they were so soft. It was a class of karts that were. I think they only ran for 2 seasons. And it was an international spec, so that the junior drivers in this country could get. And I'm talking 1991. So I forget what formula it was, but James Matthews was teamed with Ralph Furman. Ralph Furman Jr. went on to Formula 1.
Now, at the front of the field, in fairness to Sean Smith, he's managing to not be massively overtaken by Louis Large. We're looking at
Philip Howarth.
83, thank you, actually. We're looking at the 83 at the moment. That's the white kart of Oliver Smith, and now back with the first 2.
Yeah, Philip Howarth. No, he's still pushing on though, isn't he?
I know.
He's still putting his head down to reduce the airflow.
Smith has gained virtually no noticeable track distance during an entire long historical story you told. It's an interesting one.
Yes. I mean, that was just
you
ridiculous.
rambled for about a lap and a half and he didn't get anything. So, Phil, we're now concentrating on you, so give it a go, mate.
Yeah, okay, we're back.
Sean
Smith has dominated. Harry Wainwright up to 3rd that last time, by the way. Ahead of George Merrison. Adam Sadler, Oliver Smith, Mark Rowe to 7th now. Keith Mason is still in 8th. Tim Darlow 9th. 10th is Richard Evans. Stephen Horner, another driver that I've been keeping an eye on. He's into 16th.
Minute and a half to go, by the way.
Zach Bolton wasn't in this one, was he?
Doesn't look like it. I haven't had a stream of messages about good luck, Zach, so perhaps not. So Howarth taking his time in his final heat of the day, because whilst this is heat 4, whilst this is heat 4, this is the third heat that Howarth's been in, so he won't be in the final heat. So he may have another heat with no Louis Large and no Phil Howarth at the end of the day to see who the new people by Harry Wainwright, our tip for the future, in third.
Our tip for the future. 1 minute to go. Zach Bolton started, or should have started, in 8th. However, he didn't take the start, Nick. So I thought we were a bit quiet on the Zach Bolton from the Zach Bolton fan club.
So they're coming through now. A couple of laps to go. They'll get this one and one more. I think they might get two more, actually, because they're 31 seconds away from the start-finish. They've got most of the lap done.
Yeah, they're going to get that, Nick.
Howarth has seemed decidedly less interested in going past Sean Smith than he normally is. I know he knows basically that the second place, 48 points, is probably enough to cement what he needs to do, and perhaps he just doesn't want to risk anything.
Well, he's got one more race for the 2022 season.
Just the final,
and that's the final, yeah. And he knows that he needs tyres that are going to need, he's going to need tyres for another 12 minutes and one lap. So there's really no reason to risk it. Plus, Sean Smith is really, he's pushing on. 46.3, 46.2 for Howarth was the last lap's by. So, that they're not exactly taking their time. Here they come again, crossing the line here. Final lap.
So I think really what Phil's saying, well, yeah, if I get an opening, I'm going to go for it. But am I going to force the opening?
No.
Nah. Now, he's got a chance now to nip out to the camera left. Doesn't do it. Oh, Sean just went a bit wide there, but he's going to be okay. I don't think he's not really an out. Oh, he's camera there foreshortened the distance between the two of them. I thought that Phil was going to go up the inside of Sam. He's looking at it now.
Well, he is, isn't he? He's challenging.
Sam says, no, I'm not giving you a car's width.
I've never seen anybody overtake at turn 5 there all day.
It's more to get online to set yourself up for turn 6.
Maybe.
And what happens is the intelligent people say, no, you're not having any of that, and just ease them out so they don't have any overlap. But he's doing again, coming through the last couple of corners. Almost like Phil was saying, I could go past if I wanted to, but celebration there. Does that mean he's got the points? Because he celebrated there like he's got the points to win.
Yeah, he may have. Yeah, that may have put anybody out of reach of Philip Howarth, and I'm going to call him the champion-elect going into the final there. I mean, the problem is, of course, Nick, when you move offline through that sequence of turns, through 9 and 10, you completely lose momentum. So that's why it's very hard to overtake there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so,
lunch has arrived.
Oh, marvellous.
I don't know what that means.
That means that one of us eats our lunch.
Yes. So did you want chips?
I'm cheesy chips.
Oh, I got chips. I didn't expect chips. So then, we're going to take it in turns to talk now, aren't we?
Yeah, who goes first?
Go on. Because I've got a greater rundown.
Oh, I'm going. Okay, one.
Will, are we able to have a bit of an update on the championship standings, do you think? Can we have a look at the 177 Rotax Championship? Because we right, okay. What? How was it looking going into that one then? What have you done? Oh, sorry. You just pointed there. I'm thinking, what? You've magically made that come up on my screen? Fabulous. Yeah. So we're going to get that update. In fact, you know what we're going to do? We're going to build the tension here. We're going to build the tension. We're going to build the tension going into the finals. That's what we're going to do. So, yeah, I mean... All right, yeah, it's only the top bit that was. You know what? 1,200 to 1165. It's still going into that one, so he's just scored. Yeah, well, that's including the drop, isn't it? Yeah, so that's the true standing. So Philip had 1,200 points going into that heat. He's now got 1,248. And Louis has got 1,165. So technically speaking, mathematically, Louis would have to win the final and Philip not score any points. So, and with Louis calling it a day, that is probably Do you want to do that, Nick? All right. Junior Rotax out for their third heat. I'll do this. Ashton French, he's third in the championship coming into this weekend. He's on the pole with Ronnie Shrimpton alongside. Stephen Barnes and Daniel Whitfield are on row 2. Lewis Llewellyn and Ollie Morris, row 3. Archie Hardiman, Daniela Sutton, row 4. Row 5 is Rafi Celentano with Frankie Bourne alongside. Sophie Hadley and Levi Goodyear are behind them on row 6. Row 7 is Aidan Pomeroy and Alfie Bushell. Braden Hill and Archie Buttle are on row 8. Jacob McDonald, James Rigby are on row 9. Row 10 is Adam Catling and Oscar Shrimpton. Then we've got Joel Bowden, Sam Wyatt, row 11. Rounding off the field, Ethan Wyatt and Dylan Mitchell. We've got the go-ahead for a race start. Our championship protagonists are way down the order in this third heat for Junior Rotax, as the field look like they get through that first turn, which is the turn 2 hairpin, through turn 3 kink and into the chicane for the first time. And it's the number 67 of Stephen Barnes from the scuffed number plate on the side of the cart I saw there coming out the chicane. They're already into the turn 6 hairpin as they go into the complex for the first time. And across the line, Nick, we'll get an idea of just who is where.
So lap 1 is completed. And it's Barnes from French, from Whitfield, from Morris, from Shrimpton, from Braden Hill, one of the contenders. Then Levi Goodway, Daniela Sutton, who was very impressive in an earlier heat until she got involved in a bit of an accident, not really her fault. Going around this corner, turn 2. As they streak away, our leader has about 7/10 of a second over second place. The multicoloured cart leads, and second and third are right together. It is French and Whitfield. The red cart of Whitfield going through the arena section now, all taking a little bit of a curb left and right. And now pass through turn 10. It is disappointing that a track as old as Fulbeck has not got around to naming any of its corners. We've named one in the arena, and apparently there's a bit that has another name locally. But whenever you look on any sort of map, it just says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10.
He's the man. He's the man, Will. We're suggesting we name the corners here.
Oh, there we go.
You could have the Nick Damon hairpin.
Yes.
The Joe Bradley chicane.
Yes.
The
Paul Bateman. Oh, it's probably the 72.
Because of his personality, we could have
Ronnie Shrimpton had a big issue coming on the turn into turn 5, and has been dropped massively down. So he won't be 6th when he scored next lap. As long as my eyesight's right, it is 72. So they cross the line now, and it's Barnes from French from Whitfield. We're looking at second and third still, which is the French-Whitfield battle. So, sort of being caught up very slightly by the two behind, which is Morris and Hill. And I said Shrimpton now has dropped down to absolutely plumb last of the runners now. The 72 cars scored 21st. Danielle Sutton is in 6th. We've got a leader in Barnes, then 2 pairs. This is the first pair, and you can see in the background the second pair. Multicoloured cart of Ashton French, 53. Going through the turn 6 hairpin. Not seen a lot of action really on this next section. We'd have tried to get past on this sweeping number 7. They go through 8, 9 and 10. So those of you watching, you know, I think we told you what the numbers are of the corners. If you want to give us a name for the numbers, so we'll give you the number. If you give us the number, so say number 2 is this, number 4 is this. So I'm going to talk you around the track now, and I'm going to tell you what the numbers are.
Can I make a suggestion based on his personality?
Go on.
The Gasberry Complex.
You're trying to make Gaz a star, aren't you? Yeah. Okay, so when next up, I'll tell you the numbers of the corners in the exciting happens in the race. And actually, what's happened now, rather than having a 1 and 2 twos, we've got a 1, a 3 and a 1, as the major, which Braden Hill is making the major forward motion. But yeah, let's spend this afternoon naming Fulbeck. They haven't bothered to name the track since the Second World War, but we're here once and we're going to do it. So I don't mind their silly ideas or really good ideas, but I am going to present the track with a list of names for all the corners. So anyway, so this is going now into turn 1, which is the hairpin. What do you want to call that? Harry's hairpin? Oh, it's getting close now, isn't it? It's a chicane. All right, so chicane's not a hairpin. Good point. Then come to turn 2, which is a hairpin. Thank you very much. And then turn 3, so you've got to say it doesn't really exist. I literally self-censored myself 4 times there before saying anything. Then you got the 4 chicane, and then you come round to the turn 5 when no one can overtake. So that's the important point about the personality. But someone overtakes on 6. This is 6, and you saw there the 30. It looked like Braden Hill got up past Whitfield there. He did, the 35. This is now 7, 8, 9. The exit is 9, and the left-hander here into the main straight is 10. So those are your corners. Taking those corners the last time round, Braden Hill picked up a position, getting past Daniel Whitfield. But it's still a little bit of a gap between himself and French. Barnes a long way ahead. But Hill on the move. He's got 3 minutes and a lap to go, so there's still plenty of time. With action behind them with the 20 and the 19. That's Ollie Morris and Samuel Wyatt swapping positions. So let's stick with second and third. And they come out. Fourth not being dropped, which is Whitfield now, but it's about French and Hill. Hill looking to get up the inside of French again. That's where he got Whitfield last lap. And he's always going to try it. We're going to say, no, they're going to get past going through into turn 7. That's not happening. Well, it's called turn 7 now. What are we going to call it from now on when we rename it in the next couple of hours?
In the clubhouse,
yes,
there's a picture of Dan Weldon.
Is there?
Who raced here a lot as a junior and into seniors.
As Braden gets past for second, nice move into the turn 1 chicane, not the hairpin, turn 1 chicane. He got through nicely there. But yeah, so Dan was a big racer here, was he?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, you see,
timing was impeccable.
What you need to do, you either eat or you don't eat. You can't cross comment whilst eating.
Put me further down.
You want to be involved? I know, but there's plenty of time. But anyway, so this race has got 2 minutes to go. I don't think that Braden Hill's going to be able to catch up the distance to Steve Barnes, which was 2.5 seconds when they went across the line last time. They come across the line now, and it's changed to 3.1. Battle now for third and fourth, as you can see. And it's Aston French holding off Daniel Whitfield as they come down to the number 2 corner. Number 2 corner, needs to be called something else. So French looked quite comfortable in second until he got his momentum upset. Oh, at the inside there into 4. Fantastic manoeuvre there. That absolutely great drive from Daniel Whitfield getting up the inside of Aston French. I think French may actually have been so spooked by that one, he might have lost another bit. There's 2 identically coloured carts next to each other, or very similar carts. We all love this kind of white, purple and sort of mauve motif you see in a lot of the carts. Now, what's happened now is that you've got the cart behind, is behind French, is I think now Samuel Wyatt. It is. So Wyatt has moved past. So French did lose 2 positions. This colour now, very similar colour cart, but with the orange racing. This is Wyatt, Sam Wyatt, and worrying and harrying the 41 of Daniel Whitfield to go down the bottom of the hairpin at the far end of the circuit. Now accelerating up through the no corners, number 3, and then into the hairpin again. The hairpin, it keeps saying the chicane. Well, it's stuck in my head now. It's Joe's fault, that is. Oh, he wants to comment again. Have you swallowed? Get your microphone back where it was and go.
It's a chicane.
That's a hairpin.
Somebody who's been doing this as long as you have, you can't tell the chicane.
It's called a verbal tick.
And Sam Wyatt is being very, very, pardon me, very clever. Now having to scoff my lunch down, it's now going to regurgitate all day. But Sam Wyatt is being very, very clever here.
Sorry, you got the burger as well?
Sorry?
Have you eaten the burger as well?
Burger and chips.
That was in 2 minutes.
Yeah, no.
That's fantastic.
I inhaled it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and now I'm going to suffer from indigestion all the way home up the A1. Sam Wyatt, I was just talking to his dad in the lunch break, and he's going to be, I'm not going to say conservative, but he's going to be racing this afternoon, and this is what we're seeing here. Sam is in the orange helmet and the orange suit. Ahead of him is Daniel Whitfield, and Dan on the red cart. I'm not saying that Dan is slower than Sam, but it's as Sam moves ahead there, or tries to move ahead, moves alongside. Dan holding him off, but Sam's not going to push too aggressively, I think is what I'm trying to say. Daniela Sutton, by the way, on that purple and mauve. I love how you use the term mauve as well. It's a very 70s term, that, isn't it?
We'll be using the word taupe soon, won't we?
It's clear that Daniel Whitfield is slightly holding up Sam Wyatt.
Not anymore.
That's allowing Whitfield to. That's allowing Daniel Sutton
over and
to
under.
move alongside. Oh, was that a switchback?
Yeah, switchback. I think actually Sam carried too much speed and went too wide on the exit, but they've swapped positions twice. But the net effect is that Daniel Whitfield stays in third. There's a train now, 3 carts with Wyatt and Daniela Sutton behind them. Sutton's taking a bit too long to catch up. I think she's probably has the pace to do these guys. Oh, up the inside, this is going to be the first overtake at 7, and it is our first overtake at 7 there. Well done to Sam Wyatt. Took it through there. Almost, though, actually, I must admit, I think there was a little bit left over by Daniel Whitfield. I think he was worried about coming across at that point. And if he'd been a little bit more aggressive, I think it might have been a different result. But a great race there. Let's watch this again. It's the first we've seen. He's looking at the whole time going, oh, there's the first overtake at 7 we've seen. I'm sure there's been some down the field, but he got through.
First clean overtake we've seen at 7.
There's been
that's
some,
for sure.
Yeah, there's been some, what's the word for it?
Robust
manoeuvres,
driving.
Yes. So, the result for Junior Rotax Heat 3. Stephen Barnes has won it by 3.5 seconds from Braden Hill. Good points for Braden. Samuel White is third. That keeps up the battle. And then we have Dan Whitfield in fourth. Daniela Sutton in fifth. Ollie Morris is sixth. Aston French seventh. Archie Buttle is eighth. James Rigby ninth. Then it's Levi Goodbert Ujier bringing up the top 10. The rest as they came in was Rafi Celentano, Lewis Llewellyn, Alfie Bushell, Adam Catling, Joel Bowden, Frank Bourne, Dylan Mitchell, Oscar Shrimpton, Ethan Wyatt, Sophie Hadley. They all finished the race, but Ronnie Shrimpton we saw dropped out after 2 laps, and Archie Hardman only made 1.
Great stuff moving into the final for those junior Rotax runners, and we'll get an update on their championship when that result is processed. You know how we've been all year long been sort of trying to create a celebrity out of Gaz Berry.
Is it working?
It absolutely is working, but I've got to say, in all seriousness, to Gaz, he's been a massive help for us
100%.
the whole season. Yeah. And a big shout out to Alfin Glynis, who's responsible for Gaz.
They're his parents.
Yes, and they've been listening all year, and they love our broadcast. But an even bigger thanks to Rachel, who has to put up with Gaz.
His missus.
That's his missus, yeah. That's
his
partner.
It's a great name for a missus, by the way.
What, Rachel? Oh, yeah, your missus is called Rachel. It's not the same woman. Funny you never see them together. Yes. You know those business trips she's always away on?
Well, if he's paying half the price, that's fine.
Anyway, back to the racing, because we've already got the senior TKMs on track.
And back to Joe.
Right, okay, yes, off you go, Nick. Yeah, Jason Lovett has got Callan Lamont alongside him on the front row. Yep, you heard it first here. Mitchell Ball, who is the championship leader in this senior TKM class. He is on the second row with Ollie Milner alongside Joseph Jackson, Curtis Granger are on row 3. Then we've got Lucas Sullivan and current reigning champion and also champion protagonist Louis Bevan on row 4. Chris Whiteside and Ricky Wright are on row 5 with Matthew Horton and Olivia Jenkins on row 6. Row 7 has Gordon Smith and Leo Crabtree. Matt Slate and Alexander Lehman are on row 8. Leanna Page and Adam Crofts-Davies are on row 9. Row 10 is Will Cregan and Joseph Phillips. James Hull and James King are on row 11. Row 12 is Luke Woodward and Matthew Temple-Purcell. Oliver Fathers and Charlie Savage are on row 13, and the 27-cart field rounded off by Andy Wagstaff. As the field is flagged off, we get an absolute blast down to the first turn, which is the turn 2 hairpin. The Dan Weldon hairpin is what I'd like to call it. Oh, and a cart off to the left there, sliding wide. Or did he have a problem coming through the hairpin? They're already into the turn 4 chicane. And out of the turn 4 chicane, it's the number 23 of Callan Lamont who leads. He's out of the flex awning, of course, and it's 2 flex teammates out in front of this field of 100 senior TKMs, 115cc air-cooled TKM motors on these carts. It's number 82 of Mitchell Ball, actually, who is slotted onto the back of teammate Callan Lamont. Mitchell Ball, 10, came into this weekend, 10 points behind Louis Bevan, of which Louis Bevan comes through in 7th there. Ollie Milner in 3rd, Joseph Jacks in 4th, 5th is Lucas Sullivan. Jason Lovett drops 4 places to 6th. Then we've got Louis Bevan 7th, 8th is Leo Crabtree, Olivia Jenkins 9th, and the top 10 rounded off by Gordon Smith. Out of the turn 4 chicane, already through turn 5, into the hairpin at turn 6, and the 2 flex carts have swapped positions as Mitchell Ball goes through. Great team driving, if that was calculated by Callan Lamont. So Mitchell Ball maximising his championship position at the moment, leading this 3rd heat. third and final heat, actually. Meanwhile, just behind them, there's quite a battle going on behind these two. The two Flex teammates working together to pull away from Ollie Milner. Joseph Jacks just behind another Flex team. Or is that Louis Bevan already? No, Louis Bevan ahead of Joseph Jacks, of course. That's the number 1 kart there. And he's currently the championship leader. He'll want to catch up to his team. It's all about Flex, this senior TKM category. They're currently first and second in the championship. So the two teammates working together at the front. Mitchell Ball leading Callan Lamont, and then very shortly, if Louis Bevan can get ahead of Joseph Jacks, they've already both gotten ahead of Ollie Milner. That's the battle for third there. And there is Louis Bevan. Louis already getting by Joseph Jacks and chasing after. It's a Flex 1, 2, 3 at the moment, with Ball, Lamont, and now Bevan at the front of this field. Now the question is, Nick, what is Callan Lamont going to do? He's got his teammates. In fact, Callan Lamont is also in with a chance of the championship.
Okay.
If my memory serves me,
but
and I'm just going to confirm
what name
that.
have they put in the trophy?
Well, they're first, second and third in the championship. Louis Bevan came into this weekend leading. Mitchell Ball was second and Callan Lamont was third. So Callan Lamont is not playing a team game here. He actually, Mitchell Ball had to, fight to get by him. It's a Flex 1-2, about to be a Flex 1-2-3.
So the 1-2-3 is the 2-3-1 in the championship.
Yes, that's the moment. That's what we've got at the moment. 2-3-1 coming into this weekend. I'm going to get an update off Will, if he can give me an update on the senior TKM championship before this heat. That is, after 2 heats. This is the third and final heat. It'll give us an idea of where the championship is. Thanks, Will. Oh, that's Junior Rotax. It's coming, he says.
It's all coming. Be there soon.
We've already got... Oh, that's brilliant. Thanks, Will. Will already very, very efficient here, Nick. He's already given me not just the grid for Junior Rotax, but the championship positions going into...
This is getting a bit professional, I can say.
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
So 3 identical design karts all at the front because they're all run by the same team. Are they all the same chassis, or do you choose
I'm not
your
sure
chassis
whether...
and they get run
I'm
by
not sure whether
someone?
Flex run the same chassis for all of their customers, or whether the customers bring the chassis and it's basically a sticker kit.
Say I just to explain. Some people watching might be thinking about picking up a bit of kart racing. Explain to me how you work. You end up with under the awning of a Flex. What does that involve?
Well, you basically go to Flex and say, "I'd like to," and you can. I would imagine, like other teams, like Hunter Motorsport. Oh, and that's a problem there for looks like an engine problem. I think that is that 51.
Can't see. It's going again now. It's 55.
55.
Joseph Jackson 4th.
Oh, that's terrible for Jacks. Out of 4th place, so that's left the Flex runners out in front, and Louis Bevan now onto the tail of Callan Lamont. I'll tell you more about how to get involved, Nick, at the break, because this is becoming a battle of the Flex team, and is that another Flex driver in 4th place. This is not just... This is brilliant stuff, because we've got this senior TKM battle. We've got 2nd, 3rd and 1st championship positions there, right there. And yeah, Joseph Jacks dropping down the order on the timing screen.
Looking like Louis. Louis has been, I say, slightly dropped. I just think that the more positive movement currently is coming from Callan Lamont. Callan Lamont seems more interested in getting past Mitchell Ball than the rest of the situation. But yeah, I suppose he's on a points catch-up, while the other two really are looking to consolidate points to at least the final, I would think.
This is flat out, Nick. This is absolutely flat out. This is not tactical. This is just drive those things as fast as you can. Think about the tyres for the final later on. But because right now you want to hang on to wherever you want to hang on to. Mitchell Ball wants to hang on to first. Callan Lamont wants to stay in second. And Louis Ball wants to be first. That's the problem. Callan Lamont, of course, he wants to be first. They all want to be first. That's the thing. And there's only room for one at the front of this field, or the front of any field. We've still got 90 seconds of this race remaining. So it's going to be literally a race to the flag. And you know what, Nick? There's no reason why the championship won't come down to this situation next time out for these drivers.
Yeah, I mean, they are head and shoulders above the rest of the field. And you can see why they've broken away, and they're just pulling effortlessly from the rest of the field, despite the fact they're not going as fast as they can, because they are limiting themselves by their ability to not want to be overtaken by the people behind them.
Yeah, I think the problem is, the reason why we're not seeing Louis passing Callan and Callan not passing Mitchell is because they're absolutely flat chat. And look at that, Mitchell Ball just pulling out. And remember, Mitchell had a bit of a torrid time in the first heat. Ended up with a smashed up kart and had to renew the whole of the steering geometry on the kart, the steering column and the track rods and the steering arms, and
that will cost him points, of course, in that first heat.
Yeah, it will have. So I'm not quite sure.
Nope.
There's a move from Louis Bevan.
That was up the inside at 4, and that's a hard one. You get the kind of reproachful look from Callan. What are you trying that for? That's not going to work.
Yeah, he did. He lost. He didn't lose as much momentum as I thought he might. But look at that. Because these two have started scrapping now, that's allowing Mitchell Ball to just break away ever so slightly.
Right on the cusp, but whether they get another lap or not.
Yeah,
5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
Lost.
Final lap. Yeah, final lap board. That was right on the cusp, as you said, Nick. So here we go. One more lap of this senior TKM Heat 3.
Good couple of corners for Mitchell. He's pulled a nice, convenient gap for the last lap from Lamont and Bevan. Now, will Bevan try it again up the inside of 4?
Well, these two out in front are gaining ground, championship-wise, on Louis Bevan, who's third. He carries the number 1. He's the reigning NKC Senior TKM champion. He's wanting to have. He's going for consecutive championship victories into the complex for the final time. Then in Heat 3, and I think time is running out. An opportunity certainly running out for Louis Bevan to challenge. There they go across the line, and it's a flex 1, 2, 3 with Mitchell Ball taking the win. Callan Lamont second, Louis Bevan third, Leo Crabtree finishes 4th, Olivia Jenkins finishes in 5th. From Lewis Sullivan, Ollie Milner, Gordon Smith, Leanna Page 9th, Jason Lovett, Will Cregeen is in 11th place. And then looking down the order, Max Slate 12th, Curtis Granger, Alexander Lehman, Oliver Fathers, Ricky Wright 16th, Charlie Savage, Luke Woodward, Joseph Phillips, Matthew Temple Purcell, James King, James Hull, Chris Whiteside, and Chris Whiteside finishing 23rd, the final runner. Joseph Jacks, we lost on lap 7, and Matthew Horton on lap 3, unfortunately for them. Third and final heat for our Minimax runners coming next. So we'll have a look at their grid in a moment. Nick, you asked a question. How do you get involved?
Yeah, with a club,
the majority of teams will offer a full arrive and drive hire service where you basically, they supply the chassis, the tyres, the engine, everything. And there'll be a cost at that. And I'm not going to hazard a guess at what, because team costs differ. Or you could have a kart, you could even have your own engine where you take it to a team and you say, prepare this kart, run this kart at the track, I turn up, I drive it, you prepare it across the day, and that'll have a cost to that as well. So there's various ways of, or you can just hire owning space within a team and pay for a mechanic. And that comes with a team. And, you'll get assistance with running the kart through the day with whatever. And that's pretty much across the board in karting, you can even do that at British Championship level. And I'm pretty sure that's how Flex will work, because that's how.
So like 35 years ago, we always used to turn up with a cart stuffed in the back of a Sierra. Not happening anymore.
I mean, I remember ending up with a little sort of 5-6 kart team in under our awning, and basically you got paid for prepping other people's karts, but it wasn't to the kind of professional level that we see now in car paddocks, even in here in the NKC paddock. It's a cost-effective formula, but we've still got teams operating and running multiple entries and multiple karts. We've got the karts on the track for the Minimax third and final heat, Nick. Seb Corking starts this one on pole with Daniel Haynes alongside. We've then got Louis Rees and Reese Green on the second row. Jasmine Taylor and Alex Fraser. Just got to say, Jasmine Taylor and Alex Fraser and Reese Green have been the fastest kart here today. Thomas Hadley and Sonny Morgan are on row 4. Emily Cotty is on row 5.
They've let them go, but they? Yeah, blimey, okay. That's the first time they got away with it the first time.
And we've got 2 100 UK juniors, Hayden Taylor and Cyril Smith, have taken the start as well. And they're vying for position now as they go to
Hayden Taylor's actually
turn
competed
1.
more on the lap so far.
There they go. Swapping, and they've swapped twice there before they've even got to the first turn into the lap.
So the leaders,
the Minimax leaders are already with us, and it looked like that might be Louis Rees. What number is that?
I think it was a 47. No, it's a 70.
71 is that? Reese Green. Yes, it is 71. 84 is Jasmine Taylor, and it's a red flag. We've got a cart off.
Then? Why is that? Oh, yep, he's gone into the barrier.
I think that might be Seb Corking. I'm not sure. Does that look like it's? Yeah, it is. I can see by the visor.
They're telling him not to move out. I think.
They always.
Okay.
Yeah, always very precautionary with juniors. So Seb, he'll be a bit winded. It looks like he's made head first into the barrier. So as we bring the carts to a halt on the grid, red flag then while we go to the assistance of Sebastian Corking. He's he looks like he's just a bit winded, thankfully.
Yeah,
his head's moving. That's his mum.
He's gone hard into, luckily, a soft
tyre barrier.
So he's probably, I'd be surprised if he's done any foot damage. I think he's probably just a little bit.
Yeah, well, he's got his mum with him now. Mandy's over there. So he'll be feeling better for that. I think they're just letting him get his breath back a little bit.
It's really, really unpleasant when you're winded. I don't know if you've ever been winded, but it's
you broke your ribs once, didn't you, at Wilton Mill?
Yeah. Not what? I broke them whilst passing my ARCS test.
What do you mean whilst passing your ARCS test?
Did
you pass your ARCS test?
No, I came back, because when we first did it, there was no test, was there?
No, you just turned up and
I came back in 2001 briefly, bought myself a road tax, took my ARCS test, broke a rib, no raced it anywhere. Sold it for a £72 profit.
Oh, well, that's good business.
£72.
Did you break your ribs during the ARCS test?
Yes. Rib. Yes.
Yes.
Because you had to show a certain amount of competency around the track.
Well, clearly not.
You know the paddock, the pit, the bend prior to.
Yeah, the last bend. Yeah.
Yeah, did it there.
Took some casualties, that mate.
Oh, bloody hurt. Broken ribs.
So did you pass then?
Yes.
How could you pass and you went off?
No. That's the point. Didn't have a rib protector. I broke it by going.
Oh, I see. So you didn't actually go off.
No,
you just broke it just off using it.
Yeah, going off the curb.
Oh, right. So you sold the Rotax then?
Well, I didn't. It's a long story about that, and it involves a very unpleasant first marriage as well. So don't worry about that too much.
We've got time to talk about your unpleasant first marriage.
Well, let's not. But yes, that was my attempts to regain kart racing.
Are we getting any reaction to naming the corners here at Fulbeck?
So I've decided to give you some more hints by going about the history of RAF Fulbeck. We have some time to talk about the history of Fulbeck. Do you know anything about the history of Fulbeck?
I know that karting started here in 1959.
The history of Fulbeck. It's an ex-RAF and USAF base.
I knew that.
Well, tell me what else you knew.
Oh, that's all I knew. I mean, it was probably,
it was mainly,
training and stuff.
There was troop dispersal, troop carriers and gliders and stuff.
So they flew from here?
Flew from here for D-Day and everything else, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so so if you wanted to name it after, they threw Dakotas and C-47s out of here. There was
So really, a great idea then. Get a list of aeroplanes that flew out of here.
That's it.
And we should have... Well, didn't we have that? We had that at Landau, though, didn't we? Lancaster Strait, Spitfire Corner.
The history of the Fulbeck is on the website, but who's going to read that? They want to listen to me telling them about the history of Fulbeck.
Will, this is called filling. Don't spoil it. We need to fill for a few minutes now.
So the other thing is, you could name it after Lancaster, but not in a very positive way, because it was a very serious Avro-Lancaster crash in 1945.
Oh, well, maybe not.
Where the car
took
off from Cyruston, which is over there, and then obviously was trying to do an emergency landing and crashed into the buildings.
Oh, dear.
The plane took off. All right, thank you, Paul. Heckle McHeckle behind me. So you can throw some gliding, some D-Day, some everything else into it. We can have a whole. I mean,
you're not going to call a corner after D-Day.
Will is that? Well, sometimes you see some of the outside manoeuvres.
Forgive and forget, Faulty.
The Omaha Beach one here. So Will, who's worked here for how many years? A lot. He's thinking. His dad and mum, who basically run the track, haven't got round to (brackets bothered) to name any of the corners. And we've been here 24 hours. It's now become our entire point of life.
Yeah. Just because it sort of, I don't know.
Fills a gap.
Yeah, well, yeah, as well as that sort of turn. It's very American, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we should name
turn
this
one,
the...
turn two.
I can't say what his name is. I'm going the commentary box. Your name is the Cockfondle commentary box, I think, possibly.
I'm not sure you can say that.
I just did.
No, I know you did.
But luckily, I don't think we'll get... Oh, we're off YouTube.
To Betsy.
But,
to Betsy.
Yeah, anyway. So if you are listening and you do have any ideas of track naming,
tell you what.
Will has actually told us we can name the whole track. He's looking at me like, yeah, he's nodding right now. That's fine. Was it... You're gonna get the plaques printed for next time round. Yeah, then they'll all be in the ground.
Well, we're creating history, aren't we?
Absolutely, we're making our own history.
Yeah. We make history. We talk about it a lot, but we actually make it.
Yeah,
so that's an idea then. Our RAF. Commodore. No, that's Navy, isn't it? Pilot Straight.
Yes, exactly. That's a good one. Glider bend,
biplane. Anything RAF related. I mean, what's the ranks in the RAF? Actually, Gasberry was in the RAF.
The Gasberry complex.
So the Gasberry complex is RAF related.
Exactly, and that's what we're calling it, the Gasberry complex.
The Gasberry complex. Will it stick? We don't want to say the Berry complex.
It will for the NKC.
Yes.
The young lad's has got under his own...
That's Seb. That's his dad, Graham.
He's got himself into the ambulance. I think he's being assessed. The cart's being moved. I'm looking at the front of the cart. Doesn't look too damaged. I think that
you're kidding me? The left-hand front wheel's hanging off.
No, but it doesn't look damaged. It doesn't look damaged in a way that would hurt the driver.
Oh, no.
So I think it's a case of he's impacted with the steering wheel and hurt himself.
Yeah, I think so. He's winded himself. Yeah. He's gone straight in. We didn't see anything what happened at that first... it was the first run through the Turn 4 chicane, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We've re-gridded with the 22 Daniel Haynes on the pole, 47 Louis Rees alongside. We've basically re-gridded with pole setter Seb Corking missing from the grid, obviously. Conversation going on there between Daniel Haynes and Louis Rees alongside. I think they're deciding who's going to lead into turn 1, turn 2 hairpin. See, turn 1 could be the Dan Weldon hairpin, and then you would lead. You would go off
Weldon hairpin,
and the Dan Weldon hairpin through Weldon kind of thing is the turn 4 chicane could be the Lancaster chicane, B52 chicane.
I always feel that we need something that's more alliterative, so that you can get the chicane. Like that.
Well, Jensen Button raced here. All the big cars raced here. The from Kitty's raced here.
Sure, Lewis Hamilton raced here.
Yeah, I raced here.
Yeah. Well, let's call it the Joe Bradley Bend.
Joe Bradley round the bend. Right, we've got the kart 3 starting, and it's the Minimax third and final heat that gets going. We've got the 2 of our Junior 100 UKs going as well. So that's Hayden Taylor and Cyril Smith. So we let them karts get around the track. Daniel Haynes. Remember, Daniel was our driver of the day at Landau for showing grit and determination from a broken rib or a very bruised rib from the practice day.
That's absolutely beyond the call of duty, that is.
Thoughts on driver of the day so far? We'll talk about that.
I have a very big thought.
You have a yeah.
All I'll say is if you've been in 3 classes in one season...
yeah. Stop eating your Yorkshire puds. Right, we're into the complex. The Gasberry complex. See, it's sticking already. Here we go. Right. We should get them underway. Yes, we do. It's a very fast start once again from Minimax. They do indeed come off that final turn. Absolutely flat chat. Daniel Haynes looks across.
Rescreen to the lead.
Oh, and that's Alex Fraser.
Yep, but...
Alex Fraser, side by side with the number 71 of Reese Green.
Not letting him get that one. Reese says, no, thank you, I'm going to lead this time.
Yeah, well, these two are at the front of the championship, remember. You may have seen the...
Jasmine Taylor third.
The lunchtime interviews with these two title protagonists.
I thought Jasmine was going to throw out the inside of Reese then, but she did. No, that's Alex in the seconds of Alex, but she didn't.
Into the complex then. And it's Reese Green, Alex Fraser, Jasmine Taylor. These three have been the fastest karts in Minimax this afternoon. Kart's jumping over the curb there. Alex Fraser moving down the inside.
I didn't like that, did he?
Yeah, a little bit of a nudge there from Rhys Green.
I'm loving the way they've got the hand signals sorted out already.
Oh, and Alex Fraser.
Yeah, but Green's up the inside again.
Yeah, I think
Is
Alex...
it the old switcheroo? No.
Not quite.
Oh, but Jasmine gets a little nudge from Daniel Haynes, the third and fourth kart. Manages to keep it online, but they've dropped off the front two because she was right on the tail of Fraser as they came across the top of the track last time round.
There's no love lost between these two at the front here as Alex Fraser
again.
moves down the inside of turn 6.
Too wide.
Oh, and he goes wide.
Now, is he going to back out or not? Is he going to hold it on? This is going to be... Oh. Yes.
No love lost there.
Last minute decision not to push it.
He went down the inside of turn 6, slid wide. That allowed Rhys Green back through. It's all back on. And they've still got a chunk of racing to go. They're coming up to 4 minutes. So half distance in this 8-minute and 1 lap race. And it's Rhys Green leading out of the turn 1 chicane. Alex Fraser just taking a bit of a breather. This is allowing Jasmine Taylor to come back. Look, she's moved out away from Dan Haynes in that red-coloured suit with the black helmet behind her in 4th. Oh, great move from Fraser.
Oh, it's gone. Oh, he's left Rhys literally in the barriers.
What happened there, Nick?
Alex, as he just wasn't enough room for two. Well, you can see it yourself here. As they come into it, in he goes. So Fraser's got the inside, but it's not really the racing line. They come across, and he's taken the nose. And I don't know about that. I don't know. Another red flag, and I really don't know about that. I don't have enough experience of karting adjudication, but that to me looked a little bit.
We've got another
iffy.
red flag, same spot as well. I think he basically ran out of room, didn't he?
He didn't give him the room, but it's hard to say that's one or other.
Yeah, I know. Alex went down the inside.
Alex is trying to find out what happened to Rhys, actually, because he didn't see it. So he's actually having a chat. They are once again leaving Rhys in the kart. It was a kind of a sideways hit. I'm pretty sure. Oh, they're bringing the ambulance out again. I think it's a lad. Is he? Yeah, he's okay. I think he's winded again, unfortunately. I'm hoping, because he went in sideways. Once again, when you see this kart, what you really hope that they're not hurt an ankle or anything.
Yes. When they go in front end,
But it was quite a bleak. We'll just leave it until we won't show the accident again until we know that Rhys is okay. But I'd like to see that one again just to work out what happened. And possibly, we'll play it after he's all right. And when we play it again, we'll play it a lot slower.
Well, he's got his helmet off, and he's...
Yeah, I'm just waiting. I think he's literally... I think there appears to be a sort of a protocol here, doesn't there, with the kids, that they don't
take
them out the cart until the ambulance, the paramedics here, which is absolutely the best way to go, because the kids are going to say, I'm all right, I'm all right, I'm all right, without possibly realising they're not. So action-packed Minimax race. Certainly not taking 8 minutes to get this one out of the way.
Honestly, it doesn't matter what series it is, Minimaxes are always full of incident. Always.
Mm.
You be the judge, answers on a postcard as to why. I have my theories.
Is it because they are kids and they don't have any fear in them yet?
The karts are very fast.
Do you think it should be slower? How much is the uplift in speed from cadets, which is the thing before they do this?
Oh, considerable.
Do you think it's too much?
Personally, yes. There was never Minimax back in the day. You went from cadets to junior Rotax. They've kind of bridged the gap. I mean, the problem, of course, I think the class was created because kids grow.
Yeah,
and if you've got a kid
that's now than they were 20
and if you've
years
got
ago.
kids growing at a greater rate than other kids in the cadet class, then they can be massively disadvantaged. So Minimax was brought in to kind of fill that gap for the age group. However, there's massive concern about Micromax coming in, which is basically another kind of cadet class formula. That's for cadet, 8-year-olds, yeah.
With the Rotax?
Rotax engine, but heavily restricted, same engine. Wow. You can basically take that engine from Micromax, conceptually, take that engine from Micromax all the way through to senior Rotax.
Just by changing the air restriction?
Just by changing the air and exhaust restriction. So they down the power, they bring the power down. And there's massive concern as to just getting that right so that the Micromax class can lap at around about the same lap time as Honda cadets, Miami cadets, And there are other cadet categories coming out. There's Water Swift, which is a water-cooled Army. There's another class, which is kind of where Minimax is. And that's why Minimax is kind of being eroded out of the national karting scene. So you can have all of this kit, all of this Minimax kit with nowhere to race, because you've got to... I think they're changing the size of the chassis, and I think they're doing something about the actual speed. I think they're bringing the size of the chassis down. I may be wrong on that one. They're doing something with the formula, if you like.
Okay, I think is he out the cart now? Yeah, he's out the cart.
Yeah, I think you're right, Nick. I think it is a process, isn't it?
Sitting in the back of the ambulance. The ambulance is going to drive back to its place. It's being assessed. The cart is being wheeled away. Let's see what the ambulance go before the cart, and whether the cart's got any particular damage.
So there's 3 minutes and 39 seconds of this third and final heat for Minimax remaining.
Okay, it's got a front right problem. Okay, can you let's look at that again a bit slower about the incident itself. Let's see if we can see the actual thing itself as it comes in. So you can slow it down live, Paul, once we get to the corner itself. Once the camera change. Let's go really slow. So Alex comes in. He is a car length ahead there, but I think he loses momentum in the middle. And, yeah, he's now come in really sharp. So what's happened is Alex has come right. He hasn't carried on the wide line.
Yeah.
So he's come in and then tried to get the racing line. In doing that, he's come across the front of Reese, and I don't think Reese had anywhere to go really. So Reese has effectively got squeezed into the barriers. So yeah, I'm not really. It's very hard to attribute blame to Alex on that one, because he was clear, perhaps a bit more experienced. He'd realised that people can't always disappear. Sometimes, you sometimes have to be. You have to take part in the race. I'm not sure whether that's it. Race end. They've abandoned this one. So the race is over. I'm not sure how they're going to score it. Will it be how it finished?
It'll be taken from the previous lap. So Reese Green will actually...
So Fraser gets a second, according to that.
Reese Green will actually take the win for Heat 3.
So that one's gone back. Okay, that was a well, there's still more clear up to come, but that was certainly very, very active. So that race has been called.
Yeah, that's what we hear on the official channel there.
Back into Parc Ferme. So chance for us to continue the most important part of it is naming the track. So we have the Gasberry Complex. we have to call it something else because...
Well, when we come here with NKC, we can call it. We need a more sort of... I mean, Will honestly say we're okay with this?
Yes. He's literally going to read...
Will, would you like one of the corners called Timekeeper's Bend?
Well, you better be careful. There's a lot of people who accuse timekeepers of that anyway.
I think turn 5 should be Timekeeper's Bend.
Well, there's no timekeeping there, is there?
Through Timekeepers.
Well, that's quite good.
What about through 10? 10
oh,
timekeepers, because then they
hurtle
towards the timekeepers.
No, just call it timekeepers.
Yeah.
No bend.
No bend, just timekeepers.
All right, we need to... right.
Do you like that, Will?
Which of these pieces of paper do you not need anymore?
All of them.
Right, because I'm going to now draw the track and start naming bits of it.
Well, do you not want to just write on that?
No, because that's the only version you've got.
Well, that's all right.
You'll forget. Also, you've orientated it really weirdly.
Have I?
Mm-hmm.
I have, haven't I? Yeah. Should have been upside down. Anyway, just moving forward while Nick draws for some scribbling.
Oh, Nick draws.
Well, Nick draws. Senior Rotax out for their final heat.
Drawn it wrong.
Yes, you have. Absolutely horrendous that. Do you just want to use that?
Yeah, go on then.
Because you know I'm the best track drawer.
You are. In fact, you haven't got many skills. That's
where we are geographically.
Right. So we're calling this timekeepers. We've decided.
Right. Okay. Just right. So turn 10 is the final turn.
This is the Weldon hairpin.
The Weldon hairpin. Danny Weldon. There's a picture of Jensen Button there. No. Okay.
Okay. Right. So now
what we're going to call the first chicane.
Chances chicane.
No.
Okay.
That's silly.
All right. Blimey.
Turn 4 chicane.
We've got some military ones in, haven't we? Really.
Yeah. What's the rank
Why don't we
structure?
call turn 3, which isn't really a corner, gliders?
Through gliders, because it's very just silky and glidey.
Yeah.
While you work on that, right? I'm
Yeah,
going
go on,
to give
do it.
because it's a large grid of 32 carts.
Get going.
Thomas Storer, current senior Rotax champion, carrying the number 1, is on the pole position for this, the final heat for senior Rotax. Jodie Newman's alongside, row 2. Lewis Jones and Adam Rogers. Ellis Humphreys and Lewis Ball are on row 3. Row 4 is James Davis and James Costin. George Sanders and Jake Davis are on row 5. Row 6, Luke Evans and Martin Coe. Tyler Fossey, Jodie Fox are on row 7 with row 8 with Martin Jackson and Alexander Mirzan on row 8. Row 9 has John Hobbs and Kieran Shanks. Row 10 has Patrick Williams-Raj and George Boxall. Ari Barker and Tonino Machichi are on row 11. Gino Cook and Ben Ficini are on row 12. Mackenzie Stevens and Scott Lowther are on row 13. Jay Lewis, Sam Elliott are on row 14. Andy Powell and Tommy Lee Davis are on row 15. And Ben Ficchetti and Miles Barthorpe, why I emphasise that is Miles Barthorpe is currently second in the championship.
How many times are you going to say Miles Barthorpe?
Another time. Miles Barthorpe is second in the championship. Lewis Jones is the championship leader, and Lewis Jones starts at the front of the grid. Miles Barthorpe starts behind. So that is going to extend that gap. I'm not sure where that stands after 2 heats already for these drivers, but that's where it's going to be.
Right.
So all to play for still. They look very, very orderly as they come through timekeepers. And towards the timekeepers to get go from the starter, and that massive carts there, great looking field of senior Rotax 162s, and it's the number 1 of Thomas Storer into Dan Weldon, the Dan Weldon hairpin for the first time. Turn 4 chicane now, and Storer on the number 1, orderly fashion through there, heavy use of the curbs. Kart 35 going down the escape road there.
Adam Rogers has certainly lost a bit of time in that one, I think.
Yeah, Ben Ficini it was who went down the escape road. So the field getting through the majority of this lap. Here they come out of timekeepers and towards us. Storer that leads into the turn 1 chicane. It's Lewis Jones, Ellis Humphreys, James Davis, Jodie Newman down in 5th, George Sanders, Lewis Ball, Adam Rogers, Luke Evans and James Costin. Where is Miles Barthorpe? He
31st.
Started at the back, he's 31st.
So not much movement for Barthorpe so far.
Lewis Jones currently second, now right on the tail of the number 1 of Thomas Storer. He's wanting to maximise his position here and will want to finish ahead of the number 1. Because he knows he's got championship points to get. And his starting at the front of the grid, you need to maximise that. Here they come again then. It's 2 laps completed. Storer, Jones, James Davis, Jodie Newman, George Sanders all move ahead of Ellis Humphreys, who now drops down to 6th. Adam Rogers up to 7th. Lewis Ball 8th. 9th is Luke Evans and James Costin. There's the move, Nick.
Yep, in the lead. Also at the same time, the back of the grid, Barthorpe was trying to get past Patrick Williams-Ryan and Sam Elliott to move up to 27th. It's all extra points. But our leader now, Lewis Jones, also, of course, one of the main contenders for the overall championship. Got past Storer. And Storer's dropped another place, actually, to James Davis. He's dropped another place. I think Storer's got an issue. He's just going backwards at the moment. So that's not good news for him. It looks like a technical. You don't lose that much space in a senior Rotax heat in a couple of straights, unless there's something seriously wrong through the timekeepers. And then coming down to the first chicane.
Yeah, very tight, right, left, right. And then that short blast to the Dan Weldon hairpin. Do you think that's going to stick then?
Sticky for us, isn't it? Through gliders.
Through gliders. And into the turn 4 chicane. That's a left, right, left this time.
I've decided to go with it. We're going to call this button bend.
Through buttons. And into the turn 6 hairpin. Down towards the Gasbury complex. Into that twin apex. It's the double apex right-hander, that's all. You've got to make those 2 corners into 1. Out of timekeepers and across the line to complete 4 laps then. It's championship leader Lewis Jones leading, James Davis second, George Sanders, Thomas Storer, Jodie Newman, Adam Rogers, No change all the way down the order. Where is Miles Barthorpe? Let's have a look and see where he's moved up. Remember,
he's up
Miles
to 23rd.
He's up to 23rd, so he's still making progress.
He's picking off a couple of laps, which is probably the best you can do, to be honest.
Yeah, he's just making steady progress, isn't he?
And each two is a couple of points, a couple of points, a couple. Oh,
there's a move. James Davis down the inside of Lewis Jones and into the lead.
We've seen more and more people braving out turn 6, haven't we? The turn 6 hairpin is becoming a little more of a popular time to attempt it. But to do it, you have to set it up through 5, through buttons. You set it through buttons bend, and then you can just get a little bit enough drive. But what you have to be careful to do is not get too close through buttons, because the person in front can take your momentum away. So
yeah. Oh, there's all sorts of consternation there out of timekeepers with a kart sliding wide into the first chicane. Oh, and somebody taking the escape road and getting right in the way. I'm pretty sure that needs to be checked, because he's took about 7 karts there by missing the chicane. You're supposed to lift when you miss the chicane, mate, and then drop back, not overtake 7 karts in the process.
Even so, it's all going between these top 3. Davis, Jones and Saunders are absolutely battling like a particularly horny Tom Cats at night. And we've got a red flag.
Got a red flag.
And that's because we've got an instant right down the far left-hand corner.
Not quite sure what has happened. It's at the far hairpin. We've got a kart off to driver's left. So another red flag flies. This time the senior Rotax field comes to a halt at the site. We'll get that sorted up. So
there's I think it's is it the 87 or the 67?
I'm not sure. I'll be able to check by the timing screen, Nick, who's missing. I
think they red flagged it before it's carried on.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. It didn't register.
I think it might be the 87. I'm not sure. Is that maximum zoom?
That's where you can go in, Frank.
So we look like we've got a kart off.
Yeah, I think
just coming out of the hairpin.
87 is the 87. So it's Martin Jackson. We're obviously not going to show this, but we do have a camera on it, so we can see.
So let's have a rundown of how the field was looking when that red flag came out. James Davis was leading. Lewis Jones was second, having just lost the lead to James Davis. George Sanders was third. Thomas Storer was fourth. Jody Newman fifth. Adam Rogers was in sixth. Ellis Humphrey seventh. Luke Evans eighth. Ninth was James Costin. And rounding off the top 10 was Kieran Shanks, having just overtaken Lewis Ball. Championship leader, or championship protagonist, I should say, second in the championship coming into this weekend, Miles Barthorpe, had gained another place and was up to 22nd.
So the paramedics are with Martin. He is conscious. He is obviously not being moved on the ground, but he is conscious. His helmet's off. Unfortunately, he has. Looks like he's hit the barrier quite hard and been ejected from the kart. So I don't know if another kart was involved. It was a long way down the field. Actually, it was interesting just after you said there's a lot of kerfuffle going on. It was that same time, wasn't it? Just after that,
it was after that actually. Yeah, there was a kart went wide coming out the final turn there.
So it was in a very busy part of this 32 kart
field. He was in the midfield. He was down in 20th place, so he's right in amongst. He's got a lot of this. It's a 32 kart field, Nick. So you've got karts behind, karts in front. The field being released to past the scene of the incident to get round and re-grid. There is 3.5. Let's call that 3.5 minutes remaining as the clock stopped. I know the clock's still ticking on your live stream, but that's just,
and this race has also gone as well. So they've called this race too. This is going to be a longer intervention by the paramedics than the previous one. I think they may be worried about injuries, and they may have to stabilise him in the one of those sort of neck and everything stretches before they take him off. So just so he is conscious, so it's not it's not a head injury, which is the key point, but there's a lot of work going on. No one seems particularly concerned, so I think it's within the bounds of common karting injuries, if that can be such a thing. But that's a bit of a difficult finish to this last couple of races, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. I mean, we know that it was getting becoming intense, getting towards the final championship positions, and it's not just about winning the championship; it's about finishing higher than your mate. Higher than you. It is a very fast track, this, and it might be a hairpin at the top of the track there, turn 2 as it's called, but it's a very, very fast flowing hairpin, and it's very easy to lose momentum here, as we've seen. You mentioned it earlier, Nick, about losing momentum and then being swamped, and that's what you can do, and also frustration can come about.
And the thing to remember is that when you get swamped, it's really hard to get your position back into the train.
That's right. That's what I mean.
And coming back into the train,
frustration.
You can inadvertently be part of an accident or cause an accident as you've got a speed differential. You've lost it. I've got to get back in again. There's 15 cars. Just so you know, we had 32 carts covered by 31 carts were covered by 12.9 seconds.
Yeah.
So you think about that, and so therefore, looking where the problem was for the 87, just so you know, as he went over the line, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts within half a second with him behind him.
Wow. Yeah.
So you can see how these things happen.
That was beginning
People
to bunch,
got
wasn't
the
it?
inside and everything else. It's difficult. So I think there's it's one of those things where it's really unfortunate. No one's to blame, but these things happen, unfortunately, in motorsport.
Well, you know what? If it was easy, we'd all be doing it, Nick. And we talk about that a lot. Let's look forward, though. We're almost at the conclusion of the 2022 season. And we've got a bit of an update on championships going into the finals, I can tell you. So we will be talking about that.
I have to stop you there.
Go ahead,
We've had our first suggestion from the floor.
Oh.
And it's from Alfano with RG Racing, saying that one of the corners should be called Arnhem, as Fulbeck was involved in Operation Market Garden and the Bridge Too Far with their gliders. So where are we going to call Arnhem? Going round Arnhem, the Arnhem chicane?
Arnhem hairpin.
Either they've got the Arnhem hairpin there, or you can have the Arnhem chicane.
I think a hairpin.
Okay, so turn 6 is now called Arnhem. Thank you, Alfano with RG Racing. So that's the Arnhem hairpin. We've now got, basically, we've only really got two chicanes to name.
2 chicanes to name, yeah. So what's 7, 8, and 9 are the complex.
The complex, the Gasberry complex.
Well, the Gasberry when it comes NKC.
And you've got Timekeepers is 10.
Dan Weldon hairpin.
Or the Weldon hairpin.
2, or the Weldon hairpin.
Then you've got Gliders for the Limited 3.
Yeah.
4 needs naming.
Yeah.
Button Bend is 5.
Button, yeah.
And then Arnhem now is 6.
Yeah, all right, so we need the 2 chicanes.
We're actually doing quite well so far, to be honest.
I know. I was going to have a look at next year's calendar.
Go on then, we've got loads of time. Have you lost it again?
No, I've got it. Season starts, the 2023 NKC, National Kart Cup season starts at Three Sisters in Wigan on the 14th to the 16th of April. Then the following month, we stay on the west side of the British Isles and go slightly further north, this time to Cumbria, back to Rowra in Cumbria on the 19th to the 21st of May. We then travel all the way down the west coast and on into the southwest region. Mansell Raceway, is that near Exeter? Can you check that out?
I'm going to find
What's the nearest town to Dunk as well?
Hang on, let me just find it.
The Mansell Raceway, it's a track that's been used for pretty high-level karting, national karting, over the years. And we get the first visit of the NKC there in 2023. That's the 24th and 25th of June for Mansell Raceway. July, we go to Wilton Mill, which is a more sort of regional Midland bit. That's your home track, isn't it?
It's the one I can say my own bid for.
It says Northampton here, but Daventry is the nearest
north
town.
Of Northampton,
yeah. It's Daventry's the nearest town to Wilton Mill. 28th to the 30th of July. We then have a break for the championship, and we go back to Wilton Mill the following month, actually. So we stay at Wilton Mill
this.
back to back.
I won't take the kit down.
For the O plate.
Oh, my Lord, it's miles away.
Yeah, 17th and 20th of August.
Oh, my gosh.
Show me.
It is north of Exeter, in fairness.
Right, it's just before Exeter. It's just south of Taunton.
What's your postcode?
SR3.
What's the next? Just write the next bit in yourself, rather than broadcast it.
I forgot.
Brilliant. Doesn't know where he lives.
I didn't there.
You should join Callum on. You know where you live and he doesn't know his name.
Yeah, it'd be even worse.
I'm having to think about it.
That one. So, from the O plate, you'll find out how many miles it is for me.
Just think how far your run is. That's it.
From the O plate, we go back to here, back to Fulbeck.
340 miles.
340.
5 hours and 26 minutes. It's actually, because it's so direct down the M5, it's actually no further. It's actually, I think it's no further for you than Clay is, because Clay's over here. I don't think it's any further for you. For me, don't know, it might be further than Clay.
Well, for the likes of Louis Large, Zach Bolton, Steve Horner,
it's a long old
Keith
run.
Mason, Andy Powell, and James Wood, who lives in Cumbria, it's quite a haul. But then again, living in the northeast and going motor racing, it's quite a haul to get anywhere.
Yeah, so it's going to be a long way for me because I haven't got a very little direct route. It's 3 hours 22 minutes for me. It's not particularly direct. So next one is I'll just put Nottingham in for you, shall I? It's great. What should we do? What should we do on our live stream? Just see how far next year's races are for us to travel.
Where was I?
We got as far as Dunkerswell and we just didn't have. Okay.
All right. No. We mentioned the Orplet.
That's amazing. Paul is 3 minutes faster to Mansell, even though he's 60 miles north of me. It's so direct. He's actually quicker.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. So we're all staying at Paul's then.
Yes.
I was talking about the calendar, wasn't I?
Yeah, you were.
So we've got the Orplet.
We got distracted by our own wants and needs.
We've got 2 back-to-back months of Wilton Mill karting for the 4th round of the championship and the O-Plate. Then we come to Lincolnshire, 8th to the 10th of September, which is around about sort of this time of year. And then the championship actually extends through to towards the end of October.
It's a longer.
Well, we go to Clay Pigeon.
We start a month later and we finish a month later.
A long haul.
And this year.
Another long haul.
Long haul flight.
Yes, another long haul flight. Oh, that's an idea. Flying. Fly to Exeter.
Well, from
Newcastle. Yeah. Oh, I might do that. Aha. Just fade me down.
Yeah, sure. Have you got a friend? Some friend of Joe's turned up. Honestly, where's his professionalism? I've got to fill him. I've got to fill my own now. For my own filling, honestly. So yes, we're doing quite well. We're doing quite well now with the name, the track, and this will be the official names of Fulbeck. We've heard. We are just looking now for names of the 2 chicanes. So don't call it the centre chicane because you used to hate the fact that chicanes were named after him. So you've got the turn 1 and the turn 4 chicanes. The rest of the track is basically named, which is exciting, isn't it? So we're just waiting for the ambulance has gone. Now, obviously the ambulance has to leave. I'm not sure what will happen about whether they had to put a hold on the race. For some reason that Frank sent me a full stop saying overlord. Do you mean overload or overlord? I don't know. Frank just sent me a message saying overlord with a full stop next to it. I don't understand anything of that. I don't understand what he's saying. Operation Overlord. Oh, right. You want to call something the Overlord. Oh, right. I see. Thank you very much. Honestly, I applaud your Second World War knowledge, but you've got to remember that, I know it's D-Day now. So, so through Overlord, the Overlord chicane. Yes, it's a good title. I'm not sure it fits the chicane, though. Overlord, right. That's a good one. We'll work that one in. I might change up. We could change Arnhem to the Arnhem chicane, couldn't we? And then have Overlord at the far one. Yeah, we'll do that. We're going to do a bit of renaming now because it's the number of syllables as you're saying it. So I've now decided to call turn 4 the Arnhem chicane. Turn 6 is now the Overlord. Through Overlord, the Overlord hairpin. Just feel that's better. Something pithy for turn 1 is what we need. And realistically, even if Fulbeck don't change their names from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, we will. We'll change it. It'll be us. We're happy to change the names because that's the people we are. So we are waiting for the next heat, which I'm just looking on. The next heat should be... so we've seen Rotax 5. We've got Rotax 1775 and then 100 UK for 3, and that's the end of the heat. Obviously, we're running about 20 minutes behind schedule now due to the 3 incidents we've had in the last 2 races. But still enjoying... Luckily, the weather's staying dry. Now, there was one worry that at 6 o'clock, which we're kind of creeping towards finishing about... Oh, what's it Ash now said? Just got a message from Ash, which he sent very late, saying, I assume you didn't get my message about not being able to get any food because of the long queue. No, we didn't.
Does Ash not know that we've already eaten?
This is the problem. And we didn't know. I thought you had. When I saw you sitting down, I thought you were like eating a bag of something.
All right, I can sort that out for him.
Just get him a portion of chips sent over. Chips all right? Yeah, get him some cheesy chips. Cheesy chips? Yeah? Yeah, get him some cheesy chips sent over.
All right, I'm going to type, Nick. And so
Who's your friend, by the way? Who's your friend, by the way?
That's Louis Lodge's half-brother.
Oh, okay.
Who I've just showed the chin sculpture.
We've had a move around, by the way. This is now the Arnhem chicane in 4, and it's now the Overlord hairpin. Is 6.
What's Will thinking of this? Have you seen this, Will? What's your dad going to think of this? Because it would be his decision,
Will,
wouldn't
it? What's your surname? Ren. Well, it's the Ren hairpin, number 1.
Oh, perfect.
Right, got the track
Actually,
done.
that's quite Ren. Oh, that's navy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's good enough. I'm sure enough Rens around here, I can tell you. So yeah, we got the whole thing done for you, mate. And I genuinely, all serious. We haven't taken the mickey out of any of this.
No, it's very.
Once the carts are going, I'll talk you round, and you'll understand where we've come from with all these. And basically, even the
explain now, Nick. While we're waiting for the carts to come out.
Play the video.
Great idea. So if everybody's listening at home, if you're still with us after this turgid conversation...
it's on 13. That's it. Here we go. Right. Okay, so ignore the numbers. I'll give you the new names. Okay, so we go into the Ren hairpin. Okay? Chicane. Sorry, I got it. The Ren chicane. Thank you again. Blank my brain, honestly. This is the Weldon hairpin. Okay? And this one, they swing by, we call this gliders. There were gliders here. Gliders, there we go. And this is the Arnhem chicane, because it took part in Arnhem. And this is Buttons Bend after Jensen Button, turn 5. This is the Overlord hairpin after Operation Overlord. And then this next section is the complex, which is the complex on most events, the Gasbury complex in NKC here. So 7, 8, 9 is the complex. And 10, called Timekeepers.
Because you head towards Timekeepers. Do you like that?
I bet you thought we were going to muck it up. We have had some help, in fairness, from the audience.
And
from Frank.
It's been a team effort.
But I am sending you that. I will send you that after next week. And what we will then do is, if you don't call it that, when we come in next year, we're calling it that.
Yeah, we'll have to keep that though, because we'll forget.
Oh no, I'll print up one.
So that's it from now.
Yeah, got it now. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to finish the day.
Yeah, we got a whole day
referencing
now.
those. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to stick that up.
It's upside down, unfortunately. Oh dear. Right, here we go. I need a glass of water again.
Going to need some.
Can you take for the cup? Is there any water in the water bun?
Yeah, just have a swig of that. I don't mind. Don't worry.
I've touched the bits today, so.
You've exploited me much more than that, mate.
We're nearly engaged anyway, son. Right.
Can you see that?
Vaguely. I can now. My biggest problem is I can't remember the difference between the chicane and the hairpin.
Yeah, that's where you need to start.
That's just a fantastic example of complete mental blockage.
If we got our next, Will, are we race 21?
Senior race?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it's 2 to go, isn't it?
So you're going to furnish me with the championship standings as we go into the final, like you've been giving me. Brilliant.
So we've got two more heats to go, and then we've got the finals.
Right, so out next, Rotax 177s. What's the hold-up, by the way?
The paramedics are assessing.
All right, okay. Of course, yes. Yeah, we've got to wait for the paramedics to get back into position. So we're still sorting that out. Right, let's have a look at the grid then. This is the final heat of the day. In fact, the final heat of the season.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
For 177.
Oh, for 177. Yes,
let me finish.
I thought you. Well, no, that build up was very much the final.
Can we get
heat
Johnny Palmer back?
The final heat of the
Get him
day.
on the phone.
Well, he's very cheap.
Oh, he doesn't interrupt, does he?
And he's very cheap.
And he's extremely cheap.
Oddly,
yes,
considering he's the most qualified of all of us.
Right, where was I? Yeah, last heat of the season for 177 Rotax. Right, Alex Thomas on the pole position. Thomas in alongside. Brendan Smith and Alex Jones are on row 2. Jai Oliver and Alex Joyner are on row 3. Harry Wainwright, the youngster, bit of a story there. We might need to remind everybody. I will do in a minute. Is alongside Richard Evans on row 4. Row 5 is Charlie Jowers and Adam Sadler. Zach Bolton, yay to the Zach Bolton fan club, is on row 6 with Dan Millward. Stephen Horner is on row 7 with Adrian Smith. David Medlock and Cole Edwards are on row 8. Louis Large is down to that, but we know he's not there. Steve Jackson on row 9. Row 10 is Steve Gilly and Martin Heath. Nick Skelton and Josh Mallett are on row 11. Row 12 is George Marison and Keith Mason. Ben Hitch and Sean Smith are on row 13 with James Yapp and Tom Eldridge on row 14. And rounding off the 29 kart field is Billy Clark. Now then, who was I going to talk to you about? Yeah, so Martin Heath, kart 16, down in 20th, we will start there. Martin Heath is a bit of a short circuit stock car hot rod racer.
Oh, he's used to turning left then?
Yeah, he's used to turning left. So turning right is completely alien. But luckily, there's not very many right-hand turns here. We've only got the Weldon hairpin.
It's clockwise, it's mostly right.
No, the Overlord hairpin's a right-hander.
The whole complex.
Actually, there's a lot of right-handers. It's quite equal, isn't it?
No, it's not. There's 4 more rights than left. Right, okay. It's a clockwise track. Hang on. Let's go again.
Yeah, so he's used to turning left.
Yeah.
So he hits it here.
So it's a big challenge.
Yeah,
all these right-handers.
Turning all these right-handers. Yes, I'll come in again. Right. So, what was I going to tell you about? Yes, Harry Wainwright. If you didn't hear this from earlier, is Harry still 15? Do you know? Will doesn't know. No, he just knows him as a number. He just deals in numbers.
He just knows his transponder number. Doesn't know him. Just the transponder number. That's all that matters.
Yeah. Well, Harry, he was 14 and he moved to senior Rotax because he was about 6'4". So he moved to senior Rotax 162s. Today, he's moved to senior Rotax 177 because he's continuing to grow.
He had a particularly heavy
he's now
week.
6'6".
He had a very heavy week.
Yes.
He had 3 McDonald's.
And he's going very, very quickly. And I tell you what,
he's driving really well.
2023, I know we've talked about the calendar, but the NKC, the National Kart Cup going into 2023, Harry Wainwright is going to be at the very forefront of this 177 class, if this is where he stays. He may try every class.
Yes, what are you going to do now?
He can't go to juniors, obviously.
No, he'd have a job, wouldn't he, really? Well, he's had quite a lot of success, hasn't he, so far today? So I think he might think this is the place to be amongst the big lads.
Yeah. He's gone very well indeed. Yeah.
Two Islands Fishery asked you a question.
Go ahead, call it.
Do you have the Rotax 162 and 177 lap records to hand for Fulbeck? There is a problem with that. And the problem with any lap records, exactly, the problem with any lap records within karting is it's entirely down to the tyre you're on. So if you came here for a MS UK event, which is unlikely, obviously, when they go down the road, you would be, second a lap faster? Just on the tyre?
Chris Cox might be able to answer that. How much slower is this Maxxis tyre, Chris, than a Mojo?
Second to second and a half.
Right, there you go.
So
you're not going to see any lap records today. But I can... Will, do you know what the lap record is around here? No. Right. Who asked that question, Nick?
Two Islands Fishery. Will that be written down somewhere?
Fulbeck track.
Lap record.
We have the... I'm not sure. Fulbeck Kart Club is the... website I'm having a look at. Can you talk, Nick, rather than just?
Well, I thought you were going to fill. You know.
Well, no, I'm not going to fill and just talk about what I'm typing into the computer.
Oh, he wants the Mojo D5 lap record. He wants to know what a lap record with these tyres is. Says 2
It's
on.
not these tyres. The Mojo D5 is what you would use in the British Champs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
These are the Maxxis tyre.
Okay, all right. See, I talk and you
You've
snap
been
at
following
me.
this all season, haven't you?
Vaguely. Right.
You know what I think? I think there aren't any records with regards to that. Like if you in car racing, the lap record for every a Formula Ford or a Formula 3 car or a GB4 or a Formula 4 would be logged. But there is no sort of facility to log people because all sorts of clubs race at tracks. Like, for instance, the NKC are here this weekend. The Fulbeck Kart Club holds meetings here. ABKC members come and race here. And I'm not sure there is... So I'm on the Fulbeck Kart Club website and there isn't anything about that. That might... I'll tell you what, Fulbeck Kart Track. Hang on. Let's see if there's anything on
Wikipedia on the Fulbeck Kart Track.
Wikipedia. Oh, still not there. No. Is that you talking, Nick, while I'm doing this? Or is
I'm now doing something else as well because you went halfway and then you stopped, and no one likes that, do they? You need to go all the way with your conversation.
Well,
Gaz is here to talk to you now anyway. So
Gaz, do you know the lap record for a Mojo D5 here? All right, what you got, mate?
Information on the drivers.
All right, do you want to tell Nick? Do you want to?
Yeah, the Gaz very complex. Hello, Gaz. This is Gaz, our erstwhile media genius.
Well, thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. Hello, world.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I try not to do. I'm not upstage you, do I? Yeah.
No, that's my job is running around plugging things in.
Just got some information for everybody.
Go
what
on,
it is that spoke to Reece Green. He's A-OK after his accident.
Good.
Sebastian Corking is fine as well. They'll be back out for their final heats. And Martin Jackson in the senior road tax accident. He's laughing and joking, but they're taken to hospital just to check him over. All right.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
That's
over to you, Joe.
There are.
Am I
You're on now.
back on? Thanks, guys.
Did you get the message about the chips?
Yes.
Did you?
Thank you.
Is that right? All right, mate. Cheers. Yeah, that's quite important. But that is great news, especially great news. Yes, that's the one. Especially great news to hear that those two youngsters will be back out for their final, which is an indicator that they were winded. But Martin Jackson, just be on the safe side, is going for a check over to make sure he hasn't got any hidden broken bones or the like. Because it was a big accident, that, wasn't it? It's in a very fast turn. That it was at the Weldon hairpin, which is extremely. It's a hairpin. It's not. Is it a hairpin? It's a spread out hairpin, isn't it? It's a sweeping hairpin. It's a very, very fast turn, and you carry a lot of speed in, and equally if you're carrying speed out. So yeah, it's good news that those guys are compass mentis and able to hold a conversation. And we'll see the two youngsters out for their finals later on. Right, so we've got the 177s lined up and ready to rock. Sarah Darlow, our grid marshal there in the yellow and orange bib. It's a 21st birthday today.
21st?
Yeah.
It's a very young marshal.
Very young. Yeah, very young to be the mother of 5.
She's packed a lot into her teens, isn't she?
Yeah, Tim's been... They haven't got a telly, you see.
Oh, everyone needs a hobby, don't they?
Actually, I don't know how old she is. I'm just not going to dare. So
Is the
say
5
she's
children?
21. No, the 5 children just made that. Of course not. Right, so we've got the 177s being released. All good news to hear about the 3 drivers who've had some nasty incidents this afternoon here at Fulbeck. So we've released the karts. It's another 8 minutes and 1 lap heat. It's the final heat of the year for the Rotax 177s. I'm gonna throw this out there, and I think Philip Howarth has got this. I'm calling him the champion elect. for 2022. His main rival, pretty much from the very outset, back in Glenagores, has been Louis Large, and these two have been battling absolutely at it for the whole season. Well, Louis, unfortunately, had that retirement. He's out of contention, and he's focusing on his customers out of his awning, who are some of which are out at the moment. Did I see Zach Brown standing there?
What, the Zach Brown?
Yeah, because he's down on this grid.
Not the Zach Brown who runs McLaren.
Not
then.
Zach Brown. Zach Bolton.
There
What
we
am I
are.
talking about, Zach Brown?
I don't know. Here they come. And
Here they
look
come, yeah.
Pretty lined up. And they're off.
Yeah, charging down. Oh, cart on the grass there.
One
and
cart
a
off and
late
one cart.
starter.
Oof, yeah, that cart was flying out from the collecting area, wasn't it?
Yeah, he just came out late. We're through the Weldon hairpin and through gliders already into the Arnhem chicane and out of the Arnhem chicane down towards Buttons for the first time.
You're very
Who's
good
that
remembering
in the
track,
lead.
Remember the track this way. So Alex Thomas was across the line at the start. I'm not sure it's still him.
Yeah,
They're coming
is
through
it-
the Overlord
Look like
hairpin.
35. Is that 35?
67 in second.
Yeah, 67 in
just
second.
waiting for this. Can you put the alpha time
I'm
up?
just about to.
I think it's also, yeah, that's okay. That's running a bit differently.
Yeah, 67. Adam Sadler. How's he sneaked up from there? Adam Sadler. Thomas Hinton is in the 33. That leads. Sadler up 6 places to second, Nick.
Wow.
Alex Jones third. Richard Evans up 2 to 4. Brendan Smith fifth. Up 3 is Harry Rainwhite. Up 8 has gone Steve Gilly. Charlie Jowers up 2 to 8th. 9th is Alex Thomas. Stephen Horner moving forward 2 to 10th. Dan Millwood 11th. 12th is David Medlock. George Merrison up 5 places from 18th to 13th there on that first lap. And look at Keith Mason. Keith Mason benefiting from Louis Large sitting it out and helping with his kart prep, up 6 places from what will be 25th to 19th. So keep an eye on them coming through the field.
Yeah, great start by Thomas. He's flying down through timekeepers and grabs the start-finish line. Bright orange cart leads the way.
The Wren chicane is the new name for that first chicane there. And then into the Weldon hairpin. Got to move for third, is that, Nick, or fourth?
It was third. It was Evans getting past Jones, 72 past 78.
So Richard Evans moves ahead of Alex Jones there. They're already out of the Arnhem hairpin. Arnhem chicane. And already into Overlord.
It's quite good, Overlord.
Into the complex then. The Garsbury complex, left, then right. Sweeping through to turns 9 and timekeepers, the final turn there, as that battle between Richard Evans and Alex Jones. Alex Jones not liking being left behind by Richard Evans, absolutely glued to his I was going to say gearbox there. His rear bumper, and he goes down the inside. The 92 of that's Harry Wainwright. Harry Wainwright coming through the field. We thought he would. We've been speaking very highly of Harry Wainwright. This youngster in amongst the 177 seniors now. As they go through the hairpin at Overlord and towards the complex. Wainwright on a charge, Nick. Into the complex then for what will be the 4th time. And Wainwright, how did he squeeze by there?
Fantastic driving by Wainwright, absolutely, straight through.
That is the difference between having a lot of grip left in your tyres. He was able to get the power down and was able to take the inside line.
Is this because he's been lighter during the rest of the season and not wearing them as much?
Well, I'm not sure how he would have gone about this. I mean, he should be on the same set of Max's tyres that he was in Senior 162. And then carry those tyres into 177.
But he would have worn them less, surely, because he's 15 or 20 kilograms lighter every time.
That is a very scientific approach, Nick.
Thank you.
That's a very interesting. Very interesting. If you're struggling with your sleep, you need to watch his back, folks. There's Wainwright. Look at that. Look how much grip he's got, man. Look at the way he's changing direction. Oh, and who's that slowing down? Who is that slowing down? Oh, causing consternation. Who is that?
It's the 92. Thank you. Nice zoom.
It's Harry
there.
Wainwright.
Thanks. No, so
I thought it was Wainwright.
Oh, so it's going well, then it's gone wrong.
Yeah, something in the engine has bogged down. I can't say why, because he was on a
Did he
charge.
back up the speed again? Has he still got problems?
He was on a massive charge.
I think that's gone back down to virtually nothing. So it's the 70. We're looking at the 78 and the 72. So we're looking at third and fourth. So 78 leading and 72. So this is third and fourth coming through. First and second away. Third and fourth battling at the moment. Wainwright
dropping down the order, mate. He's dropping like a stone.
No, he's 15th.
He's got He's got a problem. He's got a problem. That might be a retirement for Wainwright.
That's unlucky. A great day. Scarred by a poor result.
He's still going to come out in the final. Remember, that's a problem that they should be able to overcome and get him back out for the final. So Sadler leads, Hinton second, Richard Evans third. Moving up the order by dint of Harry Wainwright's demise. Alex Jones, Steve Gilly, Nick Skelton ahead of Charlie Jowers, Stephen Horner, George Merrison, Dan Millwood rounding off the top 10. There they go across the line, and Sadler leads. 2.7 seconds the gap at the line. Thomas Hinton through. No change all the way down to 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Now, the order remains the same. Just coming through the order there. David Medlock loses 2 spots to Jai Oliver and Sean Smith, 14th, 15th and 16th there. As the leaders come through the Arnhem chicane and towards Button.
Through Button.
Into the complex. Leader already through timekeepers and across the line to complete what will be 8 laps. They're inside of the final 2 minutes of their heats here in the 177 class. And the gap's gone out to 3.4 seconds. So Sadler absolutely on a charge. Hinton, a very lonely second place. He's got 2.4 seconds before Richard Evans.
And it's third and fourth. That's where it's Steve Gilly.
It's
because he's Steve doing all right. He didn't finish the first heat, had some problems. So he's getting some decent points from this, his final round of the day. The Arnhem chicane curves getting absolutely pounded by the third and fourth. They've obviously not taken the Louis Large concern about your chain too bothered. And they come now about to sweep into complex. This was actually also stretching out a little bit. Evans just getting a little bit of a run on Jones now. He's ahead of him. Gilly is back some distance.
Yeah, Gilly's got about just over a second to make up on Alex Jones. He's pulled back 3/10 though, Nick. So Steve Gilly getting on terms with Alex Jones now. The first 4 pretty much out there. Alex Jones the gap to Richard Evans in third ahead of Jones in fourth has been about 3/10, and it's remained that. Somebody I hear has got a fairing, a front NASA panel hanging off. That'll not be. The officials will not be happy about that.
I'm watching the carts go past, and I can't see who it is at the moment. You go and look at the front. I'll just look at the carts. I can see my own eye line. But 33 cart. Thomas Hinton looking particularly swift as he came around timekeepers. This is my view rather than the cameras. I thought I'd just look at the track for a bit,
Things beginning to get a little bit tetchy there.
No, I got
third, fourth, fifth,
4 cars.
and 6th.
And trying hard there, wasn't it? Suddenly the
127, Nick Skelton.
Yeah, Steve Gilly's joined this battle for third, fourth, and now 5th, as you say, right, Joe, and 6th. I'm going to sweep through Buttons Bend. All in a line. He's lined him up beautifully.
Yeah, the 127 number
Skelton
Nick
Skelton. Skelton going through again. So
that was textbook at
final
Overlord
lap.
Hairpin, wasn't it?
Yeah, final lap. So Skelton's gained at least I think Skelton may have gained a couple of places on this one.
They cross the line to complete 11 laps then. Richard Evans.
On the last lap.
There's Nick Skelton moving up to 4th. Alex Jones now 5th. Steve Gilly right on the tail of Jones. Stephen Horner. He's got about 5 seconds behind.
There's been a problem in the Wren hairpin as well. Someone stopped in the Wren hairpin. Can you see? There's a yellow flag. They're skipping it on that last lap.
Ah, right. So a cart off. So somebody off. I can't see who that might be.
No, Wainwright and Jackson stopped some time ago.
That could be Martin Heath. Martin Heath and Josh Mallet have gone missing from the previous lap.
Okay.
So we could have a 2-car coming together there, but it's going to be checkered flag for the leaders.
There we go.
As Adam Sadler takes the win. Thomas Hinton second, Richard Evans third, and then right on his tail, Nick Skelton. 0.2 of a second behind them was Alex Jones. Half a second behind Jones was Steve Gillian sixth. And then we've got, what happened to Stephen Horner there? Because he lost out massively to George Merrison and drops to 8th behind Merrison in 7th. Alex Joyner 9th. Charlie Jowers 10th. And then we've got Brendan Smith, Sean Smith, Alex Thomas, Jai Oliver, Ben Hitch in 15th. Cole Edwards 16th. Keith Mason finishes 17th. Then we've got James Yapp, Dan Millwood, Billy Clark, Tom Elridge, Adrian Smith, David Medlock, Josh Mallet. Martin Heath did get going again, as did Josh Mallet. So it wasn't them that caused the problem. They finish in 24th and 25th. Harry Wainwright we lost on lap 5. And Steve Jackson we lost on lap 5 also. This is the final heat of the day. Indeed, the final heat of the season. And it's 100 UK out next, and this one is an absolute stonker of a battle. We've got Wes Graves, who is leading the championship coming into this final round. Ben Clucas and Ed Peed behind him, but you can't discount Jamie Crease and Liam Hamling as well. They're in the contention for the overall championship. Let's see how they line up, or how they're going to line up for their grid for Heat 3. Charlie Leonard on the pole position with Ben Clucas second in the championship coming into this weekend alongside. We've got Brendan Williams and Jordan Kendall on row 2. Dominic Pine, Matthew Lawrence are on row 3. Wes Graves not that far behind on row 4 with Tom Pattle alongside. And we've got Jamie Crease, he's been quick all day. Alex Kennedy alongside him on row 5. Row 6 is Sam Garford and Marcus Dorey with Liam Hamling, who's been right on it this weekend. Andrew Bradley shares row 7 with him. Row 8, James Cannon with Matt Rivet alongside him. Row 9 is Owen Potter and Scott Williams. Row 10 is Dennis Barkley and Richard Gladman. And they've got row 11, Ed Peach, starting right at the back this time. Leonardo Taggio behind him, and Luke Padley is the final 23rd and final runner in this field. Now remember the 100 UKs, they're a 100cc two-stroke air-cooled motor. It's a retro class of karting, this. These karts and engines from the 90s. And it was a class that was very popular in the day. Cost-saving formula was Formula TKM. And you'll notice that the karts are by size slightly smaller than what we've seen so far in the Rotax classes. And even the other senior TKM class, they're a much wider kart these days. But these 100 UKs, narrower track, shorter wheelbase, so we get some really close, tight and intensive racing. We've got a very ordered grid. We might be getting the wave around though. We do indeed, because we've got a few stragglers. So to give the stragglers a chance, we allow the field of 100 UKs to get another warming up lap. This means they'll get a chance to get those tyres and brakes up to operating temperature, which is very important. These karts are like driving on ice when you first come out on cold tyres. So field being led round by Charlie Leonard on the number 33, Ben Clucas on the 84, following him through. Pools of oily two-stroke smoke coming from these motors, getting their lubrication from their fuel, of course, the oil and petrol mix. And Charlie Leonard just beginning to back everybody up now as we get towards the complex. All the stragglers have caught up. We've got an ordered grid. If they can stay orderly through timekeepers, that's the final turn here through the left-hander. Here they come then. And it will be go as we charge down to the Dan Weldon hairpin. Who's that moving down the inside? It's Brendan Williams on the inside, takes advantage. And Ben Clucas sliding very wide indeed out of Weldon. down towards and through the Kinkard gliders, and Ben Klukas is absolutely dropped like a stone down the order. It's the number 13, though, of Brendan Williams, who came from nowhere, got the drop at the start, and it's a flex. Is that a flex in the lead? And a flex number 2, and then number 9 of Dominic Pine follows him through. And it's the number 60. Who's that in third place? 61. Jamie Crease, of course. He's been on the pace all day. As both carts come through. For the first time then, Brendan Williams leads. Dominic Pine second. Jamie Crease. They've come up 4 places and demoted Charlie Leonard to 4th. Jordan Kendall to 5th. Sam Garford 6th. Marcus Dorey 7th. Look what's happened to Ben Klukas. He's down in 8th. Matthew Lawrence is 9th. And Wes Graves down 2 to 10th. They've got absolutely strung out at the Dan Weldon hairpin. Liam Hamling 11th. 12th is Scott Williams. Owen Potter 13th. Ed Peed up from the back of the grid to 15th there. Great first lap from Ed Peed. Into the Overlord and out of the Overlord hairpin. Now towards the complex. It's left, right, and then sweeping right towards the final turn of the lap. Through the left-hand sweep of timekeepers and out to complete lap number 2. No change at the front. Jamie Crease hanging on to Dominic Pine in second. Brendan Williams in first. Jordan Kendall up to 4th, ahead of Charlie Leonard now. And there's Wes Graves now up to 9th, right on the back of Ben Klukas and the number 84. That's a championship battle going on for 7th and 8th. We can't take our eyes off the front of the field though. Battle's going on. Look how tight this is. Brendan Williams has got Dominic Pine literally in his wheel tracks through the Overlord hairpin and out towards the complex. It's a short blast of a straight, getting up enough speed though to carry it into the complex. Coming out the complex now and through timekeepers. It'll be 3 laps completed. No change in the order. Into the Wren hairpin. And out of there, down towards the Dan Weldon hairpin. Little bit of relative defending going on as the number 9 slips down the inside. The number 9 there of Dominic Pine down the inside. It looked like the number 13 slid a bit wide, left the door wide open. And that's left the number 9. The flex driver gets into the lead of this race. Through Button and into Overlord. That's the right-hand hairpin. That leads towards the final stages of this lap. Into the complex. Out of the complex now and through timekeepers. Underneath the timekeeping tower. And into the Wren hairpin for the 5th time. The rest of the field come through. Ben Klukas now beginning to respond ahead of Sam Garford and into 6th. Wes Graves, he leaves behind in 8th. Liam Hamling and Scott Williams move ahead of Charlie Leonard for 9th and 10th.
Can I just say, I was walking back from doing that battery service, charging battery, and I saw the guys, they started and went straight down to the first hairpin. Magnificent. What is it, 20 to 21 carts, smoking like Billy O, all screaming in from ground level. Fantastic.
Can I do that?
Well, no, because it's the final.
Yeah. Okay. Here they come then. 5 laps completed. Inside of the final half of this final heat, Jamie Crease and Jordan Kendall up and ahead of Brendan Williams. Marcus Dorey in 5th. Ben Klukas still 6th. There's Wes Graves. He wants to get on the rear bumper of Ben Klukas, doesn't he? He's demoted Sam Garford to 8th. 9th is Liam Hamling, and Scott Williams on the O-plate rounds off the top 10 into the Arnhem chicane and out towards Button. There they go through. And now Jamie Crease chases after Dominic Pine. We've got a race for the lead there. Dominic Pine has had it pretty much to himself for the last couple of laps. But now he's got Jamie Crease, who has been absolutely on it. Jamie Crease, 4th in the championship. He's had a cracking day here at Fulbeck. And it's going to be interesting to see where this championship pans out and how we go into the final. Into the Dan Weldon hairpin, and a very textbook line from all of these 100 UK runners. We're inside the final 3 minutes then. Now the question is, Jamie Crease on that number 61, that's the black cart against the leading flex entry of the number 9 of Dominic Pine. Can the blue and yellow cart stay ahead of the plain black cart? Out towards the
Where are we
last part of the
now?
Points wise,
yeah,
I don't know. We're going to find out.
Right,
Will's going to work it out as we head into the final.
Because Clucas and Graves are together again, and they've been together on at least one. But where's he got her bad first?
Jamie
one?
Crease has been scoring points every single heat,
and he's second at the moment.
Yeah, and he's gaining points all the time, and has been doing all day. And he's about to make a challenge. He's inside of 2 minutes, Nick. So the last 2 minutes of this heat, he knows exactly how much time's left because he can see it when he passes underneath the timekeeper's tower. Here they go, out of the Overlord hairpin, down towards the complex. Into the complex then. It'll be 8 laps complete and next time by. Through the left-hander at timekeepers. They can see there's 1 minute and 25 seconds left. Plenty of time. Jamie Crease just tweaks his mixture a little bit. Is that for the run down to the Dan Weldon hairpin? Out towards the Dan Weldon out of Wren chicane. Textbook line, really quick through there. You can see the G's, the driver's body's being pressed towards the outside of the curve. Through gliders and into Arnhem. Out of Arnhem now. It's the left-hander at Button now. Through that and into the Overlord hairpin. Jamie Crease had momentum and quickly got onto the back end of Dominic Pine, but then he's just not seemingly had the pace to challenge. Maybe he's waiting for the last lap. Maybe that's what he's doing. He's playing a waiting game. Here they come then. It'll be 9 laps completed. With 34 seconds on the clock, it'll be 2 laps remaining for these drivers.
Yeah, 2 more. Chance for Crease to get another win. Stalking him with the black cart with the grey race suit, the more colourful number 9. Looking over his shoulder. Knows he's there. Can hear him, of course. A little duck down. Let's get him 1,000 for a second easy.
Yeah, Nick, honestly, it does work.
No,
it does work.
Sure
you do gain time.
Through the Arnhem chicane. And Button Bend.
Overlord.
Absolutely.
Through the hairpin. I'm not sure, whether Crease can actually make a challenge here.
He doesn't seem to quite have the ultimate pace, does he?
No.
I mean, he hasn't had those sort of nagging runs or harrying, really.
He's got the pace to stay at the front. He just hasn't got extra pace to get by. As the great Murray Walker would say, it's one thing catching someone, it's another thing altogether getting past.
Unless you've got DRS.
Unless you've got DRS, which I
too
hate.
Easy.
Yeah. Defensive driving then into the Dan Weldon hairpin for the final time.
Over and under. Clip the curve. That's going to lose it.
Time.
Klukas thinking about it, but I think
not Klukas. That's Jamie Crease.
Crease thinking about it. Thank you very much, dude. Crease thinking about it as he goes through the chicane. Yeah, I mean, I suppose perhaps he knows his point situation better than we do, and he may think the second place is fine. Klukas is 5th, Graves is 6th.
He just hasn't had the pace to get by.
No, Pine's looked absolutely fine where he is.
Yeah. It's one thing about that flex team. They've certainly got their carts working really well. But there are other equally as quick drivers outside of that team. It's a very, very competitive class, this.
Pine, very chuffed with
Pine,
the win.
Yeah, he did. He's happy with that, isn't he? Jamie Crease 2nd, Jordan Kendall 3rd, Ben Klukas claws
got a place back, well done.
Yeah, and he claws more points back on Wes Graves as it's Marcus Dory who finishes behind him in 5th. And then we've got Wes Graves finishing in 6th, Brendan Williams in 7th, Sam Garford 8th, Ed Peed. What a drive from Ed Peed. Peed started in 21st, and Ed Peed finishes 9th. Scott Williams on the upplate 10th. Then from 10th down over, we have Alex Kennedy, Charlie Leonard, Owen Potter, Andrew Bradley, Richard Gladman, Dennis Barclay, Matthew Lawrence. Leonardo DeTaggio finishes 18th. And then I think we lost Luke Padley on lap 10. Liam Hamling went out on lap 8. Matt Rivette went out at the start. Well, Nick, it's that time.
Have we reached finals time?
Have we got the... Is this the...
Is it B finals first, isn't it?
We've got the Junior Rotax final next, 23. That's race 23.
So we've got so we've got a couple of B finals after a main final, have we?
Yeah, 23. Then we've got the B final, and then...
4 bump-ups.
Yeah, then we've got...
No, I'm going to, as we've been on air for a long time, may go over 8 hours, I'm going to take the opportunity to...
I was just going to say the same.
So if you're on Facebook, it's going to stop, and then I'm going to restart another stream. If you're on YouTube, don't worry, it carries on going.
All right, so do I keep talking?
Doesn't affect you. Stop. Say goodbye to Facebook.
Goodbye, Facebook. Bye, Facebook listeners and viewers. Yeah.
Now we just talk to YouTube. Anyway, YouTube, you guys are great. We love the YouTube people way more. Where are you going? Oh, okay. Some ridiculous reason. So we decided that the YouTube people are the only ones who count. How are you? Lovely to meet you all. Hope you're having a lovely day. So finals are coming up. We start off with Junior Rotax, and we have 2 B finals, which is the B final Senior Rotax and 177. Top 4 karts bump up into the main finals. We follow that up with the Senior TCAM final, the Mini Max Junior final, the 100 UK final, the Senior Rotax final, and the Rotax 177. 12 minutes for the main finals, 8 minutes for the B finals. Now, there's a possibility the final times might be reduced, and they have been because we are running behind schedule. So the finals now down to 8 minutes again, so that's because the various stoppages we had. There's always the aim to try and finish everything by 5:30. That might be quite optimistic, but let's see. But let's welcome you all back to Facebook by turning back on the Facebook streams. Exciting, isn't it? Back to Facebook. Go back to Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, hello everybody. We've come back. Look at that. So up and running are the Junior Rotax in their formation. And we have a grid as follows. On pole, it's Braden Hill. Next to him is Samuel Wyatt. Now, you need to tell me what this is. You've got the points there for it as well. So it's Braden Hill from Samuel Wyatt, from Daniela Sutton in 3, who's not scoring points. Archie Buttle in 4. Levi Goodyear in 5. Ashton French in 6th. Steve Barnes in 6th. Dan Whitfield in 8th. That's fine for the grid. Tell me what it means points-wise for the championship.
Braden Hill, 111 points. Ashton French into 2nd in the championship on 11.09. Sam Wyatt in 3rd, 10.82. Archie Buttle behind him in 4th, 10.81. And then we've got 10.44 for Ronnie Shrimpton in 5th. 6th is Adam Catling on 10.23. Here they are about to start the final for the Junior Rotax class. And charging towards the championship, Sam Wyatt, all he can do is win this final, Nick, and see what that brings. It's 100 points for a final win, of course. And we will see just what prevails now. It's all down to this final 12 minutes and 1 lap.
So accelerating away. It's 8 minutes and 1 lap.
Oh, they've changed it, have they? Right, because
you were out of
had a few delays, yeah.
It's down to 8 minutes for the finals.
Spoil that speech.
So Wyatt, so Sutton not scoring points. So effectively, points-wise, it's Wyatt from Hill. And Hill...
No. It's Braden Hill, Ashton French, Sam White, Archie Bull.
All
right, sorry. You mean race position?
Race position, yes.
Right.
So how many points are between them? There's just 2 points.
2 points.
So it's whoever finishes ahead. And at the moment, it's Wyatt who's leading, but looking up the inside goes Steve Barnes now, who's making a barnstorming run through into the Arnhem chicane. Sorry about that.
Well, there's a 4-point difference between first and second. That's all. You're only going to gain 4 points. It's 100 points for a win. It's 96 points for a second.
So it's Hill and French. Where's French? He's down in 6th. So Hill is ahead of French, so he's fine. Wyatt is 20-something back. So how many positions is that?
Right. Wyatt is 30 to 28, 27 points behind. That's quite
a leading. Hill's in 4th, but Hill is ahead of Ashton French. We're looking at the first and second, which is Samuel Wyatt and Steve Barnes, who've broken away.
Yeah, Braden Hill up to third as well, Nick. So it's looking like Braden Hill. He's in the position of provisional champion for 2022.
Let's drop back to that next bunch, because that's where the championship protagonists are. Because winning the final is great, and you'll get a trophy, but it's more about that's someone right out on the side. Wasn't quite sure it was. There was a huge number of places, and that's actually the advantage of that is it's given a place to French, because that wasn't French who fell off. Let's see that one again. So they come up. You see the nice gap that Braden Hill's already got over Daniela Sutton. Popping out, I think that's Archie Buttle who falls off the track in the end, isn't it?
It's the 43.
It's the 43. It was
Daniela Sutton. That's why she's dropped down the order.
Right.
Daniela hanging on to the top positions, really. There's a change for the lead, I think.
Yep, it's now Steve Barnes ahead of Sam Wyatt. Braden Hill in third, fourth, fifth and sixth. Now, where is Ashton French? That's the real, because he's in fifth still, not moving. And they sweep past 1 and 2.
At the moment,
gapping
Nick,
slightly.
if Braden Hill stays ahead of Ashton French, then he's pretty much got it.
He's the champion, absolutely.
Yeah.
French himself is only a second back, but he's got a car in between, the cart in between them as well. That of Archie Buttle. Only 2/10 between. Let's drop back. Oh no, but let's stay on this one, because they're having a right old ding dong at the moment. As they switch left and right, the 67 and the 20, Barnes and Wyatt. But entertaining this is as they go through the Arnhem chicane, it's not actually going to affect the championship at all. It's going to make Steve Barnes and Sammy Wyatt feel happy. And I think Steve Wyatt may, if it's a bad result for French, might be able to steal second. But Hill is in third.
It's a great race battle at the front with Stephen Barnes and Sam Wyatt. However, championship-wise, Braden Hill, if he stays in that third place, he will be crowned Junior Rotax champion for the NKC 2022, the NAVOS NKC 2022.
So Buttle and French right together in. Let's try and pick up the battle for fourth and fifth, because this is where French needs to get past Battle or it's all over. And in many ways, the way he's dropping off Hill, I think there's not much he can do about it. Just doesn't seem to have the pace at the moment. Could be not quite set up right for Fulbeck. Could be he's just had a little bit further down this particular set of tyres, but the pace that obviously he has shown all season to be leading going into the final race.
Yeah, of course.
To be second, just 2 points up going to the final race. It might be just a bridge too far. A bridge too far, you see. Might be a bridge too far for those tyres.
Good God.
That wasn't deliberate.
Archie Buttle 1 point behind Sam Wyatt as well. That's not going to affect that change in championship position, though, as Sam Wyatt is currently second behind Stephen Barnes. They're inside, or they will very shortly be inside the final 3 minutes of the season.
It's getting worse for French. He's more likely to drop a position and go up one.
Yeah, is that French dropping back towards James Rigby?
Rigby had a right old think. Oh, no, he got the tap on the head. Don't go past. Oh, he got very sideways there, but he got away with it.
Yeah, that was on the brakes, wasn't it? The brakes affecting that, braking at the very last minute and causing the rear axle to step out into overload hairpin then. And it looks like that's settled down somewhat, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not.
We thought there was going to be movement there.
Not looking good at all for French fans. He's just not got the pace on this particular day, at this particular time, on this particular race.
So as Stephen Barnes continues to lead, Sam Wyatt in second, Braden Hill looking like he's going to clinch this championship if he stays in that third place.
He's in splendid isolation. Isolation is over a second behind second, but more than 2 seconds ahead of third. So he just drive round.
He came into the. I'm doing this for Chris. He came into this final 2 points ahead of Ashton French, who's behind him in the race. So that means Braden Hill's going to extend his points gap by a little bit more. So as long as Braden Hill can stay ahead of Ashton French, he's going to take the championship. That's what it's all about. Last 2 minutes of the season for these Junior Rotax field.
And that man there in third is your champion-elect. The light blue with red flashings or red lines. The 35 machine. Remember, I think he started quite well at Glan and then had a bit of an off race the following one, but he's put together a championship season.
Well, he dropped his Gleneagles. That's the one you're thinking. He had the off.
Yeah.
And then he took a second at round 2, a third at round. I'm talking finals here. A third at round 3, a second at round 4, and he took the heat win at the last round at Landau.
Yep. So after a difficult first round, he's put 4 good rounds in. He's got a 5th good round.
Sorry, I was talking about Sam Wyatt there. Braden Hill.
Had a good
You're right,
round,
mate.
yeah,
It's the second round. Yeah,
had a good round.
He's dropped his round 4.
I thought he had a good round at
Yeah,
Glen.
sorry, mate. I was. Yeah.
I do forget things.
Too much information on
I do forget
spreadsheets.
things sometimes.
Yeah.
In fairness, let's stick with the 35 when we cut to Ash, because this is the championship.
So that's Button. He's gone through. That's the back chicane, which we've now renamed Arnhem chicane.
Arnhem chicane, and then that's the Buttons Bend, and then they're just going through Overlord there. And as we just catch up with Braden, there he is. So he's got 2 laps to go, this lap and 1 more, to claim a hard-fought 6-round championship and become our first. Even though we do think a couple of the events may well be decided, this is the first official champion.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to say provisional because we've got to get through scrutineering yet. So
our first
at this
provisional,
stage,
our first provisional official champion.
Yes, yeah, our first championship, first champion-elect for Junior Rotax. This is for the NAVOS NKC 2022 Championship. Braden Hill. He took a win at Gleneagles. In fact, he took 2 heat wins and a third. He had a rotten round 2. At I'm just going to remind myself where round 2 was. Clay, of course.
He
took a heat win at Rowra. Oh, sorry, a final win at Rowra. He dropped round 4 at Wilton for a low point score. He took 2 heat wins and a second place at Landau last time out. So he's had a pretty good 2022 NKC, has Braden Hill.
And he's finishing up with a podium finish in the round 6 final. But that key point is that his key rival is 3 places further back. That extends his lead by a few points, and he will become the champion-elect in about 4 corners' time, most of which are the complex, and one of which is timekeepers.
And the driver that's finishing just ahead of Braden there crossed the line to finish second in the heat as Stephen Barnes takes the final win of the season. Sam Wyatt in second, Braden Hill champion-elect in third, Archie Buttle fourth, Levi Goodyear in fifth, Ashton French sixth, seventh is Daniela Sutton. Then we've got James Rigby, Daniel Whitfield, Ethan Wyatt in 10th, Alfie Bushell 11th. Then we've got Ollie Morris, Ronnie Shrimpton, Adam Catling, Lewis Llewellyn, Dylan Mitchell, Rafi Talentano, Aidan Pomeroy, Joel Bowden, Frank Bourne finishes in 20th. And then we've got Archie Hardiman, Sophie Hadley and Oscar Shrimpton rounding off the 23 kart field.
He looks pretty chuffed, to be honest. He's taken the congratulations of his fellow drivers. And I think that's a very, very happy young man in the Junior Rotex Pro Kart. It's been hard fought, it's been pressurised, he's had some great competition. And as he comes into the holding area, great result for Braden Hill, your champion-elect for the NAVOS NKC Junior Rotax Championship. Now, we have a bit of a wind down now after that excitement because we have 2 B finals.
Yeah, we've got a couple of B finals coming up. It's the Senior Rotax 162 B final coming up first, and then we follow that up with the B final for the 177s. The first 4, that qualify to the back of the grid
bump up
for the A
is the
final.
term.
Right, they bump up to the A final. Is that an RC racing term? It is,
They're all RC racing terms, which a lot of them were stolen from Rallycross, but it is an RC racing term, yeah.
What am I looking at? Senior Rotax. Yeah. Let's have a quick look at the grid because I think we're going to get very much rolling with this next start. Louis Ball is on the pole from Gino Cook alongside. Andy Powell and Tommy Lee Davis are on row 2. Patrick Williams-Rojas and Ellis Humphreys are on row 3. Tristan Bernard and Martin Jackson row 4. James Wood are on row 5 and Dylan Thomas. Mackenzie Stevens and Dan Andrews are on row 6. Martin Coe and Elliot Thomas are on row 7. George Boxall and Ben Ficini are on row 8. Tyler Fossey and Jamie Hardy are on row 9. Nathan Hope and Scott Lowther are on row 10, with Grace Lee Davis rounding off the 21 Kart B finalists.
So, some breakdown. This is only 6 minutes. They've taken 2 minutes off this B final as well.
So
right. It's a short sprint. So
yeah, it's all about the fourth place. Remember, Paul.
Fourth place. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Paul knows all about this. This is back to his bread and butter. This is looking at the bottom bump up position. This is what we do for a living most of the year.
I do this for a living.
I do this for a living. So, 18 karts in this B final. Was it 19? Someone's just literally thrown their kart out of the. It's Scott Lowther. Where's he starting? He looks like
Scott Lowther's at the back, 20th. Right. Yeah,
because he literally kind of it's like he's late for school. Throw himself. Whoa, Mr. Bus! Ran out the thing.
Well, he's running out the same morning as James Wood and Andy Powell. So they've had a fraud day for the three of them to be qualifying in the B final.
Andy Powell's in the B final.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. He had a fraud time. Did you want coffee or water?
Just water. Just wet me whistle, love.
Yeah. Don't them cupped while you do it. I meant the water. Right, we're all in grid order, looking very good indeed. It's. I'm just going to mention something to Gasbury. Race 28 doesn't go ahead of race 25, mate. You're spoiling me, your OCD.
Okay, don't forget it's about the top 4. It's not about winning. This is about qualifying for your main final later. And they come straight down towards the Weldon hairpin camera, and very sedate, comfortable start there.
Well, the thing is, Nick, you don't want to blow it in the B final. The whole point. I mean, some of these drivers. This is going to be the end of their 2022 season. I mean, I know they've got a few IKRs dotted around the country that you can still, race in all the way up to Christmas. The karting season used to stop around about now, September, October, but these days goes all the way through, and then the 2023 season will start somewhere in January probably. So who have we got then as they come across the line, out of timekeepers and across the line then? Who are the 4 qualifiers so far? Lewis Ball, Andrew Powell, Patrick Williams-Rajas, Gino Cook and Tommy Lee Davies. It's Tommy Lee Davies who's going to be challenging Gino Cook to be the final qualifier. However, Nick, that looks like those 3 have broken free from everyone.
Break. Louis Ball trying to point out this has just been a bad day and he shouldn't be in the B final. And then you got the Andy Powell, Patrick Williams-Rajas and Gino Cook triumvirate, and then there's 4 more karts. Actually, I don't know whether those 4 karts can bridge the gap to 3. It looks like they can, actually. They were split, and now they're not. Very aggressive, Gino Cook. He definitely wants to get past Patrick Williams around the 94 kart with the blue helmet. So
because he knows he's vulnerable. He knows he's vulnerable as the final qualifier.
I think that there's a situation here with the way Louis Ball's getting across. I'm surprised at Andy Powell, but I think Andy might be holding everyone up at the moment. I mean, tactically, that's fine. You only have to go fast enough to qualify. You don't have to go as fast as you can go.
Yeah, and he's a bit of a cork in the bottle so far. He leaves himself wide open there.
I know, lovely move.
Gino Cook down the inside. I think it was the Patrick Williams-Rajas got a little bit bulked there, didn't he?
Yep.
And that he by doing that he slid wide. Andrew Powell still in second. This is allowing Lewis Ball to get away from the karts behind him. But look at that, backing them up from second all the way down to ninth, I think.
4, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's now, there's a couple of karts, so first, second and third. Second and third have got a bit of a breathing space, and it's the Patrick Williams-Rajas car in fourth. It's absolutely under immense pressure now, and he's really going to find himself in an almost impossible task, I would say. It's like King Canute trying to turn back the tides if he's going to try and stay in fourth place.
Yeah. It's Andy Powell. His tyres have come on by the looks of things, and he's been able. His tyres have come on now, and he's not been so much of a cork in the bottle.
No, Dan Andrews looking to get up the inside and managed it through Patrick Williams-Rajas. So now he has to make hay while the sun shines before the 64 of Ellis Humphreys gets past Patrick Williams, because that wasn't very long, because a beautiful lunge up the inside of Overlord and straight through has gone Ellis Humphreys. So now it's Humphreys is in fifth, so that's still useless. But at least he has a relatively clear path to fourth, which is Dan Andrews.
So both of those drivers now bumping Patrick Williams-Rajas. Had a terrible lap there, ending up from fourth to sixth. In the blink of an eye, the gap to Dan Andrews to Andy Powell, who's dropped behind Gino Cook, by the way. Gino Cook, 1.3 seconds off the leader, Lewis Ball. 0.3 to Andy Powell. Another half a second to Dan Andrews, who's got a half a second on Ellis Humphreys.
Okay, so Humphreys now is right on the tail of Andrews, and this is the battle for the final bump-up place. This is go up or go home. And the 64, and another huge gap now is in just one lap as Patrick Williams managed to avoid being overtaken by Tommy Lee Davis, and that meant that these karts have got away. Looks like, as you say, Andrew Powell enjoying slightly better performance than he was earlier. But it's all about those back two karts. It's whether the 64 of Humphreys with the green and blue helmet can get up and past the 34 of Dan Andrews. He's the one with the red race suit and the red and white helmet. But at the same time, every now and again, they seem to get very close to Andy Powell. Powell seems not very quick through the chicanes, but okay on the actual...
Once that engine gets...
Beautiful move there.
Beautiful move.
Beautiful move.
At Overlord.
But is the cutback going to work for him?
No, because that's a one line through the complex, and once you've made that move at Overlord, you can hang on to that. Let's have a look at that again. Pretty much textbook, kids. Watch this. Out of button, the left-hander, and just kept that momentum and then sized down the inside. A textbook move for Ellis Humphreys on Dan Andrews, who will... at the moment, be the final qualifier,
Yeah, Humphreys is the final qualifier. Andrews is staying with him. They're both probably thinking out, wondering what's wrong with Andy Powell, to be honest.
Well, Andy seems to have plenty of oomph when his kart's not good with the change of direction, but there's nothing lacking in power on the straight, is there? You know, that might be a gearing thing. It might be just tyres, you know, just not being able to stop at this stage. Remember, not Andy's first visit to the B final.
That's extra wear on your tyres, extra life gone.
Yeah, so
at this point, if you've done the whole series, theoretically, these tyres should be 3 meetings old.
So, these should be absolutely gone. You need to think about tyre management pretty much from the very off, because there's nothing in the regulations that say when you can use all your new tyres.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you can use them at any time.
I think a really good point you made, actually, Joe, was that we've had 5 3/4 dry rounds.
Yeah.
We had 2 hours of wet weather at Wilton, which for the UK. No,
it's unheard of.
You'd expect 2 of them to be wet, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's unheard of, isn't it? And that's probably the thinking behind the series. Is 2 sets of tyres. That's not a hard ask.
Yeah.
Here we go. Andy Powell being challenged now.
Now,
we've got a change of lead. Gino Cook has gone ahead, by the way, while we're talking about tyres.
Doesn't matter though.
No, it doesn't matter at all. They've qualified. This is the final qualifiers here. Andrew Powell and Ellis Humphreys. And Ellis Humphreys. This is the final row of the grid for the A final at the moment. But keep an eye on Dan Andrews. He's the third kart in that picture. This is the last lap. Yeah.
Go. He's going for it. He's going for it. And has he got it? He's pushing out. He's got it. Well done. So he's done exactly to Humphreys what Humphreys did for him. But Humphreys was lost momentum behind Powell. And Powell has effectively corked the bottle, which has meant that Ellis Humphreys is going home, or at least watching from the sidelines. And Dan Andrews is taking part in the final. And the disappointment is writ large across Ellis Humphreys, as much as the elation is over Dan Andrews. You get a chance for one more run at the 2022, NKC. So it's a nice little B file. That in. Don't forget, we didn't see the lead change, but lead doesn't matter because you're both qualifying.
That's right.
All about who comes fourth.
It was all about that fourth place, wasn't it? Yeah. So the first 4 finishes: Gino Cook, Lewis Ball, Andrew Powell, and Dan Andrews will start the A final on the final row of that grid. We say bon voyage to Ellis Humphreys, Tommy Lee Davis, James Wood, Tristan Bernard, Mackenzie Stevens, Patrick William Rahaj, Martin Coe, Scott Lowther, Nathan Hope, Jamie Hardy, Grace Lee Davis, Dylan Tatum, Elliot Thomas, Tyler Fossey, George Boxall and Ben Ficini. We bid them farewell for 2022 and look forward to seeing them back here in the NKC in 2023. We've enjoyed watching you guys and girls race across the year. And it's just unfortunate that, some you win, some you lose, and you've ended up in the B final, which I've been there many times. It's nothing. Yeah, of course. Everybody has, just down to, I remember I karted in the days of seized engines.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I ran Pirelli TT27s.
I pinged it twice at the end of the straight at the old Buckmore Park. Both times I was doing okay for me.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that sound, that familiar sound. It's Rotax 177B final, so very much the same deal here, where the first 4 will qualify through to the A final. So we await for a few karts to be, it's Tyler Fossey, George Boxall and Ben Ficini actually, who need recovering.
There's a few people he picked up.
So we...
When is the senior 177 final, says Elliot Powell?
I'll tell you exactly. Oh, hello, Elliot. I know who Elliot Powell is. He's a Hunter Motorsport driver.
It's the last race of the day.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry, Elliot. You're going to have to wait till the very final race.
You've got 1, 2, 3. There's 5 full finals. So you've got this one now, the B final. And then you've got 5 full finals after it.
Yeah,
so
say hello to your dad, Graham.
6 minutes for a B final and then 8 minutes.
Elliot brought us some donuts at Donington Historics.
I didn't have any of them.
You weren't there, were you?
Might have bought you a donut.
Yeah, and then he dropped some donuts off at a commentary I was doing at Warden Law, and nobody told me.
Really?
Yeah.
Does he have some sort of connection with donuts? Does he want to own a Dunkin' Donuts franchise?
No, he just knows that I probably love them.
Not anymore.
I'm going to have to
all those sins.
Yeah.
All those
carrots.
sins.
Carrots for me next time, Elliot.
Yeah.
We'll see Elliot out. I hope. I'm saying this, Elliot. We'll see Elliot out at the UKC at Warden Law, Nick.
Apparently, we're
the
covering
UKC
that.
plate meeting. More of that coming on Karting TV Live.
I know. It's Karting Live TV, by the way.
Karting Live TV. Why do I keep getting that wrong?
Well, it's like chicane and
chicane and hairpin, isn't it?
It's late in the day. It's quite warm in here, and basically we're just having a bit of fun. Okay, they're out and they're giving it some.
Let's have a go. Right, Keith Mason on the pole position. Brian McCready alongside Thomas Hinton, Thomas Childs, Tom Eldridge, Lee Todd are on row 3. Row 4, Steve Maidman and Rowan Mackley. Jai Oliver and Adrian Smith are on row 5. Daniel Gibbs and Martin Heath are on row 6. Josh Mallet, David Medlock are on row 7. Colin Campbell, Steve Jackson are on row 8. We've got Louis Large down and Zach Bolton and Aidan Hammond. I know Louis Large isn't taking part. I know Zach Bolton has Zach Bolton come out? Let's have a look, see if he is.
Not sure,
the
to be honest.
Number 69 is not out, is he, everybody?
It's kind of a limited... You've got more on
he's
it.
not.
Is that a full list? Is it just 12?
Zach didn't take part in his final heat. Louis out as well.
Yeah, so I think a few people have called it a day, haven't they?
They've called it a year.
They've called it a year.
There's Zach there.
Oh, yeah. Calling it a year.
He's calling it a year.
He's watching his mates, though. It's good news. He's not like gone just,
Yeah, I know Stephen Horn is at the barrier as well, but he's in the year final. He's watching his mate Keith Mason. Here they come then. Out of timekeepers. 6 minutes and 1.
So there's 12 carts for
here
4
they go.
places.
Down towards the Dan Weldon hairpin. Keith Mason leading into the corner. He's got Brian McCready on his outside, and Keith hangs on to that lead, I think. Yeah, it is. The number 12.
Hung out to dry on his outside.
Down towards through gliders there and into the Arnhem chicane. Out of there for the first time. Into Button. Towards the Overlord hairpin. And it's a battle for second there, Nick.
It's got it quite easily, isn't it? So I think I'm not quite sure it was. We're quite out of line, but the all red cart-suited man has slowly been shifting. He's just been going backwards. That's the 84 of Brian McCready, who's now in third, but third's fine.
Yeah, third is absolutely fine. Keith Mason is first, Thomas Hinton second, Brian McCready third, Thomas Childs fourth. He's in the vulnerable position there.
Yeah, but he looks like he's moving forward.
Right, okay.
The 62, absolutely, of Thomas Childs, right, harrying McCready. So the red cart suit with the green helmet.
Oh, and there's a position
McCready.
lost.
Oh, big accident. That's carnage. They can't get going again. That's the leaders. First and second have hit each other.
They're just conjoined.
And they're going to have a real problem qualifying. Let's see that one again. We've got it. Because we actually kind of got the end of this accident. Because the accident's happening in front of us. It's just off camera to your right. As it looks like the second place man may well have hit the first. Yep. So the second place man, Hinton, hit Mason. And then they caused a massive traffic jam, which has actually resulted in McCready, leading if he got going.
No, Hinton did exactly what we saw in the Minimax heat. where he went down the inside,
right,
and then Keith Mason ran out of room to make the corner on the middle bit of the Arnhem chicane.
Well, it's all changed, and those two are way at the back. So it's now Charles, McCready, Maidment, and Todd. This is when the top two guys disappear from a bump-up race. This is manna from heaven for the rest of the field.
It really is. Thomas Childs now leads. Brian McCready second. Steve Maidment third. It's now Lee Todd in that vulnerable fourth place. He's got only 3/10 from Tom Elridge in fifth, who's got only half a second from Colin Campbell in sixth. Keith Mason and Thomas Hinton, I think, have called it a year.
Looks like it. They may well have rolled themselves into pits. It's not going to happen. What's going to go on? But they go down now. 1, 2, 3. So it's looking like third and fourth beginning to coalesce together, aren't they? So let's see what we got, which is the Tom Eldridge Todd. Yeah, Tom Eldridge in the 25 is now your fourth place man. Not quite sure the colour of the 25, but I'll try and pick it up. Is that? Yep, it's the red cart there. That's your fourth place man. He's actually got past the 70 of Joss Malik going round. I think it looked like he was going through the complex, oddly, but maybe just before that. But then this red cart with the two white stripes, that's currently bumping up. And the cart behind him, the red cart without white stripes with blue flashings, is the cart of Lee Todd. And these two are fighting for the final bump-up place to the final Rotax 177 final of the 2022 season for the NAVOS NKC Championship. Now, it's looking left, looking right. But at the moment, it's still Eldridge who's got it. And Todd needs to get a little bit closer. Now, interestingly, they are both beginning to get closer to Steve Maidmont in third. So this could become a three-cart affair. First two away, Charles and McCready.
Sim.
So that's third, fourth and fifth. Two of them bumping up, one of them not. Round Overlord. Isn't the greatest bit of front end on the Eldridge machine. Seemingly has to try to wrench the thing round that particular hairpin. And they come through the complex. And then 2 or 3 different lines there actually through the timekeeper's sweep.
Yeah, it's all to play for. All to play for going into the final 2 minutes now of this B final. And that red livery with the white stripe down the front. That's the cart in the vulnerable fourth position, fourth and final qualifier. So we'll see just how that will pan out. Oh, and there's the move, Nick. It came at Button.
Oh, got it.
The Button left-hander into the Overlord hairpin as well, and he's going to make that stick by moving away from him. So Lee Todd makes his move at the left-hander at Button, which is a very rare place to make that move, to be honest.
I'm not sure about the handling on the 25. It's looked very, I'll use the word sketchy, if you know what I mean. It looked like it really didn't want to do what it was supposed to be doing on a number of occasions. Yeah, the point is you get the end.
Is that technical?
Yeah,
term?
you get the end of the season, and not everything is necessarily renewed as much as it should be. Not everything is necessarily pointing in the right direction.
Well, yeah, you're probably right, but you know what? You've got to factor in the tyres as well. They're all unused tyres,
very heavily used.
Yeah, all on very worn tyres.
So looking for third place now is Todd, and he gets it quite easily. So Todd takes Maidment. Is the over and under going to work?
It's not going to make.
Looking behind him,
he's still going to start on the back of the grid, Nick.
Yeah, but it gives you that cushion, doesn't it, against a little minor mistake that might see you lose a place.
It's also, you finish third in the B final rather than fourth. 20 seconds on the board. It'll be 1 lap to go board next time by. We've got a black flag for
68 because he was given a technical and he didn't come in, so he's given a black and orange.
Right, okay.
And
David Medlock.
Yeah. Now, it's all action again round here. Basically, Steve Maidmont didn't particularly like being overtaken by Lee Todd, and he's trying to get him back.
Of course he is. Because he's now vulnerable.
He's not that far ahead of Eldridge, and they got one more after this.
Nobody wants to be in fourth place in the B final because it makes you vulnerable. Vulnerable to mistakes.
Still better than fifth.
It is better than fifth, marginally though. I mean, the pressure is on, isn't it?
So this is the last lap of the B final. And it's whether the white cart of Steve Maidmont can hold off 25 Tom Eldridge, the red one with the 2 white stripes in the front, coming down to the Weldon hairpin.
This is their final lap then.
Oh, flying through gliders.
Yeah, from 5th down over. It's the final lap of the NK season for these drivers. So we get towards the final stages. They're at the left-hand button.
Looks like Maidment's got enough pace to keep Eldridge behind him, which means he's got another 8 minutes of main 177 Rotax final to come in an hour or so. Still about a bit less than an hour, probably about 45 minutes' time.
Thomas Childs takes the checkered flag to take the B final win. Brian McCready comes out of timekeepers and across the line to take second. Lee Todd third. The final qualifier then for the year final. Steve Maidment on the number 17. We say goodbye to Tom Eldridge, Rowan Mackley, Adrian Smith, Colin Campbell, be Josh Mallett, the black flag David Medlock, Keith Mason and Thomas Hinton, who've already called it a year. We look forward to seeing you in 2023, guys and girls, and I'm sure you'll be back
forthwith.
Senior TKM, Nick, is next.
Thank you very much.
So we've got 7 points between the championship lead of Mitchell Ball.
Yep. Who's starting in 9th.
They came into this weekend with Louis Bevan ahead by 10 points. Mitchell Ball has reversed that, and Mitchell Ball now has a 7-point lead.
How does that work? Because Ball's only scored 117 this time, Bevan scored 141.
It depends on dropped scores, I think, from whatever round. That's the total. So Bevan has actually scored more points in total, but with dropped rounds, it actually puts him behind.
Right, okay.
That's the information I've got. So Mitchell Ball has a 7-point lead on Louis Bevan, 30 points behind Bevan is Callan Lamont, and then 22 points behind Lamont is Crabtree. Let's have a look at the grid. Stop working it out.
Let me work it out. Let me do this.
Louis Bevan on the pole position then. Leo Crabtree alongside. Callan Lamont is on row 2 with Gordon Smith, Lucas Sullivan and Oliver Fathers are on row 3. Will Cregeen and Charlie Savage are on row 4. Leanna Page and Mitchell Ball are on row 5. Row 6, Matthew Temple-Purcell with Alexander Lehman, Luke Woodward and Ollie Milner are on row 7. Row 8 is Matt Slate and Olivia Jenkins. Ricky Wright and Jason Lovett are on row 9. Row 10 is Matthew Horton and James King. Row 11, Joseph Phillips, Joseph Jacks. Curtis Granger and Andy Wagstaff are on row 12. And James Hull, Chris Whiteside, row 13. And then the 27 kart field, rounded off by Adam Crofts-Davies at the back. They're already into the complex.
Okay, so Louis is doing way better this round than he did in the first round, so he'll drop the first round.
Just go off that.
No, because he gets another 100. Because basically with that, he'll be dropping this round rather than this round. And he dropped 40 points in the round 1. At the moment, he's only 2, 4, 7 off. Now, we'll talk about it later. But Bevan is looking pretty strong. Yeah. But it's not what's happening.
Right. Gives us a rough idea.
But Mitchell Ball may well be dropping this round.
Chris, we already announced provisional champions.
And the smoke will clear. And if it sees Louis Bevan leading, it's looking quite good for his championship. His second is Callan Lamont. Where is Mitchell Ball?
The conclusion quickly on the championship is that this is probably these front runners' worst round.
No, it's not. It's not. No.
No? Okay.
No.
Right.
It's Mitchell Ball's worst round, but it's a way better round for Louis Bevan than round 1.
Right, okay.
So Louis Bevan is in the pound seats because if he wins this, in fact, I think even if he comes in the top 3, that should be enough to win the championship. In fact, it will be enough. I'm telling you now, I'm calling it. It will be enough to provisionally win the championship.
Well, the 2 flex drivers of Bevan and Lamont are out in front of this field, and the way the flex team operates, it's going to be very, very hard to beat Louis Bevan at the front there. He's carrying the number 1. So if he does indeed carry off this year's championship, it'll be back-to-back NKC championships for Louis Bevan. The man to beat in senior TKM for sure at the NKC. Callan Lamont will not want to let him get too far away, as will Cregeen. Likewise, they're into the complex then for the second time, and it's 8 minutes and 1 lap for the finals. reduce the time of the finals because of the delays. Here they come then through timekeepers. I do love and have loved the kart livery of Lucas Sullivan on the number 16. It's that homage to classic Lotus.
Lamont takes the lead.
Lamont taking the lead from Louis Bevan. Yeah,
So
no
Bevan.
team orders there then, is there?
So where'd you go? 50, 46? Is it second? Is it 40? What is it? 48. It's 196, isn't it? Yeah. So that's 4 points off where he was. Mitchell Ball now in 6th in the 82. So 1, 2 and 3. 3 is Will Cregeen.
Sorry, mate, I just thought there was a bit of noise bleed from the PA.
There isn't
Couldn't
a
tell
PA.
where it was coming from. Not us.
So Bevan from Lamont from Bevan, sorry, and that is a little gap they are now to Cregeen. Mitchell Ball in the 82, sweeping. I think he's trying to sweep it.
Oh, that's a coming together, Neely.
Was that?
Yeah, it was at the Wren chicane.
84's off, I think, or 82. That might even be Mitchell Ball who's off.
It might have been the 44 of Leo Crabtree.
Or the 84 of Cregeen. There's lots of numbers. There's not 84 of Cregeen because he's still going.
Yeah.
So it's quite hard to work out from that. Unfortunately, even though it's really close, there's a massive gantry in the way. We can't see who it is.
Yeah, the 82 of Mitchell Ball was the man who forced his way by, and he's gotten ahead of Lucas Sullivan. That was what we saw at the Wren chicane. A little bit of coming together, Nick.
Well, we'll find out when they all cross the line in about 10 seconds' time. We do know that Can Lamont, or Le Calon, or Calin, or Lamont, or May is leading, and Louis Bevan is second, which is enough for the championship. Cregeen is third still. Mitchell Ball fourth. So Mitchell making a bit of a run of it. He's in fourth. It was Leo Crabtree in the 44 who had the problem. You're right. It's hard. Some of these numbers are a long way away, and they're not always. Often they've been damaged during the course of the season.
And scuffed.
And repeating numbers doesn't appear to be replacing numbers. Doesn't mean top of the list.
Yeah,
of
not
most
top of
drivers.
the list, is it? No. Let's get the tracking sorted. So we're coming towards half distance in the senior TKM final. Keelan Lamont. Remember that,
Sure.
Rowra? That was my highlight. That is the highlight of the season, actually,
Man
for
who
me.
didn't know his own name.
Yeah, at Rowra, Keelan Lamont. Yes, how do you say it, Keelan? We're not sure. Brilliant. Comedy gold.
How do you say
He
that?
leads the final through timekeepers and across the line then. 5 laps completed. Let's have a run down of the top 10. It's Lamont, Bevan should
Beaver?
say. I just saw it and I was already ahead. Bevan, Cregeen, Mitchell Ball in 4th, Lucas Sullivan 5th, Alexander Lehman in 6th, Charlie Savage 7th, 8th is Matthew Temple Purcell, Ollie Milner in 9th, and rounding off the top 10 is Luke Woodward.
Yep. But that second place will be more than enough to give Louis Bevan the 2022 Senior TKM Championship. His first round was particularly average for him. So glad not working. He's had to work 5 rounds to get back ahead of Mitchell Ball. Mitchell, in fact, this round has been his worst one so far after that problem in was it the first heat or the second heat? The first heat had a problem. He retired in the first heat with that accident you showed us. And that accident will be another one of those deciding factors on the season, to be honest, because it's meant that why he's so far down on the starting grid for this final, and it's why, even though he's driven well to get to 4th, and you can see in the background there with the red and white striped helmet, it doesn't really help him because this is going to be his drop round. Louis Bevan will be dropping the first round and picking up a hatful of points overall.
Callan Lamont actually took the win at round 2 at Clay in the final. He's had
Lamont's
he's had 2 wins, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he won
Lamont's like 30 points off.
He won at Clay and he won at round 3 at Rowra. So he's had a pretty strong season as the young man.
So he'll be in 3rd. There's a possibility, actually, with a really weird combination of points, he might even be able to get a bit higher. But
It's hard to. It's with dropped scores, Nick. It's hard to work it out until all the scores are in.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then you can drop the round because at the moment this round is on a par with one of another round. So you don't know which one you're gonna drop until all the scores are in. So that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we mention provisional champion, champion elect, because
we're working out using our brains, which is a limiting factor straight away.
Which is not. Yeah.
On this particular one, I'm pretty certain that if it stays as it is, Bevan will win. I don't know, and I'll be honest with you, how bad the round that Lamont's dropping. Because this is a good round. Because he's got 100. If he wins, he's got 100. He's certainly won one of the heats as well. So it could be this round takes over. It might give him a huge leap up to there or thereabouts with Mitchell Ball.
Well, we're going off him dropping the previous round at Landau. So, again, let's not try and work that out as we go. All we can say,
I think that's not enough points to drop. I think it's going to stay with. It will be Bevan. If it says it is now, it will be Bevan, Ball, and then Lamont as your podium finish in the championship.
Well, if Callan wins this one, he's won 3 finals. He's won at Clare, he's won at Rowrah, and he's on schedule to win here at Fulbeck. So that's a pretty strong. He's won more rounds than anyone in the top 3.
But the interesting thing about the NKC is every time you go on track, it counts a point.
Yeah, it's like that with most championships.
You're not qualifying for finals, all the heats score.
I think they're going to get 2 more laps, Nick, because that was right on the cusp. So still time for Bevan, and the 4 coming together at the front, Lamont, Bevan, Cregeen and Mitchell Ball. Mitchell Ball would want to get ahead of Cregeen, but you know what? He's kind of there, but he hasn't got the pace to get on terms. He hasn't got the pace to get on terms with the third-place driver.
Caroline Strange is Lewis Bevan's mum here. Beaver is Louis' brother's nickname.
Is it really?
Yes.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me.
And hello to Nick Gurr, who wants a shout-out, so he's got one.
Louis' mum's been with us pretty much all season. We'd need a name for Louis' mum.
Hello, Mum.
Louis' mum needs to tell us her name. What's your name, Mrs. Bevan?
Leave it to Beaver.
Your son's doing really well.
So 1, 2, 3 and 4. You've got the top 3 in the championship, and Will Cregeen, where's he down? He's down in...
final lap of the season, Nick. They made it. They didn't make it back in time. They were right on the cusp. So this is the final lap.
The last time they will circulate for the NKC this year. Mitchell Ball having a think about getting that third-place spot from Will Cregeen. Having another think about it, actually. Having a serious contemplation. But Callum Lamont looks like the winner.
Oh, wouldn't say that, Nick. There's still about 6 corners to go into the complex.
I don't think Bevan's going to push this one.
Neither do I. I
seconds
saw
enough for him.
I saw the gesticulation. He just gesticulated to Callan.
And let's stick with second as he comes over the line. Let's not worry about everyone else coming over the line, because this is a man winning the championship, and he knows he's won it. He points himself in the car, number 1 cart. There they are.
Great win for Callan Lamont. That's his 3rd final. That's his 3rd final of the season.
Win for Lamont. Championship for Bevan. There's Mitchell Ball giving a bit of a nudge at the back, saying, well, what can we do?
Well, they're all teammates, remember. They're all in the same awning. I would hate to have a team game of Monopoly with that lot.
Oh, yeah, it'd be no good.
Yeah. Let's have a look then. Callan Lamont takes the final here at Fulbeck. Louis Bevan 2nd, Will Cregeen 3rd, 4th is Mitchell Ball, Lucas Sullivan 5th, 6th is Alexander Lehman, Ollie Milner was 7th, 8th is Charlie Savage, and then we've got Matthew Temple Purcell finishing in 9th, 10th rounding off the top 10, Oliver Fathers. We've then got Matthew Horton, Curtis Granger, Olivia Jenkins 13th, Luke Woodworth, Joseph Phillips, Gordon Smith. 17th was Ricky Wright, 18th Jason Lovett, Leo Crabtree was 19th, Matt Slate, Adam Croft Davies, Chris Whiteside was 22nd, and 23rd was James King. We lost Andy Wagstaff on lap 7, and we lost Leanna Page and James Hull on the first lap. Or they didn't start; they didn't come round and complete one lap.
Caroline's name. Louis' mum is called Caroline.
Hello, Caroline Bevan.
Which is just, I should have named Caroline Strange. She's Caroline Strange. Her name is Caroline Strange.
She's not Strange.
No, she's not Bevan.
She's not Bevan. She's Strange.
Yes.
Her name is Strange, or she is Strange.
No, I don't know her. Her name is Strange.
All right. So,
which I should have guessed, because her actual handle on YouTube is Caroline Strange.
Oh, I would be Strange Caroline if I was you, Caroline.
Not Sweet Caroline.
It's not not the first time anybody's ever said that to her.
This is not original. This is not original content.
It's not.
No.
Well done to Louis Bevan, who is, we think, going to be crowned the provisional champion.
Give me the
Nick's pretty confident.
Give me the next set of points for me to analyse.
Yeah, there you go, mate. It's 100 UK next. This is pretty tight. What we got? Wes Graves still leading?
Yep. Wes Graves has a 23-point lead over Ben Klukas. And there isn't enough of a change so far today.
Right, okay. So, if Wes Graves has a nightmare here and Ben Klukas has a good one, then it can change.
Well, Ben's got they both got one bad round. Klukas has got a bad final where he dropped 36 points. And it wasn't a great first round for Wesley Grave, and he dropped a lot of points as well. So we've got 100 UK now, yeah? Is that the next one?
We have, yeah, that's what you've got in your hand.
So I think that they may both run with this round, and they both have a big drop.
Right.
24, 32, 38 for Wes Graves is the dropping points he has. Ben Klukas has a drop of 40. So it's 2 point difference in the drop. And currently today, it's 8 point gain. So it's 8 points he's gained back once the drop comes in. So once the drop comes in, the gap between them is 15 points.
Right. I seem to have the mini maxes out next, guys.
Right,
We've got
okay.
a grid.
Is it how's that happened?
Have a grid, please.
It's
Will.
not that. It's a mini max apparently. Surprised us all. I think Alex Fraser's got this one, hasn't he? Caroline Strange says, I've born strange and I have stayed strange.
I love it. I love it.
Caroline Strange, well done, Louis Bevan. So proud of you. Paul Punter said, I would apologise. I would apologise to the stream if I were you.
Who's that?
Paul Punter. I don't know what he wants to apologise for. Paul, don't know.
Right, we've got Jasmine Taylor on the pole position for the Minimax final. Alex Fraser alongside. Alex Fraser currently leading the championship from Reese Green, who is starting on the second row. Daniel Haynes alongside. Louis Reese, Seb Corking on row 3. Sonny Morgan and Thomas Hadley are on row 4. Emily Cotty are on row 5. And then we've got the 100 UK juniors, which is Cyril Smith, who starts on his pole position in his first race. They've got a false start, gives us a chance. There's your Mini-Max Championship.
All right, okay. Yeah, Alex has won that.
So Cyril Smith, on the novice plate, starts from pole position. And he starts with Hayden Taylor alongside for the two 100 UK junior runners. Jasmine Taylor on the pole position then, leading the field round. Remember these Mini-Max drivers.
Paul Punter says we've been really racist. We need to apologise.
Have we?
Paul, I have no knowledge of what you're talking about. So
I wouldn't even.
Sorry, mate. You've misheard something because we haven't even discussed anything on that subject whatsoever.
Right, here we go. Let's see if the Mini-Max drivers can get this underway. If they can keep the pace down, Jasmine. That's what we've seen. The fastest starts, and once again, it's absolutely flat out from the Mini-Max field. And we've got them racing then into the hairpin at Dan Weldon. And who's that? The number 84, is it? Of Jasmine Taylor. It is indeed. Leads in and out of the Dan Weldon hairpin. Oh, we've got a cart off at the back.
Oh, and that's the 28.
The 28 is Thomas Hadley. Great to see Seb Corking out on the 52, I've got to say. Seb was heavily winded, remember, at the chicane, at the Arnhem chicane. So into the complex for the first time. It's Reese Green who's slotted into the second spot here behind Jasmine Taylor. And it's Alex Fraser chasing after them. Champion-elect Alex Fraser goes through in third. Daniel Haynes in fourth. Fifth is Sonny Morgan. Sebastian Corkin sixth. Louis Reese seventh. Emily Cotty eighth. Thomas Hadley has come through after that little bit of an off, but it's Hayden Taylor who leads 100 UK juniors from Cyril Smith. They're 9th and 10th overall. First three. They've been like this all day, haven't they?
Yep.
Reese Green, Alex Fraser, this time being led around by Jasmine Taylor. And I really do hope Jasmine decides to do the full NKC series next year for 2023. I hope when we get to Three Sisters in March, she'll be on the Mini-Max grid.
Well, you're predicting a big growth in the Mini-Max grid, aren't you?
I am, yeah. Yeah, I pretty much am.
So
I'll
tell
be
me now,
disappointed
how
if we
many
don't.
starts are we going to have for
We're going to have 20.
20 for Three
20,
Sisters,
25.
okay.
One lap completed. This is quite a battle for the overall lead. Three karts that have been pretty much battling all day long are continuing in that vein. Yasmin looks over her shoulder there, just going through glider and into the Arnhem chicane for what will be the third time. Reese Green, Alex Fraser, you can see he's just playing a waiting game, isn't he? He's had pace all day. These three continuing to continue to lap at quite a pace, but you can see none of those drivers, Reece Green, Alex Fraser, deciding to mount a challenge. Very quick through that final turn there at timekeepers. Oh, yeah.
So Alex still looking to get past Reece, isn't he?
Using all of the curb. Yeah, now Alex looks a bit racy. Now Alex looks like he's wanting to get... Oh, he hits the curb there, and that's cost him time.
Yeah,
Look how much time that cost him.
Yeah, just drift him out wide, and that was it. So a little misjudgment by 15 centimetres, 6 inches.
Just put his rear inside wheel on the curb there at the Dan Weldon hairpin. Into Button then. And into Overlord. Out towards the complex. And into the complex. The right-hander now leading into the second part of the complex. And then into timekeepers. It's still a minute or so off half distance as the field lead into the Wren chicane and out of the chicane. This is where Alex Fraser was about to start thinking about getting past Reece Green. He misses the curb this time and he carries speed. But these three, lapping in the 48s, they're all lapping as fast as they possibly can. 48.311, fastest lap of the race so far for second place driver Reece Green. Hayden Taylor continues to lead the 100
nice
UK Juniors.
There. That's Alex up into second place, and then the
he's
over and under.
Lost it. He's lost it.
Over
He slid
and
wide.
went for it and not prepared to push it through the start of the complex.
First time I took my eyes off the screen there.
Well,
the 100 UK
there you
Juniors.
are, you see.
And there's Alex Fraser just waiting for that moment.
Of course he was. Hayden Taylor leads the 100 UK Juniors. He will be the champion. We can say that with absolute certainty.
He's gone down the inside. Remember,
Oh!
these two. I was about to say these two had a coming together.
And they have a history as well.
Yeah, they've had another coming together.
Another nudge, and there's a kind of a what's going on? Let's see that one again then. So who's responsible for this one? It's Fraser.
Well, Fraser goes
behind.
down the inside.
Oh, a bit of a squatch to block, and then he's taken the curb. He's taken the curb, and yeah, no quarter given by those two. They weren't very friendly with each other yesterday, and they'll be less friendly today. So they get rolling again. Not sure what the order's going to be, but it does mean that Jasmine Taylor looks like she's going to take a maiden win. Don't forget, she's not scoring points, though, for the championship. So whoever comes second will get the 100. But we need to know who's second. Maybe well be Sebastian Corking who comes over the line in second, the 62 kart. There we are, 3 minutes to go.
It is indeed Seb Corking.
Dan Hayes, Sonny Morgan, and it's Louis Reece, and then Reece Green over Alex. Alex, I think, is a bit further back from... Yeah, Fraser's a good 3 seconds behind Reece Green. He took a bit longer. He was nose in rather than tail out.
So maximum points for Seb Corking as far as I can gather. He's been off the pace a little bit of the three karts ahead of him.
It's only his second round of the championship. So
yeah, it is. It's only the second round.
So to get a win, a net win, the actual win obviously will go to Jasmine Taylor. She'll get the trophy saying first place Fulbeck. But the 100 points, actually will the 100 points go to Seb? He's done 2 rounds, I don't know. He might be also not scoring.
I'm not sure if he is because I can't see him in the championship.
Oh no, he's down here, look. His points down here.
Oh, he's down there, is he? Right.
Yeah. So he's done 2 rounds, so he will get the 100 points.
Oh yeah, he was at round 5.
So
and
it's
round
more
6.
a battle in third. Let's look at third and fourth for a second. That's the 22 of Dan Haynes and Sonny Morgan. Now, Sonny Morgan certainly was facing the wrong way after an accident last time round. And then you've got Sonny Morgan driving.
2 minutes remaining, I hear from over my shoulder, Nick.
Yeah.
So time beginning to run out for any kind of change.
Well, the accident between Reece and Alex is effectively null and void this final, really.
Yeah, I mean, not so much for the runners.
No, for the championship.
Yeah,
no,
but as far as the championship is gone.
No, sorry, because obviously with Jasmine, as you said, we seem to discover a new little star. So it'd be good to see her carrying on. Hopefully she's still within the age range next season. Sebastian Corking, second, he may well get 100 points in the second round. A huge learning curve, and he's obviously getting up to pace quickly with the championship. So absolutely, for these guys, it's fantastic. So this is 5th and 6th, 71 and 47. Louis Reece, actually what's happened is that Reece Green now has got past Louis Reece. He's back up to 5th, but it's not really that important, to be honest. Alex is down in 8th. I wonder if Alex has got a little bit of damage, actually, because he's not really moving forward as you'd expect.
Well, he's just put in a personal best lap time last time by.
Well, he has no damage then at all.
48.114.
But obviously he was a little bit further off that previous car.
He didn't get going as quickly.
No, and he was behind, but I thought he was going to be getting past Emily Coty a bit quicker. But anyway, none of it really matters because they aren't at the really sharp end of points, and even if they were, it wouldn't matter too much.
Yeah, he's gotten ahead of Emily there and moves into 7th place. It'll be the one lap to go board next time by for our leader, Jasmine Taylor.
Yeah, so you're looking at Reese gaining about 4 points, Alex, and that's not enough. But we're back at the front now. So we're back at 2nd and 3rd, sorry, with Corking and the gang. There is the number 199. Let's move a bit forward in the on the teams. So we'll pick up the, and there they go. Through around the corner now, we're with 2nd place man, Sebastian Corking, down the straight. There he is, about to start his last lap. Flashing ahead of him is Jasmine Taylor, who's leading, and the other 3 carts having a bit of a row behind them. I think what's happened is Reese has managed to catch up, and he's having a. Is that Reese?
It's a good little battle there between Danny and Sonny
yeah,
Morgan.
Reese Green's now come up and looking to get a couple of places on that last couple of corners.
Oh, he's diving down the inside, around the outside into the back chicane, the Arnhem chicane.
And then they come through Button Bend for the last time, fighting for those points.
So, of course, there are, people want to finish as high as they can. Oh, and he's let him through.
Oof.
So Sonny Morgan has let Reese Green
through. There's our winner, Jasmine Taylor. Great debut and a very, very, very happy Sebastian Corking. No, he's got the 100 points. A very chuffed 3rd place with Daniel Haynes. 4th place is Reese Green, not happy at all. Sonny Morgan 5th, then I'm not sure. Yeah, Reese did say Reese of Alex Fraser. Alex Fraser will be your Mini-Max champion, though.
Yeah, great to see Seb Corking there. I know he was delighted with that 2nd place. I'm even more delighted to see him out in the final after that really scary moment at the back chicane there, where he had heavy contact with the tyres and was totally winded. And to see anybody carted off in an ambulance, great to see that he was just indeed winded and he was able to take the final. But I tell you what, Nick, I think we have indeed found a new Mini-Max talent in the form of Jasmine Taylor, and I really do hope that we see Jasmine. I really do hope that we see Jasmine out in 2023 because she's certainly on the pace, certainly a Mini-Max. I know nothing about her. I don't know how old she is or whether she's going to move up to juniors or whatever.
Age out as they do.
Yeah, absolutely. But congratulations to Alex Fraser, our provisional Mini-Max champion for 2022.
Yes, as declared by Karting Live TV, but not by the official.
That's got to become official before you can say anything.
One person we can say who is the champion, and that is Hayden Taylor.
Yes, we can.
Champion of 100 UK Junior. So congratulations to Hayden. He's had a bit of a dodgy morning with a couple of non-finishes, but his afternoon heat and the final, he's finished in style. So well done to Hayden Taylor in the old smoky 100s. Where are we going next?
Right, now we've got the 100 UK.
Now I've got to do I've got the 100 UK. Now I have to do my maths. Right, so where's the Graves?
While you work it out, right, I'm going to read the grid out. Right, Jamie Crease, been on the pace all day. He's on the pole. Marcus Story alongside. He's been quick as well. Teammates and good mates, Ed Peed and Ben Clucas are on row 2. Dominic Pine and current championship leader Wes Graves are on row 3. Jordan Kendall and Alex Kennedy are on row 4. Row 5 is Brendan Williams and Liam Hamling. Owen Potter and Sam Garford are on row 6. Row 7 is Matthew Lawrence and Andrew Bradley. Charlie Leonard and Richard Gladman are on row 8. Row 9 is Dennis Bartley and Scott Williams. Luke Padley and Leonardo Taggio are on row 10. Matt Rivet and James Cannon are on row 11. And the 23 cart field rounded off by Tom Pattle.
Yeah, there's 23 points between them. Ben's having a better round here. The only problem is that this will be one of Wes's best rounds if he doesn't absolutely layer up the final. And he has a bigger drop score than Ben. So Wesley has all the pound seats.
Right, what does that mean then?
Well, it means basically he doesn't throw it off the track and come like 16th.
Right, if he finishes on Ben Clucas's tail,
he can be within about 6 positions of him. I don't want to take away the drama, but this is honesty.
Yeah, well, we look forward. You know what, these guys and girls on the 100 UKs. they always deliver a great race. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be frantic. This is going to be absolutely frantic. Jamie Crease, Marcus Dorey, Ed Peed, Ben Clucas, Dominic Pine, Wes Graves. Just looking down the order as they come towards the starter. He's given them the go-ahead. And this is a full field of two-stroke TKM engines, 100cc Formula TKMs in the 100 UK class. Go into the Nanwell and hairpin and out towards the Arnhem chicane. After gliders, though, that's the Kinkard gliders. Through the Arnhem chicane. It's the number 61 I should say, of Jamie Crease. He started on the pole. 47 is Ed Peed, up into second already. Out of the Overlord hairpin and down towards the complex for the first time. Ed Peed making his kart very wide. They're a very narrow track, these 100 UKs, so they have got room to manoeuvre in places that perhaps the Rotax karts haven't. They've proved us liars many, many times. The whole field streams through. It's Crease, Peed, Dorey, Pine, Clucas, Kendall, Graves, Gardford, Kennedy and Brendan Williams rounding off the top 10.
Great start, as always. But, so it's Wesley Graves in 7th. He doesn't have to do an awful lot, but Lucas can start moving forward. But we did see that Dominic Pine was faster than both of them, and he's only qualified in 4th. But Crease had a good weekend. Where's he overall? He's down in 5th overall and 200 points off. So it's a different. This is the so far the championship where most people have been there or thereabouts but dropped points. I think it's the example of why it's a little bit harder to have those super consistent weekends with a 25-year-old car, because you are going to find times where you're parked at the side of the track and you've dropped 20 points for no fault of your own. They come towards us. Crease from Peed, the Ed Peed, of course, the ex-Renault Clio racer. Did he ever do touring cars?
I don't think so. He's very quick at a Clio. He used to run with Mardi Gras Racing. And one of our main competitors when we were running in Clios. He's very quick at 100 UK. Of course, Ed came from karting. I remember Ed being around the karting scene in the mid-90s. Here they come. And look how close they are, coming out of Overlord hairpin and towards the complex. There's still all to play for with Jamie Crease leading. Ed Peed right on his tail now. These two breaking away slightly from Marcus Dorey and Dominic Pine. Jordan Kendall still in 5th. There they go across the line. There is no changes as far as I could gather. Behind Kendall in 5th, Graves, Clucas, Garford, Kennedy and Williams. Scott Williams, that's Brendan Williams in 10th. Scott Williams in 11th. And with the two leaders now, out of the Weldon hairpin, down towards Arnhem. Into Arnhem they go. First left, then the right, then the left again. Into the left-hander of Button. And Ed Peed getting into position and just sussing things out. But still, you know what, it's an 8-minute final with 1 lap. 8 minutes and 1 lap. We've only had 3 minutes of this, so we're still at the stage of high-speed chess, where they're just watching and looking for any kind of weakness in performance. I'm telling you what, though, you've got to look hard, because these karts are so evenly matched. Into the Wren chicane, and then down towards the Danwell and hairpin. Jamie Crease looking over his shoulder to see where Pete is. Yep, he's still there.
He's quite behind you, really, isn't he? Yeah.
Yep, he's right there.
He's behind you.
See him.
So, top 4 into the Arnhem chicane, nose to tail. None of them really involving the championship, because 5th and 6th is Graves and Clucas in championship order. And that all up the inside.
Oh, important for the championship, this. Wes Graves into 5th, ahead of Ben Clucas and Jordan Kendall. So that was a move on the previous lap, Nick, that we didn't notice. But that just consolidates and solidifies that championship lead for him. And a change for lead across the line there, as Ed Peed goes ahead of Jamie Crease. It happened in the complex. So Marcus Dorey 3rd, Dominic Pine 4th. So the race is on. Ed Peed doing all he can. He'd like to match his mate Ben Clucas' final win. Ben took the final at Llandau, and Ed Peed wants to emulate that and take the final here at Fulbeck. Into Button. Oh, he's pulling out a gap, isn't
Yeah.
he? That's a cushion. That's the biggest cushion we've seen between first and second.
Not the 14
and
being
that's the 14
pulled
being
off. So
pulled off.
no,
Matthew Lawrence.
No overtaking in this section, though it's quite hard to do any area into the complex. Sweeping now round timekeepers, and you're right there. We've suddenly got a little bit of a gap between each of the top 4 runners. They spread out across the straight, waiting to go into the Ren chicane.
You know what? That's first, second, third, and fourth. Who's that in fifth? That's Wes Graves, championship elect, or champion elect, I should say.
With Lucas behind him.
Yeah. Ben hasn't got the pace, has he?
Not the way around. Whether Ben's got car issues or just the tyres are just not happy at the moment. He's just taking too much out of them historically.
Into Button then. They are on lap 7. 2.5 minutes remaining at the moment. And it's still anybody's race. I would not know where to put my money at this stage, because these drivers in 100 UK renowned for just biding their time and waiting for that moment as we get towards the intensity of the final couple of laps. Across the curb there, out of timekeepers, and just look at that. They span out and look as though they're almost side by side into the Wren hairpin.
68, Dennis Barkley called for a technical defect. Doesn't affect the top 4. As they go sweeping through Glider before they go into turn 4 as it was, and it's now the Arnhem chicane.
Oh,
change
second.
there, 22nd, and Dory gets past Crease. So Crease and Pete's leading. Crease is second, Dory's third. So suddenly it's all changed, Joe.
This is what I was saying, Nick. They looked like they were biding their time, and then as we're getting towards the final stages and into the final 2 minutes, everything tends to change in 100 UK. And this is what we're seeing. We're seeing Marcus Dory finding that pace to get by Jamie Crease. He's done that. He's on the tail of Ed Peed as they cross the line now. Ed looks over his shoulder. He sees the cart behind him. I'm pretty sure he can differentiate between who it is as we come out of the Wren chicane. Oh, and there's a change for position there as Ben Klukas. I'm not sure how that happened.
He's got past Graves, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got past Wes Graves, but there seem to be behind the first 2. There seem to be
problems,
a bit of a
spinning out. So we've got 47. So Peed is still leading from Dory, and I think there was an issue. I think there may be an issue in the chicane. We may have lost one of the other carts in the chicane, kind of sort of off the side of the camera angle.
Did we lose Dominic Pine for some reason?
I think that Paul was waving at me saying he'd seen something, so he spotted something as we were trying to look at timing and everything else. They'll go over the line now with this one and 2 more. And it is P from Dory. Yeah, it's Pine who's disappeared. Pine span off there at the Wren chicane.
Yeah.
Again.
Look at this,
the
Nick.
outside,
Yeah.
up and under. No.
It's going to be 1 lap to go after this one, you know. And Marcus Dory looks very racy indeed. He's left it to the important time. Ed Peed, a very experienced head on those shoulders on the number 47. Into Button, and it looks like he's going to have to defend. He's not looking like he's defending at the moment. He's just keeping the pace.
He's having a good old look behind him, though.
He is. He needs to know exactly where he is.
He's going to have a sore neck tomorrow morning.
Yeah, he's just looking in his periphery there. Through the final bend of timekeepers and across the line. It'll be 1 lap to go board. Ed Peed not needing to defend into the Wren chicane. I did it again. Out of there towards the Dan Weldon hairpin. Will he defend here? No, he's got the pace. He's got the pace to hang on to it. Dory, he's dropped back slightly. Is he just lulling him into a sense of security?
A false one.
Yeah, absolutely. Out of the Arnhem chicane and into Button. Oh, and this is Dory's chance. Ed not needing to defend at all, just using all of the road and more.
And all of his experience as well.
Absolutely. Great drive from Ed Peed into the complex for the final time. This is Dory's last chance. Can he sneak up the inside? No, because Ed Peed is absolutely on the edge. Through timekeepers, and it'll be Ed Peed who takes the final and emulates his mate Ben Klukas. Well, we've got flares.
Wesley Graves Wes Graves has had a massive great. Are you sure it's flares? Not just a TKM car.
Oh, is it a TKM going up?
No, it's a flare.
No, it's flares.
It's a flare from Flex.
Yeah.
It's for the number 2. It's for Wesley Graves, and he's very, very pleased, the provisional champion.
I would take your money back for them flares, guys, because that surely they can do blue and yellow ones.
It's the flex
They're
team.
just white smoke.
Well, apparently all the orange ones have been sold as Zandvoort, so there's no point having those.
Yeah, true.
So that's just basically, realistically, all that is just like a TKM start. It's not anything more.
Ed P takes the win, and the winner in the final here at Fulbeck. Marcus Dorey second, Jimmy Crease third, Ben Klukas fourth, Wes Graves takes fifth and is the provisional champion in 100 UK for 2022. Jordan Kendall sixth, Alex Kennedy seventh. Then we've got Brendan Williams. Scott Williams on the O plate finishes ninth. Andrew Bradley finishes in 10th place. 11th is Owen Potter. Matt Rivet, Luke Padley, Dominic Pine, Charlie Leonard, Leonardo Taggio finishes in 16th. We lost at the very end there Sam Garford, and then we lost Dennis Bartley on lap 7, Liam Hamling on lap 6, Matthew Lawrence on lap 4, and Richard Gladman on lap 3.
Okay, here we go. Is it the senior final now?
Senior Rotax. Have you got the championship, Will?
So
and for the 177s, which come up next.
A little bit of clear up.
So our penultimate race of the 2022 season, Nick, for the NAVOS NKC Championship. It's the 100 nothing. It's the senior Rotax 162 is what it is.
Give me the grid because it looks a little bit unexpected.
We haven't got the B final qualifiers on that one, by the way.
It's fine, but we'll read out the first 30.
It's fine. We'll read out the first 30. Yeah, it's a 34 card grid, of course.
Okay, so the first 30 are...
No, I've got it. Let's go. The first 30 are... Kyle Dunford, he's had a great day, hasn't he? He's starting on the pole position from James Davis on the front row of the grid with him. George Sanders and Simon Keeble. It's all to play for in the Masters Championship as well, by the way. Kieran Shanks. We've got the 177s there as well, Nick.
Thanks.
I'll give you them. Row 3, Kieran Shanks and Pedro Oliveira. Ari Barker and Luke Evans are on row 4. Row 5 is Scott Smith and Jay Lewis. Tom Radburn and Paul Azan are on row 6. Jody Newman, Paul Moran are on row 7. Jake Davis and Lewis Jones are on row 8. Lewis Jones coming into this round at the top of the championship table. Rhys Pope and Adam Rogers. Then we've got Max Martin, Sam Elliott, Thomas Storer, John Hobbs, James Costin, Tonino Machichi, Ben Ficchetti and Jody Fox, Miles Barthorpe, Alexander Mirzian, and then Ben Harper and Gez Owen rounding off the 30 cart field. We've got the 4 qualifiers from the B final, but how is the championship looking going into the final round?
Well, officially,
the final
there's,
race,
there's 5 points between Lewis Jones and Luke Evans. However, Lewis Jones has got a really gnarly round 5 to drop at Landau. He had a bad Landau, losing 25, 48, 50, 66 points from a maximum. So he is better. He has a better, worse score to drop. They are almost level today. Luke's about 6 points ahead. So my feeling is that it's going to take Lewis having a problem from his starting position of where is he?
Right, don't forget.
He's down in 17th.
Don't forget, you've got...
He's in 17th.
I know.
Don't make me do the heavyweights. We'll do that some other time.
Yeah, I know.
So he's in 17th. So Jones actually is in 17th. And Evans, where's Evans?
Well, Miles Barthorpe is in 27th because he's had massive engine carbon issues.
Yeah, so Barthorpe's in trouble.
I don't think he means carbon, engine carb issues, I would think.
Anyway, so this one's more difficult. But it is Lewis Jones, though, starting 17th. He needs to make progress forwards. Maybe if he stays 7 or 8 positions apart from Luke and they stay down here, I might have to go to the I might have to not declare a winner and let the actual the official organisers do it.
Yeah,
but
we're gonna stay well off that one.
Well,
this is going to be a hard one to call championship wise. It's not going to be a hard one to call for the race start though. As we get things underway, we got a coming together there in the mid park, but everybody continues without harm. As we go into turn 1, the Dan Weldon hairpin then out of that, and it looks like Kyle Dunford, he's hanging on to that lead as they go down towards the through glider and into the Arnhem chicane. Out of that, and look at that, absolute traffic jam there. Paul Azan right in the thick of that, and it gets very crowded in there, doesn't it?
Yep, they are all falling over each other. at the moment. But it is more interesting, really, to see what the various runners and rider distances are when we get into the next lap, because across the line, first and second right together, which is Dunford from Saunders.
Kieran Shanks, yeah.
Sanders. Evans has got himself to 5th. Jones is 18th. So that's an interesting turnaround. Evans and Jones are 13 apart. This would make me have no idea who's going to win the race. So the second place kart is the 66.
Don't forget the Masters Championship, Simon Keeble and Paul Ozan. Simon Keeble currently 6th, Paul Ozan 10th, up 3 places. Ozan got mixed up with that kerfuffle at the Arnhem chicane, but he's come out on top there and made up 3 places on that lap.
So
change for the lead.
So into the lead has gone the 51 of Kieran Shanks from Dunford. And they've got Sanders Oliveira. Evans in 5th, which is the key point. Is he gaining on 5th? It's amazing. It's interesting, isn't it, how this last round and this different design of track with various tiredness of tyres has given us often a completely different set of drivers at the front than we've been used to.
Yeah, I'm just going to check on who the guest drivers are, Nick, to make sure that we're not getting excited unnecessarily.
I always get excited unnecessarily. Ask anybody.
So Carl Dunford and Kieran Shanks are
both
guest drivers.
Okay, the first 2 are guests, so they're not up for points. Let's drop back to 3rd then. And in 3rd currently is George Sanders, so he's currently on for 100. Behind him is Pedro Oliveira on for 98. Luke Evans, therefore, is a net 3rd at the moment, with Lewis Jones a net 15th. Jones making no progress currently in the middle of the pack.
No, he's getting bogged down. What does that mean for his championship?
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to call it this. If it stays like this, I can't
it's too
call
tight,
it.
Isn't it?
I can't call it. If he starts moving 5, 6, 7 places forward, then I'd probably go it's him. But it's really hard because of the drops.
It's down to the situation of you can't really see what score to drop until all of the results are in.
And this is a much more patchy scoring. They've all had issues. It's not been like we've seen some of the other where they've had marvellous events, with 48, 100, They've had difficult events, all of them. It's been well, you're going to have difficult events when you've got 50 karts entered. Because,
you are, especially with mixed grids.
Yeah,
which is exactly
you can't do it all the time.
What it's about.
You get a draw where you're stuck behind someone really quick, but that person's in 11th, and it's that's part of the magic of mixed. It is the magic of mixed grids. That's why don't put the fastest karts out the front, because you're just going to see them form a long train. Yeah. Mix them up. It's more exciting for the driver, surely.
Certainly more exciting for us.
And way better for us.
Way better for the fans. You know what? They talk about processional motor races, and we have time qualifying where we put all of the quickest drivers at the front and to the slowest, and you wonder why everything's processional. It's like, you never have a processional stock car race on the short ovals, and you never have a processional heat in a class of karting that has mixed grids. I know it's kind of, it's all part of the game and how you deal with the traffic and how you get through traffic.
Over halfway now of the final race in Senior Rotax of the 2022 season. Leading is Kieran Shanks. Second is Carl Dunford. You can see with the blue edging to his red fairing, but neither of those are scoring points for the championship. Great result, though, it is for them. And the championship, as you can see there, it's currently, I think Sanders has got a bit of a gap in the orange kart, and then you've got Oliveira in the green and white and yellow. And then behind him, it's Evans, who may or may not be the leader of the championship. I don't know. Lewis Jones has gained a position, and he now has Mars Barthorpe right behind him. 16 and 17, both of them who came in as championship favourites. In fact, were interviewed by you on the grid, are having nightmare Sunday race days, because neither of them would imagine themselves down in 16th and 17th over halfway through the final.
We've had the number 47 of Simon Keeble. He's chasing down Paul Ozan for Masters Championship honours, and he's moved up to 5th ahead of Luke Evans in a masterly move that came at the Overlord hairpin. It was really exciting to see that, and we've seen them do that a couple of times. He's a change for second, though, as Kyle Dunford, who's a guest driver, don't forget. George Sanders behind him.
Straight up there.
And they're straight up the inside.
Through.
Yeah.
No, for an under. They're toughing out at 7. This going in tears. No, discretion best part of valor there for Dunford.
You only have to sit there. It's not a line. I tell you what, Nick, that's the first time we've seen side-by-side racing through that part of the course there.
Yeah.
through the complex.
So Simon Keeble in 5th. He's 5 places ahead of Paul Ozan. This could get very difficult for the senior championship as well.
It is. Look at Keeble. They're tripping over one another in ahead of him. Pedro Oliveira, George Sanders, Carl Dunford, and that's allowed Keeble through.
But Luke Evans needs to make some positions up. I don't know if he realises how far back Jones is, but he needs to make positions up.
And Luke Evans is currently on the number 68 in 6th place. So that's second place kart there, 3rd, 4th, 5th. There's the 6th place there in the red shoulders, blue overalls and orange helmet, I think.
And Keeble in the black cars have become alive this weekend. Unbelievable. He goes another place. He's now ahead of the 66, as he was, 68. And they're now fighting back. Oh, the 66 they go. Relative Diamond he's battling with. Non-point scorer, but even going through timekeepers, it's all happening.
And has to sit there. Remember, Dunford on
Lewis
slightly better tyres. Slightly better tyres.
Evans in 6th. Jay Lewis in 7th. Lewis Jones, there's 2 Lewises as always. Lewis Jones in 16th still, behind Jody Newman. It's a net 14th. There's 2 guest drivers. But Oliveira in 2nd, or 3rd, but 2nd for points. But I think that Luke Evans could do with just taking 1, possibly 2 more people.
Well, it's going to be a hard ask because the kart in front of him is Simon Keeble, who's been on fire all day long. He's currently, Simon Keeble, 2nd in the Masters Championship coming into this weekend. He's 6th overall. Paul Ozan is 5th overall. So, they're in contention to finish pretty high up.
Big problems at the Wren chicane.
And a bit of...
That's the 8th kart's come up. Maybe the 6th kart's come up for rebound. And that's going to be, I think, absolutely brilliant news for Lewis Jones. Because I think he will pick up at least 2 or 3 places because it wasn't his part of the pack that had the issue around there.
Yeah, he is. He's down in 15th, isn't he?
But I think he's going to pick at least 2 or 3 up. And that may be, oddly, that crash involving someone completely different may be enough to close the gap so that when the drop scores come in, he will be the person who's declared the winner of this incredibly closely fought championship.
Kieran Shanks continues to lead at the front of the field. It'll be the 1 lap to go board for the leader next time by. Sanders 2nd, Oliveira 3rd, Keeble up to 4th ahead of Kyle Dunford.
Yeah,
Luke Evans 6th.
It was Harry Barker who got stuck.
Yeah, Adam Rogers, Jay Lewis in 8th, Paul Ozan 9th.
But in bigger news, Lewis Jones was involved in that incident.
Oh, so he was. Wow.
And he's dropped down
he's
he's out. Jones is out.
Yeah, he's out. He's out with Harry Barker.
Now, Luke Evans is in 4th, points-wise.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure now with Jones that this is going to give it to Luke Evans. Because this will be a drop. This is going to give it to Evans. Evans will get the points he needs. If he stays in this net 4th, which is what he has, because there's 2 karts ahead of him who don't score. They're on the last lap. He doesn't know it. I'm sure he won't know it when he gets over. So the kart you want to be looking at is the 68 kart. That should be may well be our championship winner. So the 68 kart is the one who is Luke Evans. It's the one who's got the championship possibly there.
Lewis Jones went out with a bent front right steering. So change for position, Nick.
Yeah, but we want to be on 68, not these guys.
Yeah, well, we're getting towards the flag, to be honest. So here comes the leader.
And there we are, so across the lane. Does he know he's won? Behind the 47.
He probably has no idea.
There's the 68 now, going across the line. There's the stripy green and black one. No. The Lando Norris kart.
Kieran Shanks takes the win. Pedro Oliveira 2nd. George Sanders 3rd. Simon Keeble 4th. Kyle Dunford 5th. Luke Evans 6th.
And he doesn't know.
And he doesn't
know.
No
idea about Jones's problem.
We're going to call. Are you calling that, Nick?
I think so.
Are you calling that as provisional?
I think so. Provisional, yeah.
Right, because of the demise of Lewis Jones, we are going to take a punt at Luke Evans taking the championship. By finishing 6th.
Follow him into Park Ferme because one of his friends might realise what's happened and might tell him.
Jay Lewis 7th, Adam Rogers 8th, Paul Ozan finishes in 9th. I don't know what that 4th place for Simon Keeble's going to mean with regards to the Masters, but that might turn that one on its head. Simon Keeble currently 4th in the championship, and Simon Keeble will take the Masters Championship.
Wow.
So that one is undoubted. Simon Keeble on the number 47 will be the NAVOS NKC Masters champion.
He's going, there he goes. Well, yep, do I go through or what? Just wonder whether he'll be greeted by someone in the paddock who'll go, yeah, you've done all right, son.
I'm not sure everybody can.
There's a lot of points to work
it out. Yeah, that's the thing.
He gets out.
You don't want to.
What have I done? Yeah, it was a shrug of the shoulders. I don't know. I think you've won, mate.
You don't want to tell him that in case unless you've got it absolutely right. That's the thing.
I'm just going to find out that. Have I won? What's going on? What's happening? Oh, I had some problems. I'm a bit upset. Things aren't right. Oh, I had a really rotten race. Yeah, but you may actually have won this, mate.
Yeah, Luke Evans, he's not happy with something, is he? No. I don't think he realises. I'm not sure he realises. Yeah, there's all sorts of happened.
He's not happy with that drive over there.
No, I'm not sure that was aimed at anybody. Oh, yeah, it was, yeah. Yeah, consternation there.
Told to calm down.
And whatever happened out there on track, it's
he's very upset about
Luke
this
Evans
not knowing how,
is not
and he's
happy.
being step in, no, stop it.
Yeah. This is passions running high in racing.
He's finished sixth. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's happened to Lewis Jones. He doesn't realise that two ahead of him aren't scoring points.
Yeah, they're the tall driver.
Yep.
In the black overall with the white shoulders.
Adidas epaulets. That should
Simon Keeble.
Brilliant performance.
That's the Masters.
Brilliant today.
Yeah, but yeah, he has been all weekend. He has been absolutely on it. Simon Keeble there, just in the shot there with the Adidas. I don't think it's Adidas. I think it's OMP actually, Nick.
Is it? Oh, sorry. I
yeah, I think you can see Keeble on his back there. Just the tall chap with the dark hair. With his back to us now, says Keeble. He is the Masters champion.
Millie College.
Here's the 177s. On to another championship.
Quickly, yes.
The final race of the year
we
for
know
us.
Who's won this one. It's fine.
Yeah, we do indeed. Nick Skelton and Philip Howarth, champion-elect on the first row. Adam Sadler, Sean Smith on row 2. Harry Rout and Tim Darlow are on row 3. Row 4, Oliver Smith, Richard Evans. Then we've got Mark Rowe and Alex Jones, Lawrence Hilton, Cole Edwards, Ben Hitch and Rhys Llewellyn in row 7. Tommy Austin, Jason Chilton on row 8. George Merrison, Stephen Horner are on row 9. Harry Wainwright and Steve Gilly are on row 10. James Yap and Jake Lewis are on row 11. Billy Clark, Brendan Smith, Michael Mallet, Charlie Jowers, Dan Millwood, Dave Nolan, Alex John, Alex Thomas, row 15. Row 16, Thomas Giles and Brian McCready. And then rounding off the 34 kart field, Lee Todd and Steve Maidment. So let's see where the field is. It's into the complex. We've got our Nick Skelton, the kart that's on the pole position, kart number 127, and we've got them at a very, very nice pace.
Look at that. They've all gone. They all fit into the complex.
Yeah, they do.
There's no carts on this track. No carts at all.
That's a nice pace. Minimax drivers look on because that's how it should be done. That's maybe a little bit slow. People having to nip fuel pipes there.
You know why they're having a chat?
I think they are.
Yeah. Are you watching?
Yeah.
Are you watching Morse tonight? Oh, I don't know. Is it on ITV3? Yeah, it
looks like they are.
Yeah.
Minimax drivers. That's how it should be done.
And they're off.
And we get things underway. They will charge down to the Dan Weldon hairpin. And this is where, and it's Philip Howarth who slots into that lead.
Doesn't. Hang on.
No,
around
he's
the
been
outside
challenged.
and up the inside, but no, he's in the lead.
He's been challenged heavily there, but he hangs on to that lead and goes through Glider and into the Arnhem chicane.
26 kart for one of the races is not moving anymore.
So we've got that usual traffic jam at the Arnhem chicane, Nick.
There's been a big accident. The 92's damaged.
Oh,
and upset.
That's Harry, isn't it? That's Harry Wainwright.
Yeah. He's had a great couple of heats, and then it's all gone wrong in the last two heats.
I think he's bogged down. I think he's.
No, because the nose is dipped. He's had a bit of a nose penalty. There's going to be some glove throwing, I expect. So as they go through, Howarth leading, as he will be for the rest of the race. Sadler second and Skelton. Second and third's more interesting, guys. So it's Sadler and Skelton. Both look orange on the way in, but slightly different on the way out. So Harry just has a bit of an unlucky day. looked great the first couple of heats, but halfway through the third heat looked great, and now he's had to park it up due to an issue at the Arnhem chicane. Right, so out and away is Philip Howarth, and realistically, we shouldn't probably say this, Joe, but I can't see anyone catching him up, so let's look at second and third.
Now, Philip Howarth's gone. He's going to clinch the championship, most definitely. He's already clinched the championship coming into this final. Down to the bad luck of Louis Large, that put Louis out of contention very early in the day. That's left Philip. He's driven well all season, it's got to be said, and it's been an intense championship, the 177 class, as we focus on the battle for second there between Adam Sadler and Nick Skelton. The orange livery nose fairing of Sadler, with tucked in right behind him Nick Skelton, right on his rear bumper, out of the Overlord hairpin and down towards the complex. They'll come out of the complex and through timekeepers.
Kart spun at Buttons, but that's nowhere near the front of the field.
Across the line then, 2 laps completed.
Howard's not pulling
3
away
laps
like
completed.
Howard's not pulling away like I thought he would. Is he just having a bit of fun or something?
Is he waiting for them? Well, I did see a gesticulation from Nick Skelton and Adam Sadler saying, "All right, let's catch Philip. Let's catch Howarth."
You know, they're on the canvas, aren't they? These tyres now.
Yeah, flicks the car on the brakes, does Philip Howarth, into and out of Buttons into the Overlord hairpin. Oh, and look at that! We've now got Adam Sadler right on the rear bumper of Philip Howarth. He'll not want to be there, Nick. He'll want to just take the win and be done with it.
Absolutely,
so
but it's not happening this way, is it? They come over the line now, nose to tail. And Sadler's definitely decided he wants to lay down a marker for next season in the final race of this.
Well, Adam Sadler is a guest driver in this class, and so it's Nick Skelton.
Nick Skelton who's currently looking,
who's in the Masters class as well.
I wonder if Howarth knows that Sadler isn't going to score any points. You need to have a lot of knowledge. Oh, no, but there's man, because Sadler's now been overtaken by Skelton and got the inside of him. Sadler made that move going into Overlord, but unfortunately he lost momentum, and up the inside came Skelton to pick up second with a 127 kart. Now he can have a go at our champion, and he is the champion, Philip Howarth, for 2022.
Yeah, Skelton's. Look at that. He's driving defensive, isn't he?
Yeah.
Into the chicane.
And that's where he won the championship. Howarth, nothing to do with him. It's where Louis Large lost his chain in the first heat today.
Yeah, that is true.
So 4 together now. They've been joined by Sean Smith.
I tell you
in
what,
the 64.
He's having to drive with all the defensive knowledge. Look at that in the middle of the track there. That's telling me he wants to take this win. And you know what? With we're just inside the past half distance. There's a lot of defensive driving is going to have to occur, and he's becoming a cork in the bottle, isn't he? Skelton literally all over the back end of Philip Howarth into the complex then. Out of the complex and through timekeepers, the sweeping left onto the start-finish straight and underneath the timekeepers tower. There they go into the Wren chicane for what will be the 7th time. Out of there towards Dan Weldon hairpin. Sweeping curve. That puts you on the return run back down the runway. So can Howarth looks into the tyres. We could hear the tyres squealing on the brakes there into the Arnhem hairpin. Sorry, Arnhem chicane. Did a Nick?
Oh,
and there's the move.
Look at that.
There's
now,
the move.
Oh, he's nudged off.
Yeah, he.
No, that wasn't happening. Howarth's having none of it, isn't he? He's not playing nicey, but now up the inside.
He's got the gap there,
Look
though.
At that.
It's Nick Skelton.
Taking no prisoners on a day where Howarth is strangely out of form in the final. I can only say that it must be tyres.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I'm not saying Skelton's not quick, but the domination we've seen from Howarth and Large. I mean, Large isn't taking part.
He's not finished, is he? Howarth's not finished. He's driving that kart well over the limit through glider and into the Arnhem chicane. If he starts being challenged by Adam Sadler, he's going to let Nick Skelton get away, which is happening now, Nick. Through Button, you can clearly see. And there's the move. There's the move down the inside.
And they're both going to get him. He's going.
Not quite.
No, I thought he was going to go fourth then. Better drive for Howarth, and he now tails Sadler as well. So Skelton leads. Sadler second, Howarth third. So we've not seen this all season. Howarth going backwards in the race. He claimed first quite quickly, but looking at the gap that Skelton's got, there is obviously Howarth's not at peak performance, or the Howarth machine is not.
Yeah, you can see he's struggling to keep the kart, and you can see the other karts have got a little bit more grip than him. He's having to use all of the defensive driving textbook to keep them, or did to keep them back. Now that they've released from Howarth, Howarth has got Sean Smith wanting to do the same. He's not finished though, is he? He's coming back. Look at that, looking down the inside. Optimum line out of the Overlord hairpin. Oh, really?
That's correct, yeah. So
right, okay. Right, can you write that down for me, Chris?
So they
So is
come
the calculation
in now
wrong?
with a minute to go.
Right. Inside the final minute then, and inside the final 50 seconds out of the Arnhem chicane and through button. It's Philip Howarth still managing to keep them back, but no.
Over and undering him. He's not going to take that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He's taking none of that rubbish from Sean Smith, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. FTR Delta, what happened to Harry? He had a kerfuffle on the first lap at the Arnhem chicane, or the old turn 4, and they couldn't continue. Which is a disappointment because he had a good day. Anyway, Nick Skelton leading this one by 1.5 seconds from Sadler. Third place is Philip Howarth, who's managed to gap Sean Smith massively after telling him, no way, no, you're not passing me.
Yeah, it
Looks
was
like,
just a matter of time, wasn't it?
even though the clock's out, it looks like there's one more lap after this one.
Yeah.
Fans of Harry Wainwright could see him standing there just on the right-hand side of the shot with his car at the exit of the Arnhem chicane. Warning for car 4, Reese Llewellyn.
So, I think that was... no, it wasn't. We're waiting for Nick Skelton to come into view. Here he is. Here is Nick Skelton, the leader. He crossed the line just ahead of Philip Howarth there. There they are. The orange and black liveried kart there into the final lap then of the season for the 2022 NAVOS NKC Championship. It's the final lap of the season, and it's the final lap here for the 177 final. Nick Skelton has led quite convincingly. Adam Sadler, it is in second from Philip Howarth, champion-elect. He will clinch the championship when he crosses the line. There is no question about this one. Into the Overlord hairpin for the final time of the day. And into the complex. The leader should be coming into our view through timekeepers. Indeed, there he goes. And across the line to take the final checkered flag of the year. Nick Skelton takes the win. Adam Sadler second. Philip Howarth takes
the gold
third
helmet.
place.
Yeah. It's the gold helmet that counts because he's the man who's won the championship.
That's the champion there. That's the Rotax 177 NAVOS NKC 2022 champion right there.
Sean Smith fourth, Evans fifth, Smith sixth, Edwards seventh, Darlow eighth, Llewellyn ninth, and Lawrence Hilton was 10th in the final.
And there, congratulations from, there's Gasberry. There's the Gasberry there giving the first man to congratulate Philip Howarth the championship. It was a hard-fought championship. Louis Large will be a bit despondent as we saw there footage of him breaking a chain and taking a non-finish. That put him out of contention. That put him well out of contention there. And that left the championship to Philip. And you know what, Nick? If it's as half as good next year for 2023, it will be brilliant.
Absolutely. So a nice set of finals there to round it off. And apparently my maths let me down, or there's something weird about my maths.
No, it wasn't. It was something. We've had an amendment to what we announced for the Junior Rotax Championship. The information we had was been calculated wrong. So we've it's been recalculated by the organisers. We've got Sam Wyatt crowned the 2022 Junior Rotax champion. Sam Wyatt will take that. Braden Hill finishes second, and Ashton French finishes in third. So all of the champions to be officially announced. Keep an eye out on the NKC website for that. There's our 177 champion with the bright yellow shoulders and the blue and white overall. Philip Howarth being congratulated by Louis Lodge's teammate, actually, Stephen Horner there. Stephen Horner congratulating Philip. And Philip being run by his dad and himself. They've been racing since Phil was a small child. And he's won some pretty big races as Phil. Nick, that rounds off the day and indeed the 2022 season.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining us for the NKC in 2022. We've very much enjoyed covering this for the first full year. I'd like to thank Joe for being my erstwhile and doing most of the talking while I run up and down touching things. Sometimes the wrong things, but mainly technical things. Thanks to everyone who's worked on the programme with us. Obviously, Paul's been at all the events, and then we've had an ever rotating role of cameraman. I thank Johnny Palmer for being better at talking than me, but not as good at troubleshooting. So thank you to Ash, thank you to Frank, who on the cameras today. Thank you to all those who've cameraed before. Scott, Matt,
don't forget
Harry.
anybody.
Anyone else? No, Matt Guppy, Matt Guppy. And yeah, that was it, really. So that's it. So thanks much. And we are pretty much certain we're back with you next year.
Can I say a big thank you to Chris and Ollie
for
giving us this opportunity to
100%.
to get involved with this championship, which I've grown to absolutely love. And you know what, I can't speak highly, and I do promote the championship to everybody that I know in karting, and it is an absolutely cracking series. It's going to go from strength to strength. This has been the strongest year so far, I'm told, with regards to not just the size of the entries, Nick, but the quality of the entries as well. And I can't see any reason why that won't continue. And it should very much indeed continue into 2023. And I can't wait. I'm excited already. I know we've got to get through Christmas and a lot more before we get to 2023, but you know what I'm like.
And if you like what we do karting-wise, we have another karting event for you in a fortnight. That's going to be the UKC plate meeting from Wardenlaw, Joe's home track.
I'm going to be able to fall out of bed and be
on
there.
The Sunday. We'll be there with that one. If you'd like to try something different, we do live, or next week we're live from the World Championships of Radio Control Car Racing in Spain. So it has heats and finals. It's quite similar.
It is. It is. Cars are a bit smaller.
They are, and even noisier, oddly. But thank you all for listening to us for the last few months for the NKC 2022. From myself and from Joe Bradley and from the rest of the team, it's goodbye for now, and see you next season.